Chapter 151 Sudden Change. The suction force continued to increase, as if there was no end. Guyi was also a little moved. Even he didn't expect things to become so big. As the vitality of heaven and earth continued to merge, Guyi had to increase the injection of soul power, which caused the soul power in Guyi's body to be constantly consumed. Although his soul power was much more than that of soul masters of the same level, his current soul power was still a long way from being a titled Douluo. The soul power was slowly drained, and the vortex that he had originally held in his hand had already flown into the air, constantly absorbing soul power and the vitality of heaven and earth. It is hard to imagine how big an explosion would occur if such a thing was out of control. But this situation is basically impossible to happen. Even now, the mental power is very sufficient, and it can completely suppress the unstable vortex. The large consumption of soul power also made Guyi look a little pale. The soul power was slowly consumed, but the vortex in the air still did not stop demanding soul power. The cessation of soul power input made the vortex begin to become unstable. In a short period of time, the vortex can still be suppressed by mental power, but it can only be used temporarily. If there is no soul power input, the vortex can only be dispersed by the original energy field in the end to avoid a big explosion. Guyi was not panicked, although the soul power in his body was exhausted. But it does not mean that there is no soul power available. The external soul bone obtained when absorbing the 10,000 years swallowing heaven clam still stores a lot of soul power. When I got this external soul bone, the storage capacity was not large, only equivalent to 1/4 of the size of the Danshan, and the soul power that could be accommodated was not much. But as his cultivation continued to rise, this soul bone also continued to improve with him, from the initial 1/4 of the Danshan to now it is almost more than 2 dantians of soul power. If adding these soul powers, the soul core cannot be condensed, Guyi will accept it. After mobilizing the soul power contained in the soul bone, the pale face became ruddy again, and the soul power in the body became full again. The output of soul power remained stable again. The soul power and the vitality of heaven and earth in the vortex rotated continuously, removing impurities and then continuously compressing. The originally liquid soul power finally slowly condensed into a solid, and the condensed silver-white solid soul power was growing at an extremely slow speed. The soul core condensed by each person is different, just like the solid soul power condensed by Guyi is formed by the soul power cultivated by the Jyotian Liuhi Sutra. It can be called an elemental soul core. The large amount of soul power injected means that more vitality of heaven and earth is absorbed. The vitality of heaven and earth from all directions condensed above the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and connected to the vortex suspended in the air in the house into a line, and vitality continued to merge into this line. The condensed solid soul power is also constantly growing. What is Guyi doing in there? Douluo resisted the suction and looked at the vitality connecting heaven and earth in shock. Even if he had lived for so many years, he had never seen such a thing. The Blue Silver King was taking advantage of this opportunity to diligently absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. This was a great opportunity. For thousands of years, where could there be so much heaven and earth energy condensed? In the Sunset Forest, both the soul masters and soul beasts were attracted by the huge movement. Such a large amount of heaven and earth energy must have brought treasures to the world. A large number of soul masters and soul beasts came in this direction. Guyi didn't know what was going on outside, and continued to inject soul power. The whole hut was completely shining, and the martial soul in Guyi's body was shining. The powerful fluctuations generated by the vortex directly caused several silver-white cracks in the surrounding space, and the space could not withstand this powerful fluctuation. With the continuous output of soul power, the fluctuations generated by the vortex reached an unprecedented peak, and the speed of rotation was almost out of control for Guyi's mental power. But it was finally over. Guyi could feel that the vortex in the air was about to reach its limit. Feeling that only a quarter of the soul power was left in his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the hut, Douluo no longer dared to stand at the door. If it weren't for the fact that his blood and chi had recovered to their peak a few months ago and his strength had not increased significantly, he would have been unable to control his own soul power. An abnormal change occurred. The calm yin-yang eyes of ice and fire suddenly shot out 2 brilliant rays of light. One red and one blue. The speed was so fast that even with Douluo's eyesight, he could only slightly catch the traces of their movement, and he was completely unable to react. He could only watch the 2 rays of light rush into the hut. Guyi also noticed it. What is this? Guyi was stunned for half a second as he watched the two red and blue rays of light merge into the vortex in an instant. He had not expected this situation. The soul power vortex, which had already reached its limit, had undergone a huge change after the two rays of light were integrated. It broke the limit almost instantly. The vitality of heaven and earth poured into it crazily. Seeing this situation, Guyi wanted to die. He could only increase the delivery of soul power and the control of mental power to stabilize the vortex. Guyi had no time to care about what the two rays of light were at this moment. The speed of rotation was getting faster and faster. Even mental power had its limit and had not yet reached the point where it could be squandered infinitely. He could no longer control the situation. He could only go all the way. While stabilizing the vortex, Guyi was also frantically compressing the two rays of light that broke in. He was also ruthless in his heart. Since they broke in, he would accept them. The two rays of light contained huge energy, and he even felt the existence of divine power from them. His face turned pale again, and his soul power was about to be exhausted. The vortex was about to reach its peak. Now it depends on who can't hold on first. At this time, the poisonous miasma was already full of soul beasts, but there was no trace of soul masters. Wealth and opportunity are important, but life is more important. No soul master would put himself in danger. The sunset forest is so big. Although there are no soul beasts of 100,000 years, there are still soul beasts of tens of thousands of years. All of them stared at the poisonous miasma, but could not get close. The soul power was broken after all. The vortex also became extremely unstable, and the vitality of heaven and earth continued to flow in. Guyi also showed reluctance on his face. He didn't expect to fail in the last step. Human, if you agree to our conditions, we can help you suppress this uncontrollable vortex. A majestic and domineering voice poured into Guyi's mind. The vortex that had become unstable became quiet at this moment. Who? Guyi looked up and didn't find anyone. But his mental power found a trace. Who are you? Guyi looked at the red light and could feel that it was the sound it made just now. I am the Fire Dragon King, the top beast under the Dragon God. Chapter 152 Compromise? Impossible. I am the Ice Dragon King, the top beast under the Dragon God. Along with the fiery red light, the blue light couldn't help but speak. It turned out to be these two. Guyi didn't expect that the things that ruined his good deeds were the two beasts that generated the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Yin-yang eyes of ice and fire made him successful, and yin-yang eyes of ice and fire made him fail. As long as you swear a great oath to free us brothers from our souls after becoming gods, we can help you and let you successfully condense the soul core. If you two hadn't come uninvited, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Guyi didn't agree immediately because of their promise. Two dragon-shaped phantoms condensed in the air. One red, one blue. Human, if it weren't for the treasure land created by our fall, you would have to agree to our conditions, otherwise you will die together. The Fire Dragon King had a very rough temper and didn't give Guyi any extra choices. After falling for so many years, their spiritual consciousness is about to disappear. If they can't find a place to live, they may completely disappear between heaven and earth. I have to think about it. Guyi lowered his head and pondered, still not making a decision. Don't think about it. Now without our help, you will not be able to suppress this energy collection that rotates to the limit anyway. The Ice Dragon King's tone was a little kinder, and he persuaded Guyi earnestly to agree to their request. Guyi didn't answer, but continued to lower his head. After a while, boy, if we drag it on, we will all die. If we don't make a decision, the worst that can happen is that both the fish and the net will be broken. The Fire Dragon King could just feel that his consciousness was being attacked continuously. If he had half of his strength before, this energy collection would not hurt him at all. But now his strength and that of the Ice Dragon King are not even 1,000th of what they were before. If it weren't for the mutual generation and restraint between their attributes, they could barely suppress this vortex. The fish may die, but the net will not break. Guyi finally responded. At this moment, he had a contemptuous smile on his face. He really thought that he would agree to trade with them. Since you are here, then become part of my powerful strength. Just now, Guyi lowered his head not to think about whether to agree to their conditions, but to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to condense soul power. Although the vortex was stabilized, the vitality of heaven and earth was still merging into it, with great momentum. The two Dragon Kings with only a little consciousness left could not detect his little movements at all. Perhaps it takes a long time for others to recover their soul power, but he is different. Now, his meridians are connected to the heaven and earth, and his strength is generated all the time. If he had not been unable to spare the energy to refine it into soul power before, he would not have ended up in this situation. However, the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King helped him suppress the solid soul power, giving him a chance to condense soul power. Although the soul power has not yet recovered, Guyi is very sure that these soul powers are enough. Because he still has the original energy field. The reason why he couldn't condense the soul core completely before was because these two ancient beasts were interfering. Although his current level is very low, his martial soul is a god-level martial soul, and the condensed field can be regarded as a divine skill. It is still possible to suppress these two Dragon Kings who are like candles in the wind. What's more, their power is still fire and ice elements, which hits his strengths. No, he wants to refine us. The Ice Dragon King reacted and saw Guyi sending soul power over. The vortex that was originally suppressed by them became faster because of the injection of Guyi's soul power. With their current consciousness, they can't resist such a fast speed and compression force. No. Guyi heard two unwilling roars, but he was not moved at all and continued to inject soul power. It was simply a fantasy to think that he could surrender by relying on the residual soul. The space cracks generated near the vortex were getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, it was no longer satisfied with absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, and even the space force was constantly being sucked into it. Hiss! Guyi screamed in pain. The space force was a dimensionality reduction attack on the mental power. The mental power that could be controlled was constantly torn by the space force. He could only increase the output of mental power continuously, which was a bit stretched even for his current mental power. The space cracks became larger and larger, but at this moment his attention was not on the space cracks at all. The residual souls of the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King had completely disappeared under the surging vortex and compression, turning into part of the solid soul power. Completely attracted by the silver-white solid soul power in front of him, he felt the powerful force on it very keenly. If it exploded, it would be even more amazing than the power of Tang Hao's 9 rings exploding together before. Suddenly, the space around the solid soul power became extremely dark, darker than the darkest place in the world, and even light would be sucked in. Time seemed to stand still, and the solid soul power that was originally spinning rapidly stopped. Success? The vague connection in the air made Guyi understand that his soul core had been condensed successfully. There was only the last bit of soul power left in the body. If it didn't succeed again, he would have to give up. Fortunately, it succeeded in the end. Although he wanted to take the soul core into his body right now, he also knew that his current state would not work at all. It was necessary to restore the state to be the most appropriate. Outside the house, Douluo watched the movement disappear, and the vitality of heaven and earth was no longer so turbulent. He whispered, "Guyi. I'm fine." Douluo relaxed. "It's good that it's fine." This time, the soul core he condensed was very stable, which even Guyi himself did not expect. Perhaps this has something to do with the two small dots, one red and one blue, in the silver-white soul core. Recovering the state has never been a problem for Guyi, and his soul power has been restored in almost a few minutes. It's just absorbing some of the vitality of heaven and earth. Mental power is relatively more troublesome, but it's okay. Half an hour later, Guyi opened his eyes and looked at the solid soul power that was slowly absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. Directly mobilize this soul core towards Danshan. This will be his first soul core. This kind of mobilization is not difficult. The silver-white soul core slowly approaches Danshan and sticks to his skin. Intense pain spreads from Danshan to the whole body. Every inch of skin is in pain. However, these pains are not as painful as the battle with Tang Hao. That was the shattering of muscles and bones. Even the soul was trembling with that kind of pain. Sitting cross-legged on the ground motionless, his mind is focused on Danshan, feeling the changes in it. The soul core continued to merge, and the silver-white lines spread from the Danshan to the whole body, as if to make a comprehensive transformation of his body. If he could not bear it, his body would collapse, and his body would die. However, Guyi attached great importance to physical training, and his toughness was far beyond that of ordinary soul masters. Chapter 153 Great Transformation. The silver-white lines soon spread to Guyi's whole body, even his face. Endless power flowed through his body from these lines, and also transformed his body into a stronger one. The heaven and earth vitality that had originally calmed down was now sucked into Guyi's body like a black hole. Guyi could not care about so much, nor could he think so much, and had entered the deepest level of meditation. This coexistence with the heaven and earth, breathing with all things, all the distracting thoughts in his mind were eliminated at this moment. All the secrets of the world seemed to be revealed in front of him at this moment. Let him absorb continuously. Especially the two elements of ice and fire, even their origins were placed in front of him, crushed and placed in front of him. Guyi was like a sponge that had dried up for a long time, constantly absorbing the truth of heaven and earth. A strong spatial force was wrapped around him, and power was constantly flowing into his body. The power was constantly absorbed into the soul core in his danshan, improving his cultivation. This state was something that even Guyi had never reached before. It was so mysterious and unparalleled that it was difficult to describe in words. His comprehension of the elements continued to rise, and he entered into a state of meditation for a month. During this period, Douluo also walked in to see, and found that Guyi was not in any danger, so he left with an envious look on his face. As a titled Douluo, Douluo naturally understood that Guyi in front of him had entered the state that soul masters dream of most. Click, click. The hut, which had been silent for a month, suddenly heard a few sounds caused by bones rubbing against each other. So comfortable. Guyi stood up and stretched, with a satisfied look on his face. Practicing is indeed addictive. Although his body had been sitting here for a month, his soul was wandering between heaven and earth, feeling the withering and flourishing of all things. Level 69. Guyi felt his current level, and he was only one step away from getting another soul ring. In addition to the martial arts and domains he possessed, even if he did not mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth, he might be able to fight a titled Douluo. Although he has condensed the soul core now, there are still many places that need to be understood in depth. Although the condensation of the soul core was full of twists and turns, it was finally successful, and not only that, it also gained a lot of unexpected things. Looking inward at himself, the soul core in the danshan is slowly absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, strengthening itself. These are not the key points. The most important thing is the two small light spots in the soul core, one red and one blue. This is the gift left by the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King. The soul core in the danshan is condensed by combining the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra soul power he practiced, the vitality of heaven and earth, and the power of space. Originally, this kind of strange color would not appear, but the appearance of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings was unexpected, making the ice and fire elements far surpass other elements, which also made the ice and fire elements in the soul core more powerful. Guyi still likes this kind of gift. I am afraid that the temperature of the flame he can condense now will not be lower than that of Ma Hung Jun. A bright and warm flame appeared in Guyi's hand in the hut. This was not any other flame, but the Nirvana flame of his fifth soul skill. Before, he could only slightly modify the fifth soul skill. After all, the Nirvana flame was not so easy to control, even if he practiced the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra. Now it is different. He can extract the Nirvana flame contained in it by relying on the original energy field. This kind of flame is not destructive, but contains vitality. If Ma Hung Jun's phoenix flame is mainly burning and destroying, then the Nirvana flame in his hand is mainly vitality and recovery. It is the same flame, but the path is completely different. Guyi has a deeper understanding of the duality of things, or even the multifaceted nature. With a thought, the flame dissipated. Then he took a step and appeared outside the house as if shrinking the earth into an inch. In addition to the flame, the space force that could only be slightly perceived was also understood in this meditation. The condensation of the soul core cannot do without the space force. Have you finished your training? Douluo, who was watching over the immortal grass, felt the fluctuation of space behind him, and turned around to see Guyi. Well, old poisonous creature, I'm so grateful to you for this period of time. You are so leisurely, but I, an old man, spent a lot of effort to drive away the soul beasts outside. Douluo complained. Although Guyi was wandering in the sky, he still understood the situation outside. Old poisonous creature, if you don't vent your anger, you will create an elder for Yan Yan. Douluo was stunned for a moment. When did Guyi make such a joke? This was completely different from him before. Get out of here, old man, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Hurry up and create a great-grandson with Yan Yan for me to hug. Douluo laughed and scolded. Compared with the previous young and mature, he admired Guyi more now. What are you doing? Douluo asked curiously. If it were in the past, he would definitely not ask. But now the situation is different. Guyi and his granddaughter have become closer. Things that could not be explored before can now be asked. Douluo has no family, nor has he joined any forces. The only thing he cares about is his granddaughter. After Guyi and Douguyan got together, he could naturally treat him as a family. The method to improve the quality of soul power. When I improve it a little more, your strength will definitely be able to change dramatically. With the experience of condensing the soul core this time, Guyi believes that it will not take long to perfect the method of soul core, and it will be much simpler at that time. The titled Douluo of today's Douluo continent is not as good as the titled Douluo 10,000 years later. There is a qualitative difference in soul power. Especially Huo Yuhao with 3 soul cores. After all, the 800,000-year-old Emperor Tian is not his opponent. If it were not for the fact that it was not a human, but a soul beast, I'm afraid he has already ascended to the divine realm. Douluo was also somewhat happy. After all, no one would refuse to improve their strength, especially after being a goalkeeper for so many years. Anything else? Douluo suddenly asked. Guyi shook his head. It's all right, why don't you get out of here? Yanyan is still waiting for you in the academy. Douluo cursed. Guyi was confused and thought something was wrong. However, Guyi did not refute. After all, the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition was getting closer and closer, and as the dean, he was often not in the academy. A ball of fire appeared in his hand. Nirvana flame is the best at recovering injuries. Guyi showed a sinister smile on his face. Are you ready? The devil training is about to begin. Chapter 154 Hunting Journey. Nodon T. Kilm. In the forest, a man fell to the ground, constantly moving backwards with his hands, looking at the black figure that kept walking towards him in horror. The emotion of fear spread to the whole body. Even if he had the cultivation of soul sect, he couldn't use it now. His hands and feet were cold. Be my strength at ease. 8 sharp blades pierced into the soul sect's body and lifted him up from the ground. The sharp blades pierced his body directly. Ah! Soul power and vitality quickly lost, and the figure hidden under the black robe also made a sound of enjoyment. The sound made by the soul sect became weaker and weaker, until it completely lost its sound. After the black figure absorbed the power contained in the corpse, he threw it away with disgust. The dry corpse rolled on the ground like garbage for several rounds, and stopped when it hit a big tree. It's almost there, wait a little longer. The black figure escaped into the darkness again, like a hunter in the darkness, waiting for the next prey. Tianwen Academy. Get up, with your current strength, you still want to win the championship, I think you are just wishful thinking. Walking leisurely among the 7 people, and beside him were 7 boys and girls who were knocked to the ground. Juking, don't you want to get rid of the shackles of the family? Just eat the fish. Guyi walked to Juking, squatted down and said sarcastically. Continue. Juking endured the pain in his abdomen, seized the opportunity when Guyi paused, and grabbed him with his hands with sharp claws. The speed of the instantaneous burst is definitely faster than that of ordinary soul masters. Oh, there is still a plan, but it's a pity that the speed is too slow and the soul power control is too poor. Juking's claws stopped 3 inches in front of Guyi, but seemed to be blocked by something, and could not attack. Guyi's words just now were not said to this kind of people, but to Ma Hongjun, who suddenly jumped up. Ma Hongjun's flames are now very explosive and the temperature is extremely high. As the power increases, it also means that the control is reduced. This is inevitable, and no one can avoid it. Take a step, and the next moment he appeared beside Ma Hongjun, gently pushing his round belly. In an instant, Ma Hongjun flew out as if he was hit by a huge force, hitting the courtyard wall, and a mouthful of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Guyi did not favor one over the other, and also gave Juking a blow, leaving her without the ability to fight back. Look at what you look like now, weak, disorganized, and even the simplest resistance to beating is not good. Do you think Guyi is too much? Xiao Xin looked at the 7 people who were beaten badly and asked Zhao Wuji beside him. Zhao Wuji did not come from a regular academy, but relied on his martial arts spirit and talent to get to where he is now. He has experienced countless battles and injuries. In his opinion, this is nothing special. But using it to teach students is indeed a bit excessive. After all, it takes time to recover from injuries. Oscar and the others are now at a critical time of cultivation. If their cultivation is affected by injuries, it will not be worth the loss. Zhao Wuji did not choose to interfere, because he believed that Guyi would not abuse students and must have his own plans. Guyi should know. At this moment, a ball of fire appeared in Guyi's hand and he threw it towards Zhu Zuking, who was closest to him. What kind of fire is this? As an auxiliary soul master, Xiao Xin could feel the powerful vitality and recovery power contained in it. Before the flame touched Zhu Zuking, it suddenly split into 7, 6 of which flew towards the others, and the remaining one continued to fly into Zhu Zuking's forehead. What is this? Zhu Zuking didn't understand what this flame was, but she could feel that this flame did not hurt her, but was repairing the injured part. In just a short while, the pain in her abdomen had eased a lot. Not only Zhu Zuking, but the others also found that their bodies were recovering rapidly. Ma Hongjun was originally a fire player, and he also merged with the Nirvana Fire Phoenix with Nirvana Flame, so he was very familiar with this kind of flame. However, he did not obtain the heaven-defying soul skills like Guyi. It was just a soul skill that strengthened himself. The 7 people got up from the ground one after another. Damn, Brother Yi, you also have healing ability. Oscar stood up and jumped a few times, looking at Guyi in shock. Guyi was already extremely powerful, but he now has the ability to heal. Is he going to let people live? The others also looked at Guyi. Is there anything else this man can't do? Brother Yi, is there anything else you can't do? Ning Rongrong looked at Guyi curiously. She couldn't imagine how such an all-round person could exist. I can't give birth to a child. Guyi rarely made a joke in front of them. Now he was no different from a 15-year-old boy in mentality. Naturally, he was no more serious than before. Looking at their mouths and eyes wide open, he told them a cruel reality the next moment. From today on, as long as you don't die from practicing, practice to death. Being able to control the Nirvana flame freely can be regarded as a great aid for cultivation. There is no need to worry about getting hurt or wasting time. Ah! Guyi was very satisfied with their performance at the moment. Sure enough, watching the students' continuous progress can bring happiness. All colleges are working hard to strengthen the students' cultivation, especially the colleges with the highest reputation and wealth. All want to go further in the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition. Especially this year, there are also the pure Yuangong and the theory of meridians invented by Guyi. It can be said that it shocked all the Soul Masters. Especially some students with high comprehension but weak martial spirits made rapid progress in strength after learning pure Yuangong. All the nobles realized that a prehistoric beast was grinding its teeth, waiting to bite off their necks in the end. Martial Soul Hall. Bibi Dong had great talent, so she naturally understood that the pure Yuangong given to her by Guyi was not the most precious, but the meridian theory attached to it was the most precious. She deeply understood that pure Yuangong was just the lowest level technique in Guyi's hands. From these contacts with Guyi, Bibi Dong did not think that Guyi was the kind of person who was willing to dedicate everything to the world. Just looking at these meridian theories, Bibi Dong felt that the gains were amazing, but it was basically impossible to create another technique. It seems that I still have to go find him. Bibi Dong looked outside the Pope's palace with complicated eyes. Report to the Pope, Tang San's matter has been investigated. It is indeed a twin spirit, and it can be basically confirmed that he is the descendant of Tang Hao, but he has been missing in the past few months and has not appeared again. The spy who was half kneeling on the ground couldn't stop shaking, and his aura suddenly became cold. Got it, you can leave first. The spy felt the pressure covering him dissipate, and hurriedly took his leave and left the Pope's palace. A faint voice came from the empty Pope's palace. Yu Xiaogang, you are really... Chapter 155 Dark Red Boy. In a blink of an eye, Tianwen Academy has been established for more than a year and a half, and there is only the last half-month before the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. Today's Tianwen Academy has completely established a foothold in Tiandu City and is well known far and wide. Some bad things will happen in the process of growth. There are no less than 10 thieves alone. Pure Yuangong and Meridian Theory have greatly improved the cultivation of Soul Masters. Everyone knows that Guyi has more powerful skills. In the end, they could only return empty-handed. The basic skills have been passed down, and the theory has also been passed down. The next step is their own business. Things that are obtained without effort will never be too cherished. The 17-year-old Guyi has now reached the 70th level of Soul Master cultivation. The Soul Core has improved the cultivation speed beyond Guyi's imagination. It absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth every moment, which is completely a cheating device for cultivation. After 11 years of cultivation, it has finally reached the first major level of the Soul Master system, which is crucial. It has already reached the 70th level, but it has not had the opportunity to get the soul beast it wants. However, he is not in a hurry. After all, it will take some time to settle down. Whether it is soul power, physique, or mental power, there is still a little gap to absorb the imagined soul beast. After all, a million years of cultivation is not so easy to absorb. Besides, it is not an easy task to get the silkworm baby, even now there is no certainty. We must plan it well. However, compared with this matter, Gu Yi attaches more importance to this all-continent advanced soul master competition. Although there are more and more students in Tianwen Academy, after all, except for Duguyan and 7 others, there is no one who can hold up the scene. But it is not necessary, after all, his Nirvana fire can recover from injuries. Half a month later. The capital of Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City. All the participating teams gathered together, and Oscar and the other 7 people seemed very excited. After all, in this backward world, it is hard to gather so many people. Except for the battlefield, it is estimated that only the all-continent advanced soul master competition can gather so many people. Dean Flanders! Oscar shouted, attracting the attention of several people. After all, most of them came from Shrek Academy. Gu Yi also looked over, but his sight was different from that of others. The eyes were on a dark red-haired, cold, and ruthless boy. He is handsome. Gu Yi always felt that the aura of the man in front of him was a little strange, a little turbid. But he only glanced at him for a few times and then set his sights on Yu Xiaogang and others. Yes, Yu Xiaogang is back. He left so decisively at the beginning, but now he is shamelessly coming back. Here they come. As expected of a master. Then came Lu Erlong, a woman he often saw. After all, many jobs require her help. Finally, he set his sights on Flanders, for whom he no longer had any special feelings. The feelings of being both a teacher and a father were long gone, and now he was just a stranger he knew. Flanders and others also found them. Gu Yi looked at the dark red-haired boy sharply, and felt a vague murderous aura from him, which was very faint and could not be detected by ordinary people. It is certain that he did not know this boy. Things are getting interesting. Gu Yi thought of a possibility. If it was really as he imagined, then things would be fun. But why didn't this little rabbit get close to him? Gu Yi looked at Xiao Wu walking beside Lu Erlong, and was a little confused, but her cultivation level surprised Gu Yi. Level 37. Her cultivation level was not impressive, but it was cultivated after he sealed off the 100,000 year cultivation level in her body. This cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Although it could not be compared with Zhu Zuking and others, the cultivation speed was similar to that of a congenital full soul master. On the other hand, Dai Mubai's cultivation level was only level 42, and he had long been left behind by Ma Hongjun and Oscar. What he wanted was not obtained in Shrek Academy. Flanders also saw Gu Yi and others. Flanders, who wanted to come over to say hello, was directly pulled away by Yu Xiaogang. Registration is important. Gu Yi did not care, as they were no longer on the same path. The opening ceremony was over quickly. The first battle was against the Purple Star Academy, which only had a name in the original book. It was also the luck of the Purple Star Academy that did not advance. The battle was resolved in less than a minute. Even the true abilities of Duguyan and others were not forced out. It was just for paddling. Gu Yi's attention was not on this, but on Shrek Academy. Although he had some guesses about the identity of the dark red-haired boy, he still had to see it with his own eyes before he could make the final judgment. This time, Shrek remained unchanged and was still fighting against the Tiandu Royal Academy. However, this time, it was difficult to replicate the miracle created by Duguyan and others before. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and others, whose cultivation had not been greatly improved, plus Tai Long, were not so easy to win even against spoiled young ladies and young masters who had never experienced battles. It's you, Tang San. Gu Yi watched the dark red-haired boy use blood-red vines with terrifying thorns growing on them. Although the martial soul had changed a lot, Gu Yi still knew the identity of the boy from it. Tang San, who had been missing for a long time. It seems that the poison skills passed down by the Tang sect are really powerful. Knowing what he wanted, Gu Yi no longer needed to watch. What if he survived? It was just another kill. Tang San, standing on the stage, also looked at the audience, but only saw Gu Yi's back. Your power will soon be mine. A trace of greed flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, as if he was savoring something. On the streets of Tiandu, a dried corpse lay in a corner, with a miserable death, and the expression of death was extremely terrified. The preliminaries are still going on. Tianwen Academy is completely unstoppable, and no team can stop them. Especially the captain, Duguyan, completely inherited the essence of poison Douluo, and his unsolvable poison skills frightened the contestants. The world finally understood that Tianwen Academy not only has the latest skills, but also the top teaching. Although geniuses are rare, Douluo continent is so big that there are enough geniuses, but no academy has taught such a powerful student. During this period, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall was so scared that he hurriedly sent back a message, but he only received a handwritten letter from Bibi Dong. Everything is normal, continue. This chapter is just a transition, and the exciting plot is still to come. How can Guyi obtain the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm? Why did Tang San's hair turn dark red? What did Guyi do to Lu Erlong in the office that day? More exciting things are to come. Please give me a monthly ticket and reward. Chapter 156 Planning the Soul Ring. After several qualifying matches, all major forces have a good idea of a the strong teams. Tianwen Academy is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse, and it has been through all the levels without any opponents who can stop it. So far, there has been no failure. Even the injuries are rare. In addition, there is another team that is not as experienced as Tianwen Academy, but it is also a dark horse. The original Blue Tyrant Academy is now Shrek Academy. Especially the absolute main force among them, Tang San, known as the Blood Vine, and the evil-eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai. Especially Tang San, his strength is even more terrifying, he can use the vines with one hand as flexibly as his hands and feet. Not only that, the poison contained in them is even more terrifying. Some people even think the poison in Tang San's vines is no weaker than Duguyan's. This is just a guess, and the final answer can only be known after the two meet. Xiao San, although your weak blue-silver grass was far superior to the low-level spirit blue-silver grass after my teaching, it is still too weak. Now your dark red blue-silver grass after transformation is not weaker than the high-level spirit. If you continue to practice according to my route, it is not impossible to be comparable to the top spirit. Yu Xiaogang looked at his disciple whose appearance and spirit had changed drastically, and he had to admire his good luck. He could mutate in a good direction after his spirit awakened. Unlike himself, he could only hold this useless spirit Luo Sanbao that failed to mutate for the rest of his life. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely work harder. Tang San with dark red hair was still very respectful to Yu Xiaogang, but no one saw the greed in his eyes. A euro. Come out. Guyi returned to his office and shouted to the only plant in the room. A ray of light flashed, and a charming young woman in a blue dress appeared not far from the potted plant. My lord, what's the matter? A yin walked to the table and skillfully served Guyi tea and water. This is her current job. How far is Qing'er's martial soul from evolving? After more than a year, Lin Qing's martial soul can no longer progress slowly through the blue-silver emperor. What she needs is an opportunity. It's only a thin line away, but if she wants to reach my level, I'm afraid she will need more than 10 or 20 years of practice. Maybe when she practices to the titled Douluo, the accumulation of martial souls can be considered reached. The grass and wood art is certainly a very good practice, but even if it is a peerless practice, the bottleneck still exists. It is impossible to ignore everything just because the practice is powerful. Just like the Jotian Liu He Sutra that Guyi himself practiced, the difficulty of practicing it was several levels higher than the herbal art, but if there was no elixir made with Qirong Tongtianzhou as the main medicine, it would be impossible to upgrade to the god-level martial soul, let alone awaken the realm. Lin Qing's martial soul was really too bad, it was just the most ordinary blue-silver grass, there was no hidden bloodline, and it was not a twin martial soul. The reason why he could get to this point today was entirely because he absorbed the essence of plants and trees every day, wind and rain, and it was because of this that he could get to this point today. Really? It seems that some stimulation is still needed. Guyi took the tea handed over by a yin and tasted it. Not bad, your skills have been getting better and better recently. With a sigh of praise, Guyi set his sights on the soul core in his body again. After more than a year of cultivation, the soul core has more than doubled in size than before, and it is still absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. Every moment makes him stronger. It seems that I need to meet that old man again after the game. There are so many calculations involved in making Tianmeng Ice Silkworm become his soul ring. It is definitely not feasible for him to do it alone, and there are only a few people in this world who can help him. More importantly, although these people have level 99 soul power, their strength is not strong, and they are even weaker than the titled Douluo of 10,000 years later. Without condensing the soul core, the quality of their soul power is not up to standard, and their strength is even weaker. However, this also gives Guyi a great advantage in proposing conditions. At this point, there is basically no room for improvement, unless they become gods. Otherwise, their lives will stay where they are. Go back and bring I1/2 EOEA 1/4 I1/2 alone tomorrow. The next day. There was no competition at Tianwen Academy today, but Guyi still brought a few people to the competition site. Look, the battle between Shrek Academy and Elephant Armor Sect. A blue gold vine was still wrapped around his arm. What a dirty smell! Yin transmitted the voice into Guyi's mind through her mental power. It was the first time she saw such a dirty blue-silver grass. It completely tarnished the name of blue-silver grass. He is your son. Guyi felt her wrist tighten, and a vine stretched out from her sleeve. The man who tarnished the blue-silver grass turned out to be her own son. Yin couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. Impossible, even if he lost the blood of the blue-silver emperor, he wouldn't fall to this point. Yin looked at Tang San, who was skillfully wrapping up the enemy, and couldn't imagine it. How could things develop to this point? What do you feel? Blood, devouring, toxins and all kinds of powers are included in it, just like grafting multiple different powers. And the soul power is no longer pure. Guyi nodded. The aura on Tang San's body is so mottled, it is definitely not the level that can be achieved through normal cultivation. It is incredible that the martial soul can have such a big change. This game is very difficult, but Tang San still won the final victory with the blood-colored vines. What do you feel about this game today? Guyi looked at the 7 people. Very strong. Ma Hongjun spat out 2 words. Just when everyone was wondering when Ma Hongjun was so modest, they heard his next words. But we are stronger. Ma Hongjun was full of confidence when he said this, and so were the others. After such a long period of devilish training, no matter what kind of opponent, they could not stop them. The final champion must belong to Tianwen Academy, to them. Not bad, you are confident enough, and you should have such confidence. Guyi did not scold them, after all, he was just stating the facts. Okay, take it back. Guyi did not leave, but found Jian Douluo standing behind Ning Fengzi. How about a deal? Guyi did not ask him for help, but directly started with a deal. Dingu, please tell us what you want, as long as we can do it, we will do our best. Jian Douluo did not speak, but Ning Fengzi beside him spoke. Chapter 157 Showing One's Prowess in Public. Soul Hunting. Just 2 words made Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi frown. They all knew Guyi's strength, and Chen Xin was probably not his opponent. Such a person needs other people to help participate in the soul hunting, and the soul beast hunted would not be 100,000-year soul beast. Although Ning Fengzi and others have improved their ideas to a great extent, they just never thought that Guyi's purpose was not for 100,000-year soul beast, but 1,000,000-year soul beast. If it was just 100,000-year soul beast, even he could succeed alone. Dingu, I think this matter should be discussed in a relatively quiet place. Whether agreed or not, such a big thing should not be spread out. Especially Jian Douluo is the pillar of their 7 treasures glazed sect. If someone knows about it, it is very likely to set up an ambush. That's true. Several people came to a tea house, which is absolutely safe and trustworthy. I wonder what kind of soul beast Dingu wants to hunt, and what its strength is. With your current strength, I'm afraid no soul beast can be your opponent. Ning Fengzi looked at Guyi, this matter must be understood clearly. Master Ning, you are joking. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Soul beasts have existed in the world for so long, and there are countless strong ones among them. My meager strength is not enough. There are no less than 10 soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest alone whose strength exceeds his. Especially the 800,000-year-old Emperor Tian. I'm afraid his strength is only a hair's breadth away from being a god. This kind of strength, how can it be defeated with the current strength? It's good enough to survive. As for the soul beast, I want to find an ice silkworm. It's not strong, but the soul beasts around it are very strong. How strong? The sword Douluo spoke for the first time. The sword holder needs to be reborn in the tempering of life and death. He hasn't had a hearty battle for too long. Guyi is very powerful, but he can't fight with all his strength. Qian Daoliu, I think Jian Douluo knows it. Chen Xin nodded. Even if he died, he would never forget him. His father died challenging him. What do you mean? Chen Xin didn't understand why Guyi mentioned Qian Daoliu at this time. The soul beast we are going to face this time is even more powerful than Qian Daoliu. Jian Dao Chen Xin, dare you swing your sword? Chen Xin was shocked. Who is Qian Daoliu? He is a peak that cannot be surpassed in the Soul Master world. Even his father, the 97th level Super Douluo, was defeated and died because of this. What level of soul beast can be more powerful than Qian Daoliu? Does such a powerful soul beast really exist? Why not? Even if it is a god, when it is time to swing the sword, it will not stop. Chen Xin's body was filled with amazing sword intent, and the whole person was like a sword out of its sheath. Guyi actually admired Chen Xin very much. There are still such pure and extremely skilled swordsmen in this world. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is rare. It is a pity that he lives in this world. Even if he goes further in the swordsmanship, it is just a castle in the air and useless. If there is such a powerful soul beast, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will not participate in it. If what Guyi said is true, it would be a suicide to let Chen Xin participate. If what Guyi said is false, there is no need to join. Why not listen to the reward first? Ning Fengzi's refusal was within Guyi's expectations. If it were him, he would not agree to such a thing. The gap in strength is too big. It is not a soul-hunting operation, but a suicide operation. Ning Fengzi wanted to hear what Guyi would come up with. No matter what treasure it is, he has made up his mind not to participate. No matter how many treasures there are, it is useless if you can't keep them. During these years as the sect master, he had come into contact with more treasures than the emperors of the Tiandu Empire, and he also understood the truth that the world could not see clearly. Money can move people's hearts, and Jian Douluo is the pillar of the family, and he will not lose his existence even if all the family wealth is lost. Even if Guyi took out the elixir that could make his martial soul evolve, he still would not agree. Look at my palm. A silver-white ball of light appeared in Guyi's right hand, which was his soul power. Finally, he withdrew his hand. The silver-white ball of light stopped in front of the 3 people. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin were not. He was an impatient person, looking at the light ball quietly. With a thought, dense cracks extended around the silver-white light ball. Space cracks. Chen Xin looked at the cracks around the light ball in shock, and the space force contained in it could be clearly felt. Sometimes his sword energy could also create space cracks, and it was because the space could not withstand such a strong force that this happened. But now, Guyi only released a ball of soul power light ball, and he was able to do this. Chen Xin's reaction was expected, but there was something more shocking next. Guyi suddenly felt that it was a good feeling to show off in front of people occasionally. With more and more cracks, the silver-white light ball was instantly compressed, directly forming a black hole, and began to rotate at high speed. Ning Fengzi, who had no time to react, staggered and was sucked up. Fortunately, with the 79th level soul power as a foundation, he was not sucked in. The vitality of heaven and earth was also sucked in a large amount. What is this? Ning Fengzi frowned, not understanding what it was. Chen Xin saw some clues from it. Highly condensed soul power. That's right. Guyi snapped his fingers. Even if Chen Xin hadn't reached this point, he was still a Super Douluo at level 96, and his vision in this regard was not comparable to Ning Fengzi's. After all, no matter how wise Ning Fengzi was, he could see the unknown clearly. How about it? Please help me with the method of condensing this soul power. Is Jian Douluo satisfied? Chen Xin glanced at Ning Fengzi, and the other party also gave him a look. After years of partner experience, only a look was enough. Okay, I agree. Guyi looked at Chen Xin with a smile, which was also within his expectations. Chen Xin could have a knot in his heart, defeating Qian Daoliu and proving for his father. 7 killing swords, not inferior to others. Faced with this method that can greatly improve strength, agreeing is just the easiest thing. After the competition, we will wait for the arrival of Sword Douluo. Several people walked out of the tea house. After parting with Guyi, Ning Fengzi asked the question in his heart, is the method Guyi came up with really so important? Well, if the skills he taught to geniuses before gave the bottom soul masters a chance to turn the tide, then this so-called soul core condensation method will completely change the situation of top combat power. The expression was quite cautious. Fengzi, if he really joins the spirit hall, he must make plans early. Guyi has become a force to be reckoned with, and the world will change because of him. Chen Xin recalled the soul core condensation method in his mind. It must be said that this is another heaven-defying creation after the pure Yuan Gong. Chapter 158 Planning and Warning. It is difficult to steal the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm from the hands of those super soul beasts with only his own strength. Then he can only find a way to let them out. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm did not accept his fate and was always thinking about escaping from their hands. If he could not grasp such a big advantage created by him, then he can only be called a waste. If he really fails, he can only go to the deep-sea demon whale king. However, the effect is not good, and he can't even get the expected second martial soul. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for his plan. Therefore, he must maximize this confidence. Not only will he invite Jian Douluo, but also Jian Daoliu. As long as someone who has passed the test here, he will invite him. As for failure, he has never thought about it. No title Douluo can resist the evolution of this kind of strength. As for whether the method of soul core condensation will cause an imbalance in strength among the major forces, I have also thought about this, but it doesn't matter. The strong will only become stronger, and the weak will not be able to do anything even if they have the most advanced cultivation method. This is a world where the fittest survive. If you don't have the ability, you can only go down. Alas! Guyi frowned slightly and walked into a dead end on the side. Where is he? After a long time, the spy, who was no different from ordinary people, looked at the empty alley in horror. I saw Guyi walk in with my own eyes, how could he disappear? At the same time, Guyi's figure fell into the luxurious room, sat casually on the chair, and lowered his head to play with the teacup on the table. Dingu, do you know what crime it is to break into the prince's bedroom privately? Are you looking for death? Guyi looked up at Qian Rongxiu who was holding a memorial across from him. Yes, that's right, it was Qian Rongxiu. After he came in, Qian Rongxiu removed the disguise of the soul bone. Qian Rongxiu didn't know why Guyi was so angry, but she had a great desire to control by nature, and it was impossible to let her ask actively. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to play riddles with you. The snake spear and the porcupine also guarded Qian Rongxiu. Although Guyi didn't have any murderous intentions, it could be heard from his words just now. This time it was not for the common plan, but for seeing master to ask for punishment. Qian Rongxiu, I don't want someone to follow me secretly when I go out in the future. Otherwise, even in front of these two titled Douluo, I will not give you face. The young master of the spirit hall was beaten in front of my subordinates, so you should be punished. The voice came from far away, and the next moment it was like a whisper in the ear. So fast. Snake Spear and Thorny Pig slightly turned sideways, and just now they didn't understand Guyi's actions at all. It seemed that he only took one step, but the figure came behind them, as if space had lost its meaning at this moment. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Qian Rongxiu leaned back, put one hand behind her back to support her body, and proudly raised her head, revealing her snow-white neck like a white swan. The eyes were stubborn and calm. Back off, the young master is not someone you can humiliate like this. Snake Spear and Thorny Pig attacked together. The attacks of the two titled Douluo were powerful, but ultimately useless. Two black whirlpools appeared on both sides of the attack, and the attack was directly sucked into them without touching Guyi at all. Remember what I said. Otherwise, it won't be so easy next time. At the same time, Guyi reached out and held the snow-white neck without any care, and rubbed it with his thumb for a few times. Before the next attack of the snake spear and the porpoise came, Guyi had disappeared in the bedroom. Only the warmth on the neck proved that all this was true. There was really a pair of warm hands on it just now. Check, what did Guyi do today? It took so long to find out Guyi's whereabouts. If he wanted to lose his temper, he would have lost his temper long ago. Something must have happened to cause this situation now. After the porpoise and the snake spear left, Qian Rongxiu reached out and hugged the neck that Guyi had just touched, and the book carefully stroked the skin that Guyi had just touched. There was an intoxicated and enjoyable expression on her face, and her body trembled slightly. It seemed that she had achieved some kind of spiritual satisfaction, a little crazy. Wait a little longer, and you will only belong to me in the end. Ha, 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 ha. Juking, have you heard? A tragedy happened during our competition. Ning Rongrong held Zhu Zuking's arm and kept talking in her ear. During this time, the 7 of them have become more and more affectionate, especially after experiencing Guyi's devilish training, they are inseparable. Zhu Zuking nodded. After all, this matter is quite big. Even if she focuses on practicing every day, she has heard some of it. I really don't know who did it. It's so cruel. It's not enough to kill people. They also have to drain the blood from the person and torture him before he dies. It's simply a psychopath. Although Zhu Zuking didn't care much about unfamiliar people, Ning Rongrong's words aroused the woman's heart. Well, Ning Rongrong, ask me to accompany you when you go out in the future. Zhu Zuking looked at Ning Rongrong seriously and solemnly. She was really worried that she had met with an accident when she went out. Okay, we are inseparable good sisters. I will ask you to go wherever we go. How could Ning Rongrong not understand that Zhu Zuking was worried about her safety? Holding Zhu Zuking's hand tighter. I am very glad that the decision 2 years ago to leave the sect was indeed the right one. These lifelong friends will never be met in the sect. In the dark of Tiandu City, the black-clothed man wearing a black hood and a blindfold mask covering his face mercilessly slaughtered the man in front of him who had no ability to resist. Sizzle. The black-clothed man stretched out his tongue to lick the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then spat. He looked at the man who had been stained with blood with disdain, and he was no longer interested in playing. Instantly sucked it dry. Then he walked out of this dark corner and disappeared in the city. Shrek Academy. Xiao San, why do you often disappear for no reason recently? Erlong is also rarely seen. I really don't know what you are busy with. Yu Xiaogang asked Tang San who came back from outside, and also complained about Lu Erlong who disappeared frequently. Teacher, I'll go to the auction house, maybe I can find some herbs to restore your martial spirit. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, and patted Tang San's shoulder heavily. Good boy, now your most important thing is the competition. I know the martial spirit thing myself, there is no hope. Tang San asked about his well-being again, which made Yu Xiaogang very relieved. This is his good disciple. It is a picture of caring for his disciples and caring for his master. When the wind blew, Tang San's dark red hair fluttered on his head, revealing sporadic redness in the sun. Chapter 159 Overcoming the Platinum Bishop. Tianwen Academy vs Kanghui Academy. Hearing the next academy announced on the stage, Guyi didn't expect that it would be their turn to face him this time. However, this wasn't a very difficult opponent. It was just that the 7-in-1 fusion technique was a little troublesome, but it was just a little troublesome. Although there was no purple demon eye of Tang San this time, there was also Wang Yanran's shining eyes. The 3 people with the greatest enthusiasm for cultivation in the entire academy were those who had blood feuds and lost both their parents. Lin Qing who wanted to satisfy Guyi, Wang Yanran who wanted to get rid of the shackles of her family. They were completely desperate. They didn't need anyone to watch them in their cultivation. They were self-disciplined and serious. This was also what Guyi admired about them. Only those who had experienced hardships since childhood and didn't collapse could do this. Even Oscar couldn't compare to them in terms of seriousness. After all, he didn't have a firm goal. It was impossible for him to make a life-threatening effort. As expected, after the Kanghui Academy's contestants appeared, everyone noticed their changes. The 4 core players were replaced by 4 people they had never seen before, and even the combination of their soul rings was not the best. Their previous team leader, Shi Nian, didn't know where he had taken him. Soon the colorful light column enveloped the entire arena, and no one was an exception. Both the students of Tianwen Academy and the students of Kanghui Academy disappeared. Xiao Gang, is this the legendary 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill? Flanders looked at the colorful light column on the field, a little shocked, but more worried. After all, this is Guyi's academy, and he is sorry for him after all. Why do you care so much? It just so happens that they are both injured, which is quite beneficial to our Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang looked at the colorful light on the field indifferently, and a sense of pleasure rose in his heart. Of course, it can be seen that this is not a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, but a 7-in-1 fusion skill. Although there is only a difference of 2 words, the power displayed is very different, but it is also a very powerful and rare skill. Even the group of people from Tianwen Academy may not be opponents. If a few more people can be disabled, it will be even better. The person Yu Xiaogang hates most in his heart is no longer Bibi Dong, but Gu Yi, the one who disabled his martial soul. Do you think they can pass safely? Flanders continued to ask. I don't know, but I'm in suspense. Flanders' expression froze, and he looked at Gu Yi standing outside the field, but he didn't notice any change in his expression. Still very calm. It was as if none of his students were in danger. What are you thinking about? Many people's eyes were on Gu Yi at this moment, wanting to see what decision he would make. Compared to the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, Gu Yi's appearance was more dazzling. After all, he created another way to cultivate soul power with his own strength. More importantly, it was announced, and his strength was extraordinary. Everyone in Tiandu City knew how strong Gu Yi was. At least he was a titled Douluo. Putting these two badges on him was enough to attract everyone's attention. But they were all disappointed. Gu Yi's face was not nervous or panicked, but calm. Ning Fengzi's worried heart was also put down at this moment. Not long after, the light dissipated. All the students of Kanghui Academy fell to the ground, holding their heads and screaming. All the students of Tianwen Academy were unharmed, except Wang Yanran, who was not outstanding before and stood in front of the 6 people. She looked pale and exhausted. Gu Yi smiled. Wang Yanran did not disappoint him after all, or when did she disappoint him? Yanran, I don't know what happened yet. Ma Hongjun thought he was going to lose this game. After all, the opponent's methods were too weird, and he didn't know where the opponent was because he was invisible and intangible. No matter how destructive the phoenix flame was, it was useless if it couldn't hit anyone. Others were also very surprised. They didn't know that Wang Yanran had such a trick. This was a collision of spiritual power. They naturally couldn't understand how powerful it was. As long as the spiritual attribute Soul Master grows up, it will be quite terrifying, and the combat power that can be exerted is not comparable to that of ordinary Soul Masters. It is also not easy to make the spiritual power stronger. Especially the high-level soul beasts with spiritual attributes are 1 in a million. Back to the academy, there was no time to rest, and the organizing committee of the competition came with people. Also came the Platinum Bishop Salas of the Wuhan Hall of Tiandu City, and 10 temple warriors, each of whom had a cultivation level above the Soul King. Also accompanied by Ning Fengzi and Bon Douluo. Dingu, this time I am here to investigate. Your students violated the rules of the competition and caused great damage to the students of Kanghui College. Please give me a favor. Although Salas received Bibi Dong's reply, he no longer cared about Tianwen College. After all, in his opinion, the Wuhan Hall would not lose either. But now Kanghui College has a good opportunity. If they can take the opportunity to expel it from the competition, it will be one less opponent for the Wuhan Hall. Anyway, it is a matter of convenience. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. This is why Salas did not call Elder Gu Yi. It is just for official business, not including the position of the Wuhan Hall. Have you found out? Gu Yi asked back while standing at the entrance of the academy. Sarath was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. What do you mean by have you found out? Could it be that Dingu wants to violate the investigation of the Spirit Hall? This statement was not small, and directly put Gu Yi on the opposite side of the Spirit Hall. Teacher, how about let's go with them, it's not a big deal anyway. Wang Yanran came out with a weak face, not wanting to let Gu Yi fight against the Spirit Hall because of her own reasons. Where do you want to go? Stand back. Gu Yi scolded, and then said coldly to Sarath without giving him any face, you dare to come here to interrogate my students without investigating the matter clearly. Do you think my Tianwen Academy is easy to bully? As the last sound fell, Gu Yi's figure also disappeared from the spot, as if he had crossed the space, and stood beside Sarath, and slapped him with his right hand. The powerful murderous aura and pressure vented out, making Sarath's face ugly. Even the dissipated momentum and murderous aura made the other Templars bend their legs. As the center of the storm, Sarath was even more miserable. He burst out with all his soul power, and his martial soul and soul rings were all revealed, but it was useless. He had to fall down. The bones made a crisp sound, and Sarath gritted his teeth. Even if he mobilized all his strength, he couldn't fight it. This force was too strong, incomparably strong, and undoubtedly overwhelming. The solid ground couldn't withstand such a strong pressure and cracked inch by inch. Finally, he knelt directly on the ground. I know how the students of Kanghui College are injured. If you have any more tricks, I'll take your head. Euro. Chapter 160 Collapse and Despair. Arrogant without any reason. Without giving the spirit hall any face, he pressed the platinum bishop, who was only below the Pope, to his knees on the street. If I hadn't Euro trademark T seen it on the spot, I really wouldn't Euro trademark T believe that anyone would dare to do such a thing. Euro Mr. Ning, if you have nothing to do, please do me a favor. After all, it is a bit indecent for a platinum bishop to kneel at the entrance of the academy, which delays my students from entering and leaving the school normally. Euro. Gu Rong, who was standing behind Ning Fengzi, twitched his mouth. This was simply a murderous move, and he didn't Euro trademark T take Saroth seriously at all. Euro Elita Euro trademark Esco. Why are you still standing here stupidly, Euro? Turning around and walking into the academy, he didn't Euro trademark T forget to call Wang Yanran, who was still standing there in a daze. Euro, teacher, wait for me. Wang Yanran followed Gu Yi and turned to look at this domineering man, feeling very proud. This is her teacher, the only teacher in her life. Ning Fengzi walked to Saroth. With these Templar warriors here, Bishop Saroth can probably return to the spirit hall by himself. I won't accompany him. Ning Fengzi didn't want to give anyone a chance to criticize him. The three major sects must be united in this matter. The spirit hall is too powerful, and it is not a single sect that can resist. Even the Haoshan sect, which was in its heyday, was forced to close its gates, and almost no disciples were exposed. If they still act on their own, it is only a matter of time before they are annexed by the spirit hall. In any case, this man, the master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, cannot be helped. After Ning Fengzi left, Saroth looked up at the four characters with a unique charm. Gu Yi, you have humiliated me so much, your death is coming. With blood in his mouth and bloodshot eyes, he completely lost the majesty and solemnity of the Platinum Bishop. Anyone who dares to challenge the majesty of the Spirit Hall will become the bones of the Spirit Hall on the altar. Gu Yi is no exception. Salus believes that as long as this matter reaches the ears of the Pope, death is foreseeable. Salus left with the help of the Templars and returned to his Tienda City Spirit Hall. He casually asked the auxiliary soul master to treat him, and then hurried to the study, writing a handwritten letter that could reach the Pope's palace. Teacher, are you okay? Wang Yanran was still a little worried. After all, in her cognition, the Spirit Hall was high above, and no one could resist the Spirit Hall. If she made the teacher and the Spirit Hall enemies just because of her own reasons, she would not forgive herself even if she died. What are you thinking about? These things are not important. Your performance today made the teacher very satisfied. You did a good job. Keep it up. Gu Yi wanted to rub Wang Yanran's head as before, but he also found that she was no longer the skinny and small girl in the past year. She is very beautiful and graceful. Even wearing a light blue school uniform can't hide her temperament. Especially the pair of light blue eyes that seem to have no filth, which is one of her characteristics. Nowadays, Tianwen Academy has shown signs of yin being stronger than yang. Especially Duguyan and others who participated in the competition were sought after by students. Although Wang Yanran's popularity is not as high as others, it is also quite good. After all, young people like big sisters, especially Duguyan and Zhu Juking, who are completely boy killers. They have a good figure and temperament. It's a pity that no one can capture her heart. Yanran, I 1/2 E trademark EA with diaresis 1/2. Gu Yi was stunned, watching her bend down and put her head in her raised palm, moving like a kitten. Teacher, I will always be the little girl you first met. Wang Yanran didn't leave until her hair was completely messed up. The ear was still keep the girl's words. Looking at Wang Yanran's back, Gu Yi smiled. Having such a disciple, what else can one ask for? After all, who doesn't like a disciple who obeys everything? The original intention is the most difficult to maintain. After many people have power, they can't suppress their inner desires at all. Wang Yanran's personality is very good, and it can't be better. Of course, Saroth will not let it go, and he hasn't received a reply from the Pope yet. If you are angry, you can't help but vent it. Since you can't touch Gu Yi for the time being, then start with the soft persimmon. Kanghui Academy is just an excuse for him. How badly those students were injured, outsiders and weak people naturally can't see, but although Saroth's cultivation has not reached the level of titled Douluo, he can be regarded as a strong man who is very close to titled Douluo. If you can't see through this, there is no need to live anymore, and you don't deserve the title of Platinum Bishop. If I don't release the pent-up anger in my heart, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Besides, if the matter can be confirmed, it can be regarded as revenge for kneeling. Things always go against one's will. Soon, rumors spread in Tiandu City that Kanghui College maliciously lied about the injuries of students and attempted to frame Tianwen College. These were of course not spread by Saras, but the result of the secret spread by the intelligence agency under Ning Fengzi. Now, even if Ning Fengzi does not protect his daughter, the other elders and seniors of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will protect Ning Rongrong from any problems. This is the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower they have been looking forward to for a long time, which can lead their 7 Treasures Glazed sect to a brighter future. Dare to slander their beloved ones, you are simply tired of living. 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi, damn it, you all deserve to die. Salas smashed things in the room frantically. Until the study was in a mess, and there was no place for people to stand. Papers and debris of various items were scattered everywhere. Salas sat on the chair weakly, and suddenly felt that this Platinum Bishop was just a nice name. In the face of truly powerful strength, everything is not worth mentioning. A Platinum Bishop looks majestic. But this situation of being inferior to the best and better than the worst is really uncomfortable. Especially when facing the leaders of those top forces. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside. Get out, don't bother me. Salas was extremely unhappy and hadn't done anything in the past 2 days. He was extremely frustrated. My lord, the reply from His Holiness the Pope has arrived. The people outside were very nervous, but who made him run into such a thing? Quick, send it in. Salas was immediately refreshed when he heard it. I don't think you will die now. The subordinate opened the door and came in, glanced at the messy ground and dared not look around anymore. He walked with his head down, holding the envelope in his hand high. If you look closely, you can see that his legs are shaking. Seeing his boss's scandal, his heartbeat reached 180, his blood was surging, and his hands and feet were cold. It was terrifying. Back off. Salas waved his hand. The subordinate felt relieved, lowered his head, turned around and walked quickly out the door. Just after closing the door and taking a few steps, a shrill and desperate cry came from the room. No, absolutely impossible. Chapter 161 Horrible Wisdom. The next day, at the entrance of Tianwen Academy, Salas, who came here early, stood there uncomfortable, and his hesitation was very funny. As the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiandu City, Sarath is well known far and wide. Almost everyone in Tiandu knows him and has seen him. After all, the main focus of the Spirit Hall is to recruit civilian spirit masters, which is why the Spirit Hall garden is far stronger than the sects and families. Even though the possibility of awakening soul power among the younger generations of the sects and families is very high, the probability of high-level martial souls and high-level innate soul power is also greater. However, the Douluo continent is so vast, and how many people can a few sects have? The larger base of personnel still comes from civilians, and these are what the Spirit Hall values. When the base reaches a certain level, the benefits brought are unimaginable. Even if there is only one genius among 10,000 people, the number of geniuses that can be attracted every year is not incomparable to the sects and families. It makes sense that the Spirit Hall can be so powerful. Any force that abandons the people at the bottom is still a little bit worse. Why does the Kai Bao Liulai sect, which is rich enough to rival a country, have only 2 titled Douluo-level powerhouses? Why doesn't it have so many powerhouses when it has the most wealth in the world? Haoshan sect once had Tang Chen who was on par with Jian Daoliu, and a large number of titled Douluos, and the inherited martial souls of the sect disciples are known as the most powerful weapon martial souls on the continent. It was also forced to close the mountain by the Spirit Hall. The power of the collective is unimaginable. Salas was unwilling in the first place, as if he was in a crowd of people, with everyone pointing fingers at him. Hey, isn't this Platinum Bishop Salas? Didn't you kneel enough yesterday? I want to kneel again today. Times. Guyi came back from outside leisurely. After all, the people in the academy were comforted, and the people in other places could not be partial to one over the other. Every night was busy. Salas thought of the letter he saw yesterday, and shuddered all over. If His Holiness the Pope was angry, it would be really over. Kneeling on one knee, he shouted respectfully, "Meet Elder Gu." "Oh, You didn't have this attitude before. Gu Yi walked to Sarath with interest, a little curious about what had happened to make him change so much. So that's it. I didn't expect that woman to be so thoughtful and think of this step. Gu Yi muttered to himself, not paying any attention to Sarath who was still kneeling on the ground. It was just that he couldn't understand why Bibi Dong suddenly did this. Although Sarath's strength was very weak in Gu Yi's eyes, he was also a veritable 89th level titled Douluo. He could naturally hear Gu Yi's voice at such a close distance. That woman? Salas couldn't tell from Gu Yi's words that he had any respect for His Holiness the Pope. He just called her that woman. But His Holiness the Pope asked him to apologize to Gu Yi in public and get his forgiveness. Originally, he couldn't understand why the Pope His Majesty the Emperor values a euro Gu Yi so much. Even after doing such a thing, he still treats him so well. What is the reason? It is obvious that Gu Yi guessed why His Majesty the Pope did this. Wait. Salas suddenly realized something. Why add a large crowd in the letter? Isn't this redundant? After careful thinking, Salas realized a far-sighted plan. As a platinum bishop for so many years, he not only needs to mediate with various forces in Tiandu City, but also manage such a large martial soul branch hall. It would be impossible without a little wisdom. After letting go of the anger, I finally realized the wisdom of His Holiness the Pope. Who is Gu Yi? He is the Dean of Tianwen Academy, powerful, and has close ties with the Kai Bao Liulai sect. The above are not the main points, the main point is Gu Yi's last identity. Preaching the world, giving the bottom soul masters the opportunity to grow. Blessing the world. And all this is through their Wuhan Hall, and it is because of this that Gu Yi can become an honorary elder. The previous big commotion not only made outsiders laugh, but also let the world see that Wuhan Hall has no tolerance. What's more, the matter of Kanghui Academy was exposed. It was a lie. This immediately made the Spirit Hall lose the support of the people. Even the elders were treated like this, let alone other people, it was unimaginable. At this moment, if he, the person involved, the Platinum Bishop, whose status was second only to the Pope, could personally apologize to Gu Yi and repay his apology, the benefits brought about would be unimaginable. It can make people believe that the Spirit Hall is the most fair and just place, and no one will be treated differently. Perhaps this is the real purpose of His Holiness the Pope. Salas finally realized how deep the Pope's mind was. You can forgive me. Gu Yi paused, curled his lips and continued, do you know about the bloody case that happened in Tiandu City these days? Salas nodded. This matter was widely spread, and it was hard not to know. Solve this case, and the previous things will be written off. Really? Once a word is spoken, it can't be taken back. Sarah stood up and high-fived Gu Yi. This matter was very simple. Originally, if the matter was not resolved in a few days, he would have to come forward. Sometimes things need to ferment. For example, if the incident this time was solved as soon as it appeared again, and the murderer was found, the response it could bring would definitely not be great. Only when things got out of control, they would take action and save Tiandu from danger. The reputation it could bring was unimaginable. Since Gu Yi brought it up, it didn't matter if it was a few days in advance. After all, it was a matter of the incident has fermented big enough to bring a wave of reputation. If you don't want to do such a thing, you'd be a fool. The Spirit Hall has the responsibility to capture fallen spirit masters. But is Bibi Dong's mind really like this? Maybe there is this meaning, but is there no other meaning floating on the surface? Neither Gu Yi nor Saras thought of this. Gu Yi walked towards his room, but saw a black figure outside the door. He shook his head helplessly, some things really made him helpless. I really couldn't listen at all. Come in. Gu Yi didn't give her a good look. Juking lowered her head and followed in. I've said it so many times, too much is as bad as too little, too much is as bad as too little. Why don't you listen? Do you still have me as your teacher in your eyes? Gu Yi looked at the dirty, even ragged woman standing beside him with a bad temper. Always not taking good care of her body. Although he was scolding her, his hands were still moving fast, and he shot a flame into her body. Teacher, after the martial soul mutated, the effect of practicing at night is much better than that during the day. I want to become stronger. After recovering from the disease, Juking said seriously. Hey, have a good sleep. She sighed softly, and then her mind fluctuated. Juking's body softened and fell to the ground. Gu Yi put her on the bed and walked out. Heart disease can only be cured by heart medicine. No matter how much you say or do. Without the last dose of medicine, it will never be cured. Chapter 162 Ayin's Change. Afternoon. Juking woke up. The corners of her mouth and even her eyes revealed enjoyment. The kitten nose absorbed the smell on the pillow fiercely. It was one of the few times that she could feel Guyi's breath so closely. It was also one of her few little thoughts. She couldn't be as charming and proactive as Guyan, nor could she kiss boldly like Nirvana. The family constraints made it impossible for her to tell Guyi about her feelings. She didn't want to implicate Guyi. The power of an empire was something that even a titled Douluo might not be able to resist. Every time she trained herself to be bruised and exhausted, it was not only to improve her strength faster, but also to do this. Juking, you're awake. Let's go shopping. Nirvana walked in and looked at Juking, saying happily. They all knew about Juking's situation. Juking's feelings for Guyi were in everyone's eyes. But they were all tacitly understood. Okay, let's go. This was something she and Nirvana had agreed on, so naturally they would not break the agreement. Prince's mansion. Is this true? Qianrongxiu looked at the intelligence collected in her hand, and her jade hand holding the letter could not stop shaking. Yes, young master. Although our spies in Tianwen Academy and Kaibao Liulai sect also saw Ning Fengzi and Guyi meet. But basically it was in public. There was nothing unusual until a few days ago, when Kaibao Liulai sect suddenly spread 3 sets of self-created soul skills, which only true direct disciples could learn. And since that meeting with Guyi, Jian Douluo entered into seclusion and never appeared in the eyes of the world again. It is said that Jian Dao Chen Xin is breaking through the realm and improving his strength. Shi Mao said the collected information word by word. From all these signs, it is very likely that Guyi has reached some unknown deal with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. It is precisely because of this incident that he suddenly came to the prince's mansion last time and warned us not to investigate him again. Chua Mei's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, she felt like she was betrayed by someone, and it was the person she wanted most in her heart. The blow to her was unprecedented, even overwhelming her dislike for Bibi Dong. Young master, since Guyi now has other thoughts, it will change if we delay. We must get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise we must find out what kind of deal he has with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Such a person must not let down his guard. Silatun also spoke at this moment, obviously still holding a grudge about the last incident. Shut up, if Guyi really joined forces with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, can my identity still be maintained until now without being exposed? Qianrongxiu showed her domineering attitude as the young master of the spirit hall. Even though she has not yet inherited the throne of the angel god, she still has a high and mighty divine power. She is like a treasure given by God, and she came here just to inherit the throne of the angel god. Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise said nothing and quietly withdrew. No, no. Guyi did not betray me. Although she said that just now, she did not have much confidence in her heart. She could only repeat these 2 sentences constantly, as if only this could give her great confidence. She decided to meet him in person. She asked him in person what was going on. At this time, as the protagonist of the incident, Guyi was still leisurely enjoying Ayin's service, with a happy expression on his face. I have to say, Ayin, your skills are getting more and more skilled now. Guyi, who was sitting on a chair, lowered his head and looked at the hard-working Ayin and said encouragingly. It's all the master's good teaching. Ayin answered while continuing to serve Guyi. His wrists flew, and various techniques emerged one after another. It made a snapping sound. The strength in his hands seemed to be very strong, but in fact it could only play a massage role. It was obvious that he spent a lot of time studying it privately. By the way, was he the one who did the Tiandu City incident? Guyi pulled Ayin up, his eyes lingered on her crystal-clear red lips, and then he stared at her blue-silver grass eyes. Tang San's martial soul has changed a lot. Guyi asked himself that his attainments in martial souls are quite profound, but he has never seen such bloody thorns. Not only is it full of toxins, it can also paralyze nerves, and its toughness is also quite good. Compared with the previous blue-silver grass martial soul, it is simply a big improvement, and there is no comparison at all. The key is that Tang San's aura now, although a little mottled, but Guyi has not yet felt the aura of other people from him. For a while, he couldn't tell whether it was him. But he couldn't see clearly, but Ayin would at least understand it better than him. No matter how much Tang San's martial soul changes, the most fundamental one is still the blue-silver grass martial soul. O'Neill changes are based on the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver emperor has the ability to control all the blue-silver grass in the world, and can definitely see the changes in Tang San more subtle than him. Maybe right. Ayan was not sure. After all, the aura of Tang San, the guy who took his son's life, was stable, and there was no rejection or difference. However, no matter how the blue-silver grass mutated, it would not change into that kind of bloody and dirty thing. Ayan now had no good feelings for Tang San, and even had hatred. Her poor child did not witness this world with his own eyes, and was ruthlessly strangled in the bud, which was simply a cruel executioner. As a result, her feelings for Tang Hao also faded a lot. What he did over the years completely touched Ayan's bottom line. There was no masculinity that she liked at the beginning. It's not that what she valued was masculinity, but that he couldn't stand any setbacks. She was wrong to like this kind of man. You are not afraid of me cheating you now? Guyi looked at Ayan with a smile. He still remembered her unbelieving look at the beginning, which was so firm. Ayan smiled charmingly and said, "Is there anything else I haven't been cheated of by you?" Guyi nodded when he heard it. After all, the whole grass is here with him now, what else needs to be cheated? Okay, go back and continue practicing. Strive to transform into a human form again as soon as possible. Although Ayan can be touched now, she has not transformed into a human form. She can only temporarily possess a physical body with the help of the power of the blue-silver grass in the vast world. Besides, Ayan has only lost her cultivation. The blood of the blue-silver emperor still exists in her body. It is not easy to cultivate back, but it is dozens or hundreds of times faster than ordinary soul beasts. The blue-silver grass is weak, and the power of the world is enough to kill it. When these powers are combined, they become the blue-silver emperor. This powerful existence. It may not be a bad thing for Ayan to cultivate again. From being in a daze to becoming the blue-silver emperor, there are many detours. Chapter 163 Good figure with good clothes. Tiandu Street. Juking, this dress must suit you very well. Ning Rongrong brought Juking into a clothing store. From the outside, it can be seen that the prices must be extraordinary. Ning Rongrong, who had just walked in, hurriedly took out the clothes that she wanted to wear but was not qualified to wear from the hidden corner. How do I wear this? Juking was stunned for a moment, looking at the silk suspender skirt in Ning Rongrong's hand. She couldn't imagine who designed it. Don't worry, Juking, you will be absolutely beautiful in this dress. Ning Rongrong stuffed the suspender skirt in her hand into Juking's hand, and reminded her, don't worry, I come here often. The owner of this store is a socialite, specializing in our women's business, and no men will appear here. And the glass here is also anti-peeping, you can only see outside from the inside, and you can't see what's inside from the outside. So, you can experiment boldly. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she pushed Juking into the dressing room, and she also chose a relatively cute princess-style dress and walked into the dressing room. No matter which world, beautiful clothes have great appeal to women. Although Ning Rongrong entered later than Juking, she came out earlier than her. Rongrong, does anyone really dress like this? Juking's voice came out of the dressing room, and there was a slight tremor in her voice, and it was obvious that her mood was not so calm. Of course, these clothes are the favorite clothes of celebrities and noble ladies, and they are most suitable for women who are young and beautiful. Come out and let me see, Juking. Ning Rongrong ignored another fact. Most of the clothes sold in this clothing store are for adult women, and very few have cute princess-style clothes like hers. Juking finally opened the door at Ning Rongrong's urging. She stood timidly by the door, feeling uncomfortable all over. She kept moving her hands on her lower abdomen to relieve her anxiety. Oh, Juking, this is too out of standard. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth slightly. It turned out that the leather jacket was a little restrictive for her body. It was too exaggerated. Juking still had 2 cat ears on her head at this moment. Of course, these were not the key points. The key point was the bottomless ravine below the junction of the 2 clavicles. This is not a realm that everyone can reach. What's more important is that this dress also puts a shining gem here. Always attract the attention of the viewer. This suspender dress was originally worn when sleeping. The hem of the dress had a huge fork at the thigh, revealing the snow-white skin inside. Ning Rongrong subconsciously glanced at the cute princess dress on her body and was immediately dissatisfied. They are obviously the same age, and she is even a little older, but why is the gap so big? Cuteness has no chance of winning in front of sexiness. No, Juking. Today I will give you a big transformation in all aspects. I will not use my own advantages at all. Ning Rongrong was simply disappointed that such a body was wasted. It was a pity. Instead of thinking about how to make herself look more attractive, she thought of some crooked ways. Even if this is a world with low production capacity and insufficient creativity, it is undeniable that the nobles still use 99% of the world's resources for enjoyment. It was just an afternoon, and Zhu Zuking's soul guide had more than 10 sets of clothes of various styles. There are skirts, clothes, slimming, and seductive. Not only that, there are also many accessories, worn on the head, on the feet, and on the neck. There are so many styles that it is simply impossible to count. Wrong, isn't this too embarrassing? Zhu Zuking was still a little hesitant. After all, this was a world she had never experienced before, and she couldn't accept it. Don't worry, just us sisters will see that we won't let those stinky men take advantage of us. So you should just put on the clothes you bought today and show Duguyan what real strength is when you go back. Zhu Zuking bowed her head and said nothing. After all, almost every girl in their Zhu family is like this, except for the younger ones. It's just that she and her sister are more outstanding. Not good. A white smoke was coming from the front. Zhu Zuking reacted instantly, grabbed the excited Ning Rongrong, and held her breath. She looked at the black-clothed man who suddenly attacked with great vigilance. They had walked to a quiet street without knowing when, and it was a little dark, so there were basically no people. Who are you and why are you attacking us? Zhu Zuking said sternly. The soul power on her body rose, and she did not relax her vigilance. The man in black did not speak, and stepped towards the two of them. The blood-red soul power glowed with a strange light, like a blood-stained blood-colored vine that was very spiritual and bound Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong. Not only was the speed fast, but even the action was very difficult to figure out. Zhu Zuking was about to use the fourth soul skill to get out, but she thought of Ning Rongrong beside her, and then gave up the idea. If Ning Rongrong was left behind to avoid the vines, it would mean that Ning Rongrong would face great danger. Retreat. Ning Rongrong had also experienced many battles and had long since gotten out of panic. Following Zhu Zuking's purpose, she retreated to the alley behind her. Under the mask, the man in black smiled. The reason why he took action now was to complete the current situation. They were blocked in the alley, and at the end of the alley was a house more than 10 meters high, making it difficult for them to escape. Could this person be the murderer of the previous cases? What should Zuking do now? Ning Rongrong subconsciously asked Zhu Zuking for his opinion. Of course, ask for help. From the previous few moves, it seems that this person's soul power is not weak, and he can control the vines easily. Understood. Ning Rongrong did not let go of his high self-esteem just because he was a soul master. He directly made his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted a line of words. Help, the murderer has appeared, help. The masked man was a little panicked when he heard this. How could he play cards in an unconventional way? He had never expected it. In his imagination, he would win after a battle. Ning Rongrong's voice was louder than expected, very good. Soon the masked man felt that a large number of people were gathering here. This place cannot be stayed for long, and he could only leave a cruel word. Next time, I will not let you go. Lolololololololol. The masked man's heart was struck by 100,000 volts again. What is this? He was ridiculed for failing to kill someone. This is too detailed. The time and place were suitable, and the people were here. But because of this shout, everything was ruined. Zhu Zuking's reaction speed was beyond his imagination. If not, he would have succeeded long ago. Chapter 164, Crazy Attack on Yu Xiao Gang. After listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Gu Yi's eyes darkened. He is really looking for death. Go back and have a good rest first. From Zhu Zuking's description, we can find that the person who attacked them has mastered a very advanced footwork, and not only that, he also has a hand in the manipulation of vines. The attacker is likely to be Tang San. Gu Yi really can't think of anyone else in the world who has such ability except Tang San. But since this is the case, Gu Yi plans to have some fun. In the next game, Tianwen Academy is completely unstoppable, constantly defeating strong teams until it becomes the strongest among all participating teams. In the end, it was two completely inconspicuous teams that won all the games and had a record of 11 wins and 3 losses. I am very happy today. I can personally witness such powerful and outstanding young talents of my Tiandu Empire. It is a blessing for my Tiandu and the world. Emperor Shuiya looked at the 3 teams under the stage and was very satisfied. These are the pillars of the Tiandu Empire. Just when Shuiya was about to leave, Saras stood up. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Shuiya paused, turned around and looked at Saras. Does the bishop have any questions? I just want to share your worries. Salas looked at Shuiya, walked to the railing, and looked at Shrek Academy. Everyone in Tiandu City, now my Wuhan Hall has found the murderer who has been killing soul masters in the city recently. Today, Wuhan Hall will take him down in full view of everyone. Where are the Templars? Salas shouted. 10 Templars jumped out and responded loudly and firmly, here. Take Tang San down for me. Teachers such as Flanders and Lu Erlong immediately released their martial spirits. Especially Flanders' strength has reached the level of Soul Douluo. After releasing 8 soul rings, the 10 Templars also hesitated. Obviously, their strength is still too weak. Bishop Sarath, is there any misunderstanding? How did they catch the murderer of my student? Although Flanders didn't know what happened, there was no doubt that Tang San was his student. It was also his duty to protect him. According to reliable intelligence in our investigation during this period, Tang San is the biggest suspect in these serial cases. Salas was kind enough to explain to Flanders. After all, as soul fighters, they should always give some respect. Flanders didn't say anything yet, and Tang San didn't react either. However, Yu Xiaogang, who was standing next to him, reacted particularly strongly. Do you have any evidence that Xiao San is the murderer of these cases? If there is no evidence, I will definitely go to the Pope to file a complaint. Yu Xiaogang also knew what it meant to pull the tiger's skin and pull the banner. He had already had a bit of a stalemate with Bibi Dong, but he still pulled Bibi Dong as a shield. At the same time, he took out a token from the Soul Guide and threw it directly at Sarath. The 10 Templar warriors no longer cared about the pressure from Soul Douluo and surrounded Vlad and the others in an instant. Stop it! Salas took the token and his eyes trembled. He knew this thing. Pope's order. This kind of Pope's order is issued to people who are not from the Spirit Hall. It represents a symbol of status. The owner of the token will enjoy the honor of the Spirit Hall elder, just like the Pope himself. Even a platinum bishop like him still needs to salute respectfully when facing this token and say, Elder. He has been a platinum bishop for a long time and knows some of the past. Especially since Yu Xiaogang was once in the Spirit Hall, his relationship with the former Saint Lady, now the Pope, is somewhat entangled. Although there are only 3 Pope's orders on the surface, they were issued to the 3 upper sects respectively. But no one knows whether there is a 4th one. Meet the Elder. Salas also put away his previous high-handed attitude. If there is no evidence, I will take my disciples away. Salas was sweating on his back at this moment. If he really accidentally bumped into the old lover of the Pope, he would not be able to resist the pillow talk. Bishop Platinum sounds very impressive, but the power he has in the Spirit Hall is not great. Besides, they did not find enough key evidence to prove that Tang San is the murderer. It's just that he is the most suspicious. Salas turned over and jumped down, landing lightly on the ground, and walked over quickly and respectfully handed the Pope's order in his hand to Yu Xiaogang. Please keep it, Elder. At this moment, everyone was watching the show, but the protagonist of this matter did not say a word from beginning to end. Yu Xiaogang also put on airs at this moment, and said in a pretentious manner, I didn't take out the Pope's order to favor my apprentice. If he is really the murderer of this series of cases, I will personally hand him over to you. But now you have no witnesses, and no physical evidence, but you just say that my apprentice is the murderer. You can't be so careless when judging a case. After saying this long string of words, Yu Xiaogang extended his hand to Saras, who bowed slightly with satisfaction. Just when he was about to take the token, a voice with a little chuckle broke the long-lost silence. Saras, it wasn't like this at the beginning. The person who spoke was Guyi, who had been watching the show for a long time. Yu Xiaogang subconsciously turned his eyes to Guyi. Saras also stood up and turned to look at Guyi. As far as I know, there are only 3 pieces of the Pope's order exposed, right? Saras nodded subconsciously. But this does not rule out the possibility that His Holiness the Pope has sent out a separate one. After all, no one can say for sure about this kind of thing. Then I wonder if Elder Yu can tell me where this Pope's order came from. Gu Yi looked at Yu Xiaogang with a smile on his face. Salas was very glad that since Gu Yi was willing to take the lead, it was none of his business, and perhaps he could even save some of the face he had just lost. It has nothing to do with you. Yu Xiaogang said coldly, completely forgetting how he was beaten to death by Gu Yi. Although the Pope's order can enjoy the honor of an elder, if the token in your hand comes from a sinner of the spirit hall, what qualifications do you have to enjoy this honor? Gu Yi wanted to let Yu Xiaogang understand in public today, cheating and deceiving can never be real. All eyes were on Gu Yi and Yu Xiaogang. Naturally, they could see that the conflict between the two was not light. Gu Yi, don't say anything more. Flender whispered. But how could Gu Yi listen to Flender now? Since the day he left Shrek Academy, their friendship had been completely severed. I guess the Pope's order in your hand came from Tang Hao. Yu Xiaogang's face was ashen, and his eyes were full of coldness and anger. Chapter 165, Don't know whether to live or die and expose the truth. Don't look at me like that. Gu Yi didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's murderous look at all. He searched in the soul guide and then took out a token that was exactly the same as the one in Sarasa's hand. Pope's order. The eyesight of Soul Douluo can be called eagle eyes. Moreover, at such a short distance, the pattern on the token in Gu Yi's hand can be seen clearly. Dragon, Tower, and Sword. There are only 3 Pope's orders in the world, but 2 of them appeared here, and they appeared in the hands of people who are almost impossible to appear. Yu Xiaogang was also a little shocked. He never thought that Gu Yi actually had a Pope's order. Yu Xiaogang knew the origin of this Pope's order on his body very well. It came from his idol, Tang Hao, who killed the previous Pope. No matter what, he couldn't say this. Otherwise, not only could he not save Tang San, but he would also trap himself, which would be completely useless. But how did Gu Yi get this Pope's order? Then how did you get this Pope's order in your hand? Yu Xiaogang turned the tables. If he couldn't explain this one clearly, he would take Gu Yi into the water. There are only 3 Pope's orders, he knew this. One is in his hand, one is in the 7 treasures glazed sect, and the other is in his father's hand. Obviously, the remaining 2 are not what Gu Yi can get. Yu Xiaogang didn't know his father had been killed by Gu Yi at this time. After his martial soul was destroyed, he ignored anyone, and no one cared about him. Even when Yu Yuanzhen was buried, Yu Xiaogang was not notified. Oh, mine. Gu Yi was a little surprised. It had been so long, didn't Yu Xiaogang get the news? The spoils of war, there was an old dragon who didn't know how to live or die and insisted on dying, and I was embarrassed not to send him off. Gu Yi didn't hide it at all. Yu Xiaogang stepped back a few steps, looking at the token in Gu Yi's hand in disbelief. What are you talking about? What old dragon? Yu Xiaogang asked several questions in a row. Although he had left the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect for decades, it was his roots after all. Yu Yuanzhen was his biological father, how could he not be hurt? Salas, you tell him. Gu Yi played with the Pope's token in his hand, and he no longer had the interest to talk to Yu Xiaogang. Sarath glanced at Gu Yi, who was playing with the Pope's order, and his body trembled. This leader was also a ruthless person. He killed people at the command of the top 3 sects without any taboos. He would never forget the scene of being forced to kneel down that day, the feeling of being able to hear his bones breaking with his own ears, feeling pain but unable to move. He didn't want to experience it again. About a year ago, Yu Yuanzhen came to provoke Elder Gu, wanting to save the old man whose martial soul was abolished. The 2 fought a big battle outside the city that day, and in the end Elder Gu returned to the academy unscathed. A few days later, news of Yu Yuanzhen's death came out. Yu Xiaogang couldn't stand any longer, stepped back a few steps and finally fell to the ground. A few tears fell, and the scene was silent. A few seconds later, he raised his head with hatred, looked at Gu Yi and said word by word, I, Yu Xiaogang, will make you pay the price in this life, even if I have to do everything I can. Be buried with my father. Puchi. Gu Yi couldn't help laughing. He didn't know where Yu Xiaogang got the courage to say such things in front of him. He really thought he was Bibi Dong and would show mercy to him. It was just a fantasy. In this world where the strong are in power, what ability does Yu Xiaogang have to say such things? And he dared to say it in front of him. Do everything I can do in my life. His eyes flashed, and the next moment Gu Yi appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang, kicked him in the chest, knocked him down, and stepped on him hard. This process happened almost in an instant, and even Sarath, who had the highest cultivation level on the scene, did not react. Then should I solve the problem in advance? Gu Yi exerted force on his feet. No way, this master is too stupid. Even if he wants revenge, he can't say it now. No, my daughter must drop out of school and join Tianwen Academy after returning. With such a powerful strong man backing her up, there is no need to worry about the spirit ring problem. This Gu Yi is too cruel. Not only did he destroy someone's martial spirit, he also killed someone's father. Some people feel sorry for Yu Xiaogang, but people exposed him. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation. I heard from my friend a Euro trademark S children that it was Yu Xiaogang who broke the rules first. The poacher dug directly into the college, and also planned to harm the students of Tianwen College. Only then did his martial spirit become useless. A Euro. Some people complained about Yu Xiaogang's stupidity, some thought Gu Yi was too cruel, and some gave explanations. Only no one stood on Yu Xiaogang's side. Gu Yi, let go of your feet. Flanders was already ready to take action, but he still said something before doing so. After all, I still don't a Euro trademark T want to take action against Gu Yi again. Gu Yi ignored Flanders at all, and the force on his feet became stronger and stronger. Lusinapan. Yu Xiaogang tried his best to lift Gu Yi's feet, but with his little strength, it was completely impossible for Gu Yi to lift his feet. Snapped. A sound broke through the air, and Gu Yi knew who it was without even turning his head. But just when the bloody vine was a few centimeters away from him, it was blocked by a wall of air. No more progress can be made. Why don't you just wait for a while? You have to run out now. Gu Yudog planned to play with Yu Xiaogang for a while, but since he had already taken action, there was no need to drag it out any longer. Don't you want evidence? Then let you see what is hidden in the power within his body. Gu Yi was like a ghost, and with one step he was already in front of Tang San without any warning. He has not been idle these days. Although Tang San has absorbed the power very well, and with the help of Xiantian technique and 8 spider spears, most people can't see any problems at all. Stop! Flanders couldn't bear it any longer, and his soul ring flashed. He actually directly activated his martial spirit avatar and attacked Gu Yi. Well! Gu Yi sighed softly in his heart, without turning his head, he just stretched out a hand and pointed it at Flanders. Huge ice crystals were born from his hands, directly freezing Flanders as he flew over. Okay, everyone has been cleared away, and now it's our time. The realm of evil unfolds. Before Tang San could do anything, he felt a huge and chaotic desire pouring into his heart, and the Xiantian technique originally used to suppress the bloodthirsty desire could no longer be maintained. The eyes became a little bloody. There is countless blood in his body, not only humans, but also the breath of spirit beasts. It is completely like a furnace, putting all the power in the body for refining. Chapter 166 Fallen Soul Master Tang San. This is. The people present were basically spirit masters, so the abnormality in Tang San's body could naturally be seen. The aura of malice and uncontrollable killing aura that fills the body are the most appropriate signs of a fallen person. Ida Euro trademark S. Not that a person with the aura of killing is a fallen soul master, but that he has too much blood and resentment. Wow, Tang San is really a fallen soul master. Ah, give me back my male idol. Fortunately, I always thought he was a cold and aloof male idol. I didn't expect that he turned out to be such a person in private. Long live the Wuhan Palace, capture this fallen soul master quickly. A euro. The people in the stands were all talking and talking. Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened, Tang San was really a fallen soul master, and Wuhan Palace did not slander him. It just felt like a blur in front of my eyes, so many years of efforts were completely in vain. After Tang San was exposed, no matter how much he cultivated Tang San before, and how well he cultivated the useless martial spirit of blue-silver grass, everything was in vain. After receiving 2 consecutive blows, his energy and blood rushed to his heart. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he passed out. Tang San's eyes had a bit of bloodthirsty light, and he looked at Gu Yi greedily. This person has an aura that surpasses everyone present. As long as he can be swallowed up, the improvement in strength will be unprecedented. Behind him, the 8 spider spears that had long been broken off by Douluo were revealed intact. Yo, you still want to devour me? Gu Yi looked at Tang San's action and added a little more pressure with disdain. The evil realm has been cultivated to perfection, so how can Tang San, a soul sect who is only in his 40s, be able to compare with him? The originally majestic 8 spider spears with teeth and claws behind him were like eggplants beaten by frost, drooping behind Tang San. Even Tang San himself had veins popping out, and blood and sweat broke out on his body. Obviously unable to resist Gu Yi's pressure at this moment. The pressure of the strong is a double blow caused by mental power and soul power, and Gu Yi adds the power of the evil realm to it. It is extremely harmful to fallen soul masters. Take a hit from me. The huge clear sky hammer fell from the sky and directly hit Gu Yi on the field. If this hammer falls, let alone the arena, even the audience in the stands will be affected. It was obvious that the person who made the attack had no regard for the other people present. Tang Hao. Salas raised his head and immediately recognized the man wielding the clear sky hammer in the sky. It was Tang Hao, who had been wanted by Wuhan Palace for many years. Thinking of Tang Hao's amazing record, Salas was a little worried. I'm just afraid that if I go up there, I won't be able to withstand even one blow. Finally came. Gu Yi looked at Tang Hao standing in the air. He was the one he was waiting for. He could finally avenge the previous blow. If he hadn't been protected by the power of the evil god, he would have really died. Tang Hao, whose 9 rings exploded, was so powerful that he could be called a demigod. He was only one step away from being a true god. But Gu Yi was no longer the same as before. His martial soul had evolved into a god-level martial soul, condensing a soul core that did not exist in this era, and his evil domain had been mastered to perfection, with his strength in all aspects greatly enhanced. I'll leave Sarath to you. Gu Yi rose out of thin air, and the heaven-swallowing secret technique was activated immediately. The soul core in his Danshan was also madly absorbing the power of heaven and earth that was pouring in, but even after a year of gestation, it was impossible for the soul core to absorb so much heaven and earth energy. The heaven and earth energy directly condensed into a cloud of energy above Tiandu city. At this moment, Gu Yi was like connecting heaven and earth, and countless powers poured into his body. The meridians of the whole body were filled. The meridians that evolved into a god-level martial soul are extremely powerful and have explosive toughness. Until the meridians were about to reach the load, Gu Yi stopped and did not rush to use the maximum power of the heaven-swallowing secret technique. Bang! With just one punch, the powerful clear sky hammer was directly blown away, and Tang Hao, who was standing in the air, was driven back a few steps by the heavy clear sky hammer in his hand. The power is too great, even if he wants to master it perfectly, it is a difficult thing. It seems that you have not been idle during this period. Tang Hao looked at Gu Yi, whose aura was completely different from before, and he really didn't know to what extent Gu Yi's terrifying strength improvement speed could be slowed down. Is this what you want to say? Today, I will not forgive you. I won half. Gu Yi looked at Tang Hao, whose injuries were almost recovered, with a cold tone. I really don't know how he recovered. Do you have that strength? 8 of the 9 soul rings surrounding Tang Hao exploded directly. Only one lonely red soul ring remained. I was really underestimated. Gu Yi's aura continued to rise, just like Tang Hao. After using the martial soul's true body, the clear sky hammer was enlarged by dozens of times. Humans were like ants in front of this huge clear sky hammer, and were completely insignificant. When the martial soul is cultivated to level 70, it can use the martial soul's true body, and the martial soul can exert more powerful power. How the combination of the sky hammer, known as the continent's #1 offensive spirit, and Tang Hao, who had already reached his limit, exerted a terrifying strength. The space even became distorted under this hammer, and the surrounding spatial forces were disturbed. Oppression, unparalleled oppression. Salas held Tang San in one hand, and even he, who was close to the titled Douluo, felt his breathing become heavy. Not to mention the other spirit masters whose cultivation was not as good as his. The entire fighting spirit field was in panic. Are you going to die? Are we going to die? Emperor Shuiye was also a little panicked, but his years of imperial career had long enabled him to have the psychological quality to remain calm even when the mountains collapsed in front of him. Master Ning, will Gu Yi be Tang Hao's opponent? Shuiye asked Ning Fengzi beside him. Your Majesty, relax. I don't know if Gu Yi can win, but it's no problem to resist. Ning Fengzi had seen Gu Yi's strength. He was able to kill Yu Yuanzhen without any injury, and he could make Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu admit that he was not his opponent. Even if he was defeated by Tang Hao, he would not lose too badly. Emperor Shuiye looked at Gu Yi in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking, but he stopped his steps to leave and sat back in his seat. Before the arrival of the clear sky hammer, Gu Yi had already condensed his strength into his fist and punched it out. Speed, strength, and skills are all concentrated in this punch. At this level, the moves have long been simplified and condensed into one punch. The fist hit the hammer fiercely. Bang! Like the roar of heaven and earth, the people under the two only felt a stinging pain in their ears and a dizzy brain. The battle between the strong, not to mention the aftermath, even the sound of the collision is not something that the weak can hear. This punch is not only soul power, but also carries layers of dark energy, which can bring multiple layers of damage. Chapter 167 Life and Death Battle. The clear sky hammer was deflected again. The huge force was transmitted from the clear sky hammer to Tang Hao's hand. Humph! Tang Hao snorted coldly. Since he was ambushed by this trick last time, he has been on guard. If it weren't for this ability, Gu Yi would have had no chance of survival last time. The soul power guarding his body offset the dark power. However, compared to the dark power, the power that burst out from the front should not be underestimated. It was several times stronger than before, especially Tang Hao also felt an unprecedented solidity from this power. However, this time Tang Hao would not hold back. This battle was either you or me. There was no other result. Tang Hao controlled the clear sky hammer and continued to hammer towards Gu Yi. He attempted to use the wind hammer method while performing the Great Zamura hammer. The power that could be erupted in this way would surpass all other powers. Gu Yi clearly understood where his own advantages were. This time he did not choose to use the evil domain, but opened the secret of his own martial soul. The field closely related to the original energy field. The field of energy, open. A wave spread out, and the range did not expand too much. It only wrapped him and Tang Hao in it. The field expanded too much, and the ability to control the power in it became weaker. In this case, one must improve one's own strength as much as possible. Tang Hao was equally good, and the terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body, causing the killing god field of the City of Slaughter to expand along with it, and competed with the field of energy. Forming a state of equal strength, Gu Yi could not control the elements of heaven and earth around Tang Hao. Similarly, Tang Hao's terrifying murderous aura could not affect him. It could only be used as a means to improve strength. Fire. Ice. Directly condensed all the ice and fire elements around it, and condensed two majestic ice dragons and fire dragons in the air. Surrounding him, it was like a god carrying a dragon to the earth. Is this still a method that a soul master can use? Emperor Shuya looked at Gu Yi in the air and murmured. It's not that he hasn't seen a titled Douluo before, but he has never seen such a magical scene. Two dragons at least tens of meters long hovered in the air, covering the sky and the sun. With such power, I'm afraid that no matter how powerful the army is, it can't resist. With just one swing of the tail, countless soldiers will be killed and injured. Ning Fengzi was also amazed. This ability is really powerful, just like the spirit body of the beast spirit owner who has reached level 70. Uncle Gu, in your opinion, what do you think of these two dragons? Gu Rong looked at the giant dragon swimming slowly in the air carefully. It's not just for show, its strength is probably not inferior to that of a titled Douluo. It will take a battle to know how strong it is. Flanders, who had already escaped from the ice, looked at the high-spirited young man in the sky and sighed deeply. The boy who used to be a teenager has grown to this point now. He can't bear a casual blow now. The appearance of the ice and fire dragons gave Tiandu City a strong shock. The situation in the sky changed, and the two dragons quickly flew towards Tang Hao, leaving two gorgeous traces in the air respectively. Tang Hao could naturally see that the power of these two dragons was extraordinary, but it was still a little underwhelming for him. The huge Haoshan hammer was swung out, and the powerful force even left sporadic black marks on the space it passed through. This is because the space of Douluo continent cannot withstand such a powerful force, causing space cracks. If it were another world, possessing this kind of power could completely break the void and ascend. On Douluo continent, only those who inherit the throne of God or create their own throne can leave. Tang Hao first aimed at the fire dragon, and the huge hammer head slammed into the fire dragon's body, immediately breaking it into scattered flames. It looks good but is useless. Everyone had this thought in their mind, including Tang Hao. He believed in his own strength. No matter what it was, it would perish under the clear sky hammer, let alone such a mass of energy. Just when he aimed his eyes at another ice dragon, something strange happened. The originally scattered flames unexpectedly condensed into the shape of a fire dragon again, and also wrapped around the clear sky hammer, quickly approaching Tang Hao. Not good. Tang Hao reacted quickly, and used all his strength to shake off the fire dragon wrapped around the clear sky hammer, but it was too late. Because the ice dragon had come to him. He could even feel the cold breath, which made his body stiff. The huge dragon head opened, as if to swallow Tang Hao in one gulp. In front of the ice dragon with a body of dozens of meters long, Tang Hao's body was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. "Get out of me!" Tang Hao shouted. The soul power on his body expanded even more. The two dragons that were originally very aggressive were directly blown away. Tang Hao's hair stood up, and his body was surrounded by terrifying air waves, and ripples appeared in the space. He didn't want to continue to entangle. "Look, a god!" Someone shouted. All eyes were attracted. What is this? Just where Guyi stood just now, an illusory figure gradually enlarged and soon became like a giant. Head to the sky, feet to the ground. Guyi himself stood in it. The two dragons that were originally blown away flew back, one on each side of the giant. Martial Soul True Body. Ning Fengzi said uncertainly. Martial Soul True Body is divided into two types. One is the Martial Soul True Body of the Beast Martial Soul, which can transform itself into its own martial soul, and its strength is greatly improved. The other is the Weapon Soul True Body, which is the Weapon Soul True Body of the Weapon Martial Soul. Able to integrate one's own soul into it, if the weapon spirit possessed is strong enough, the power that can be exerted will surpass the stronger beast spirit before. Guyi's situation looks very much like a spirit body, but it is also a little different. Very strange. What tricks are he playing? Tang Hao looked at Guyi warily. Obviously he was not familiar with his endless tricks. The poor methods made him feel a little annoyed. It seems that as long as the power is strong enough, even if he has not obtained the 7th soul ring, he can still use the martial soul body. Just when the ice and fire dragons attacked Tang Hao, Guyi also remembered that in the original book, Tang San used the martial soul body in the finals with the strength of the other 6 people. The power he possessed was obviously that even if the 7 people in the original book were combined, they would not be his opponent, and the souls were far behind. Tang San could succeed, why not him? It was originally just an attempt. Guyi did not expect that it would actually succeed in the end. No, it cannot be considered a complete success. The martial soul body at this moment can only be considered half completed. If the martial soul body is truly condensed, it should be a physical entity, not the current illusory appearance. Guyi estimated that only when he obtains the level 70 soul ring can he completely use the martial soul body. However, this is enough. Guyi is very confident. Chapter 168 Infinite Improvement of Element Control. This time, the size advantage was no longer the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand. The huge humanoid condensed by Guyi was not real, but it was tens of meters high. When his palm was spread out, it covered the sky and the sun and the moon were dim. Be prepared to die. The clear sky hammer was as fast as thunder and had a force of 1,000 pounds. Guyi did not avoid or give way, and actually held it in his huge palm. The powerful force made the silver-white giant standing in the air retreat a few steps, and the veins in it were squeezed and deformed, but he took it abruptly. Guyi in the huge martial soul body, the soul core in the Danshan was running wildly, constantly transporting powerful soul power and the vitality of heaven and earth into the martial soul body. For a while, the silver light of the martial soul body was shining, and it could be seen that the right hand holding the clear sky hammer expanded a lot. Go! Guyi used all his strength to transmit the power of the martial soul body, which surpassed the clear sky hammer at this moment, and actually threw it away directly. As the user of the martial soul, Tang Hao was directly carried away. Get down! Guyi raised his left hand. Not far away, a large number of dark clouds condensed in the sky where Tang Hao flew, and blue-purple thunder flashed in it. Boom! A thunderbolt fell directly from the sky and struck Tang Hao directly. The martial soul body condensed by the Meridian martial soul is really powerful not just because of its huge size and ability to accommodate more power. The martial soul body can maximize the characteristics of the martial soul itself. Just like the clear sky hammer, once the martial soul body is condensed, the power that can be burst out is completely non-human and cannot be resisted by ordinary people. Similarly, the Meridian martial soul, as the main martial soul, is the most suitable martial soul for the human body. Not only that, after several evolutions, the Meridian martial soul has completely transformed into a god-level martial soul. Even compared with the angel spirit, it is not weaker, and may even be slightly better. Even if the Clear Sky Hammer is the most outstanding among the top spirits, it is still a step behind the god-level spirits. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Especially when the combat power is doubled, the originally stronger party will only become stronger. The spirit body condensed by the semi-finished Meridian spirit can be said to have raised the ability to control all elements in the world to the limit of the current stage. Raising hands and feet, thunder rolling is just the simplest operation. Thunder possessed, even Tang Hao, who has a strong pain tolerance, could not bear the pain and let out a scream. Just when the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand was about to return to its original state, Tang Hao's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and finally blew off the 9th spirit ring. Big Sumeru Hammer. As the last red spirit ring exploded and merged into the Clear Sky Hammer, even Tang Hao himself felt the heaviness in his hand. The originally powerful thunder was annihilated by the powerful soul power fluctuations before it even approached his body. The reason why the Great Sumeru Hammer is called a divine skill is because of its powerful ability to explode the rings. It integrates all soul rings, soul skills, and soul power into it. There are no extra skills, but it is extremely powerful. Finally, he is going to get serious. Guyi also became a little alert. The power displayed by the explosion of 8 rings and 9 rings is completely different. The second round begins. Tang Hao's figure instantly rose, holding a larger Clear Sky Hammer in his hand. A volley strike. How could Guyi give him this opportunity? His right hand sank deep into the space. Tang Hao subconsciously changed the trajectory of the Clear Sky Hammer and swung the Clear Sky Hammer towards the left side of his body. It hit the silver-white giant hand that stretched out from the space on the left. The huge force directly broke the giant hand. Space travel. Space ability is already very rare, and there are not many soul masters with space ability in the entire Douluo continent. In his impression, the only one who can grow to be a titled Douluo is Gurong from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Because of the space ability, Gurong, who has the best defense in the world, is called the most difficult titled Douluo. Space ability is powerful. Oh, the reaction is really fast. Guyi took his hand back from the space without any care. In less than a few seconds, the broken giant hand returned to its original shape. It's really a variety of tricks. Tang Hao has always believed in breaking all laws with force, and he doesn't like this kind of tricks at all. No matter how many tricks there are, one hammer will still kill you. Try this trick again. Guyi's mind was not on this battle at all at this moment. He condensed his martial soul for the first time, and felt that the world was so close to him as never before. If he didn't seize the opportunity to test all kinds of strange ideas in his mind, it would be a waste of heaven's gifts. 5 Elements Seal. Countless stones and soil flew out from the ground. They kept gathering around Tang Hao. What a weird trick again. Tang Hao casually defeated the stones rushing towards him. Could it be that Guyi wanted to defeat himself with these useless stones? Tang Hao knew that the time that the 9 rings could sustain was not long. If he could not fight quickly, it would be difficult to escape. In the air, Tang Hao directly cleared a path, and all the stones flying towards him were annihilated into debris. What's going on? Why is my body getting heavier? Tang Hao felt that his body was getting heavier, as if he was carrying a weight. But when he turned around, he saw a huge stone ball condensed in the air. The weight of his body was caused by the stone ball. Go! The 2 ice and fire dragons that were originally hovering around Guyi flew out very humanely. This time they would not fail again. Although Tang Hao did not know what Guyi was doing, he knew that he could not go on like this. He increased his strength to get rid of the attraction of the stone ball, and the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand was raised. These 2 dragons were easily repelled before he used the 9 rings to explode, let alone now. Naive. At this moment, dense vines emerged from the stone ball, binding Tang Hao in front tightly, and then quickly retreated. Pulled Tang Hao into the stone ball. Not good. Tang Hao also realized that the situation was not good, and immediately wanted to break free, but before he could break free, the ice and fire dragons had already rushed over. Directly fixed Tang Hao on the stone ball. The stone ball began to collapse, and Tang Hao kept moving towards the inside of the stone ball. The power of the 9 rings exploding at the same time was not enough for him to get out quickly. The theory of the 5 elements is about mutual restraint, but also mutual generation. Now this 5-element seal is a seal condensed by Guyi with the help of the 5 elements in the world, combined with a killer move. At this moment, the ice and fire dragons have been completely integrated into the stone ball. Golden killing. Within a radius of 100 meters, the gold element was instantly drained, condensing into countless tiny sharp blades, piercing into the stone ball from all directions and corners. If someone was trapped inside, it would be even more miserable than being pierced by thousands of arrows. Chapter 169 The Ultimate Brilliant Last Blow. Wine. Emperor Shuye saw the real top-level battle in the world for the first time, and finally realized what a titled Douluo was. At this level, soul masters are no longer able to be defeated by human wave tactics. Tang San lowered his eyes. No matter what, he had to prepare for his next escape. Now Tang San no longer expected Tang Hao to rescue him. Although Saratha's strength has not reached the level of titled Douluo, his strength is also the strongest under titled Douluo. And with so many powerful soul masters present, it is simply unrealistic to want to escape. The only chance is to be imprisoned, which is the last hope of escape. In the sky, a huge stone ball with a width of more than 10 meters is riddled with holes, all of which are traces of being pierced by small and sharp blades. Is it raining? One of the people in the stands suddenly felt a wetness on his head. Subconsciously reached out to touch it. Blood, it's blood. As a drop of blood fell, blood continued to drip. Did Tang Hao really lose, or even die? If this is really the case, Guyi's strength is simply too terrifying. If no one watched when Guyi killed Yu Yuanzhen last time, then now he is showing his strength in public with his absolute strength. A true master is not just a master in words. Strength and wisdom should coexist. A true master is one who combines knowledge and action, especially in this situation with extraordinary martial arts. For those who have not personally experienced a high-level realm, what use can it be to rely on a few scattered introductions in books? Shrink it for me. As the user of this move, Guyi could naturally feel that Tang Hao, who was wrapped in the stone ball, had not lost his life. The blood that had just dripped was just caused by a little skin injury. The reason why the enemy was trapped with stones and soil as the foundation was because stones and soil could be compressed better. Under his strong control, the huge stone ball continued to shrink, and the space it could accommodate was getting smaller and smaller. Guyi did not need to compress the stone ball to a very small size, as long as it was smaller than the clear sky hammer of the Wuhan True Body. Although the Wuhan True Body was powerful, it was difficult to use it continuously. After all, it was the same as the soul dot connected to each other. Besides, Tang Hao also used the great skill of the Great Zamura Hammer. Once he got out of this state, Tang Hao would not pose a threat. Guyi frowned slightly. Tang Hao's resistance was more intense than he had imagined, and even he could not control it. Bang! The stone ball exploded, and Tang Hao, covered in blood, held the Haoshan hammer in his hand, looking like a soul-devouring evil ghost crawling out of the abyss. Tang Hao looked down, and his mouth moved slightly. Knowing that he might be powerless to save the situation this time. Guyi is too powerful now, so powerful that he doesn't look like a human being at all. Perhaps it is not an exaggeration to call him a god. However, today, Tang Hao will challenge a higher peak. The Haoshan hammer was put down vertically, and he looked at the direction of the Haoshan sect with nostalgia. After all, he was too ashamed to go back. He really wanted to go back and take a look. The warmth in his heart was fleeting, and his eyes stared at Guyi fiercely. This time he will be unreserved. It seems that you are ready. Guyi said something that made no sense, at least the audience below couldn't understand it. Yes, even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. Tang Hao did not hide that this would be the last battle. He didn't want to leave any regrets. Come on, let me see how strong the strongest attack in this life is. If it were the usual Guyi, he might not give Tang Hao time to completely release, but after the first condensation of the martial soul true body, he felt unprecedented power, as if everything in the world was under his control. The world changed color in just a thought. This invincible power made Guyi completely empty. He had long abandoned all mortal thoughts and only wanted to please himself to the greatest extent. It was like Gojo Satoru who had comprehended the reversal technique. Guyi, who was calm and relaxed, attracted Tang Hao's anger to the maximum, and his blood and soul power were rising crazily. The vitality of heaven and earth was gathering. Horrible, extremely terrifying. An unprecedented force was brewing in Tang Hao's body. Gurong watched all this in horror. If he was hit by this force head-on, there would only be one result, no body left. No, he couldn't stay here. Gu Rong deeply understood that if Gu Yi couldn't block this hammer, everyone below would die. No matter how strong they were, they would die under this hammer. Feng Ji, we must go. Tang Hao was already at the end of his strength. His soul power, blood, domain, and even his soul were burning. This last hammer. No one could stop it. Ning Fengzi didn't expect Gu Yi to be able to force Tang Hao to this point. It was beyond imagination. It was a complete act of self-destruction. Wait a little longer. Uncle Gu, go and bring Rong Rong here first. Ning Fengzi didn't decide to leave. Gu Rong had the ability of space, so even at the end, he could take him and Rong Rong away. As for the others, I'm sorry, he couldn't save them. In such a short time, they couldn't escape the range of the attack. Understood. Gu Rong knew without Ning Fengzi saying anything. It turned out that they spoiled Ning Rong Rong so much because they liked her so much. Now, in addition to this reason, there is also the 9 treasures glazed tower. Even if Ning Fengzi died here, Ning Rong Rong could not die. Whether the 7 treasures glazed sect can be changed to the 9 treasures glazed sect is the most important thing. The powerful energy fluctuations generated by Tiandu city were almost felt by most of the Douluo continent. Soon, Gu Rong brought back the unconscious Ning Rong Rong. Rong Rong didn't want to leave, so I had to knock her out. You can spoil Rong Rong at any time, but not at this time. The audience and Soul Master teams around also began to run outside, obviously realizing that something was wrong. In the end, only 6 students from Tianwen Academy were left standing firmly in place, looking forward to this wonderful battle. Xingdu Great Forest. Humans have grown to this point now, and they have such power before becoming gods. Don't worry, when the master recovers from his injuries, humans will be ants under the feet of our soul beasts. Besides, they are not strong now, at most they are stronger than the 2 gatekeepers. They are still too weak compared to us. If it weren't for not attracting the attention of the God realm, I really want to go out and do something big. Wuhan City. Tang Chen, the Maimo Chan Kaea sent AE registered trademark AE, unfortunately still withered. However, Bibi Dong is getting stronger and stronger. Qian Daoliu, as the strongest among human soul masters today, can naturally feel this powerful force. Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace also felt this fluctuation. The huge Haoshan hammer spanned the sky, and Tang Hao's figure gradually began to disappear, first the feet, then the legs, the torso until the last head. Only the clear sky hammer, which exuded infinite power, remained in the air. The surrounding space was even destroyed by this powerful force, and black cracks appeared around it. Tang Hao's will and the last bit of his soul were contained in this clear sky hammer. He only needed to wait for the power to be brute and swung out. The last hammer. Chapter 170, Please me with all your strength. Gu Yi, standing in the silver-white giant, was completely ignited with passion, and even felt the threat of death from the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao ignited all his strength, and the light that burst out was too dazzling. Flesh, soul, every part of the body is telling that he will die. Even at this point, Gu Yi can still use space ability to get himself out of the attack of the clear sky hammer. But Gu Yi will not do this. Waiting for this moment, pushing the ability to the limit. Let me see the power of the clear sky hammer. An energy vortex appeared in the hand of the silver-white giant, and the speed was accelerated to the point where cracks appeared in the space. The power of space also continuously merged into the energy vortex from the crack. Those who understand the method of soul core condensation will find that what Gu Yi is doing now is the first step of condensing the soul core. What exactly does Gu Yi want to do? No one can figure it out at this moment. Looking up, the clouds and mists broke, an array of golden light shone down. There is the invincible Jian Dao Chen Xin in the world, but there is no peak in the sword. Today, I will use this knife to let the world know that the knife method is not inferior to the sword method. Gu Yi seemed to be talking to Tang Hao, but it was more like talking to himself. The crazy influx of heaven and earth vitality was an energy vortex, but this time compared with the last time, Gu Yi's control of energy after displaying the martial soul true body was simply incomparable. It can be said that there is a world of difference. Under Gu Yi's control, the energy vortex gradually became stable. Although it was still accumulating power, it was very stable and there was no need to worry about sudden explosion. Before the elements of heaven and earth were controlled to condense the energy vortex at the same time, it gradually formed the shape of the previous flying knife. Puff! Gu Yi, who was in the silver-white giant, spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only were his eyes bloodshot, but the meridians in his body were also about to reach their limits. But he never thought of stopping. This move must be used no matter what. A huge flying knife condensed in the air, while constantly absorbing the power in the space. On one side was the clear sky hammer. On the other side was the willow leaf flying knife. Both of them exuded a destructive aura. Space could not withstand such a powerful force. Finally succeeded. The energy vortex finally established an energy connection with the huge flying knife. Guyi didn't care about the blood still remaining at the corner of his mouth. This would be the strongest knife he could condense so far. The situation inside his body was even more horrible. The meridians in his body were broken inch by inch. Even with the soul core to stabilize his body, Guyi still withdrew from the state of martial soul possession. But now he doesn't need any martial soul body. This knife is connected to his spirit, and he can control it even without the blessing of the martial soul body. Mental power has long been his forte. How strong is Guyi? Everyone has this question in their hearts. Facing Tang Hao, who sacrificed everything, he can still remain so calm and even condense such a powerful knife. Is there really such a terrifying genius in the world? Guyi is only 17 years old. Even the most talented soul master at this age is only a soul king. This is completely beyond the imagination of this world. Heavenly fire. Thunder. Guyi became crazy. It was not enough to just use these things on the ground. He greedily intercepted the scorching sun that illuminated the earth and guided the lightning in the distant dark clouds. He actually learned the methods of mortals to refine and polish this flying knife. Originally, the illusory flying knife condensed by energy showed some signs of evolving into a physical entity under the refinement of heavenly fire and thunder. The flying knife also became particularly sharp under the refinement of these two forces, and its size was also reduced by a large circle, as if all the impurities in it were removed. At the same time, the momentum of the clear sky hammer reached an unprecedented peak. Even Guyi, as the person involved, could not expect what would happen after the collision of this knife and hammer. The spirit and soul power are highly unified. Go! The flying knife and the clear sky hammer seemed to have mutual induction, and Guyi just followed the trend. Guyi even felt that the flying knife disappeared for a moment during its movement. This was because the space was torn apart, and the flying knife directly crossed from one space to another. At this time, Gu Rong had summoned the martial soul, and Ning Fengzi and others were firmly protecting him. The aftermath of this collision may even cause the Soul King to die on the spot. But even so, Gu Rong still stared at the situation in the sky. This level of battle is of great benefit to his future cultivation. He stayed at level 96 for too long, so long that he himself forgot how many years he had not broken through. After level 90, the influence of martial soul on soul masters was reduced to the lowest. The martial soul talent that was previously emphasized is gone. Everything depends on one word: enlightenment. Compared to enlightenment, Chen Xin is undoubtedly much better than him. Perhaps after seeing the battle between these two soul masters at the peak of human nature, he can understand something. Ko after a lifetime of trouble, Gu Rong didn't want to be left behind by a long way before his death. After the retreat, Chen Xin's strength will definitely increase again. He can't fall behind. So he didn't want to miss this battle. Flying knife and hammer. The second head-on collision. In the eyes of the world, compared with the powerful and heavy hammer, the flying knife is completely at a disadvantage. But who has stipulated that the flying knife can't beat the heavy hammer? There is no iron rule in the world, just like the practice of soul masters. Who can determine that a person with a weak martial soul will definitely lose to a person with a strong martial soul? There are 3,000 great ways, and they all lead to the same destination. There is no order of precedence, only the level of perception. Before the two weapons touched each other, the air pressure generated collided with each other first. The space between the flying knife and the Haoshan hammer was directly unbearable, and a space crack was squeezed out directly. As the stalemate lasted longer and longer, the space crack became larger and larger. The distance between the two was also slowly closing. Bang! Finally, after a loud bang, a layer of visible energy fluctuations instantly spread from the collision point of the flying knife and the Haoshan hammer. The space generated before expanded rapidly until it wrapped the two weapons. God realm! This is too much. If it goes on like this, there will be problems. Evil God King frowned. He had been paying attention to the battle between Guyi and Tang Hao. Even he did not expect that the two would be so determined and completely aim to destroy Douluo continent. Annoying. Goodness, let's attack together. Goodness, God King did not refuse. He also understood that if it continued like this, it would cause great damage to Douluo continent. It was not against the rules to attack at this time. Evil, no matter what the reason. What we have to do is to repair the space on Douluo continent and cannot interfere in this battle. Goodness reminded. After all, the Shura blood sword in the hands of Shura God King is not a vegetarian, although they are not afraid of him. But they are afraid of trouble. Don't worry, I understand. Chapter 171 Final Ending. I won. Guyi knew that victory was already in hand because he was not defeated by the Clear Sky Hammer, which led to the current evenly matched situation. Winning is just a matter of time. Evil and good work together. The space cracks caused by the attack stopped expanding, and not only that, they were slowly recovering. This is it. Guyi had been in contact with the evil divine power, so he could naturally feel that the power to repair the space came from the evil God King. As for the other particularly comfortable power, he had felt it before. However, it was completely different from the evil divine power. However, there was no difference in the energy level, and it was obvious that this was also a God King level existence. Since this is the case, let's be more unbridled. Guyi was completely unreserved, squeezing every bit of strength in his body into the energy vortex, and then the energy vortex was injected into the flying knife. As for this, Guyi did not hesitate at all. Being able to complete a battle without any constraints was a kind of enjoyment for him. Evil, to be honest, I'm jealous of the successor you found this time. Goodness is really a bit sour, why can't she meet such an excellent successor? Every day they are all ugly, and there is no sign of being able to inherit the throne. It really hurts the heart of the gods. Don't worry, I will stay in the God realm and wait for you. Although the evil God King has long been concerned about the outside world, he is willing to stay in the God realm for a while for goodness. If a person travels in the vast universe, looking around but no one can walk with him, how lonely it will be. Goodness's originally sour heart was infected by the evil God King at this moment. Having the most evil throne in the world, but having the warmest heart, isn't this a different kind of irony? The power between the Clear Sky Hammer and the flying knife is comparable, and neither loses to the other. The explosion brought by burning all the power is completely outrageous. The surrounding heaven and earth vitality is completely gathered on their side, one side is better than the other. After the blessing of the evil God King and the good God King, the space of Tiandu city became extremely stable. Even if the power was increased tenfold, it could not be broken. How could the power of the God King be understood by mortals? Cha. With the continuous stalemate, the Clear Sky Hammer was finally a little weak. It was not like the flying knife had an energy vortex behind it, which could continuously absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, and Guyi provided power behind it. Although Tang Hao's final burst of power was powerful, it was short-lived after all, and he could not hold on to the protracted war. Once it could not be defeated immediately, there was only one way to go, which was decline. The power of the Clear Sky Hammer continued to weaken, accompanied by a click, which meant that Tang Hao, one of the former Clear Sky twins, completely disappeared from this world. Even the soul dissipated. Swoosh! The flying knife passed directly through the center of the Clear Sky Hammer, leaving a gorgeous trace in the sky until it disappeared into the horizon. The once invincible Clear Sky Hammer slowly fell from the sky like a pile of rotten iron, and then dissipated in the air. Tang Hao was declared dead. A generation of genius, after all, was short of heroic spirit. Win. Ning Fengzi couldn't believe it. In this situation, Guyi was able to defeat the Clear Sky Hammer that could destroy the world from the front. It was too outrageous. Is this world still the world he knew? Are all the titled Douluo so powerful? At least neither Sword Douluo nor Bone Douluo could burst out such a powerful force. Win. Guyi looked at the Clear Sky Hammer that dissipated in the air, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he lost his strength and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Not good. Only Ning Fengzi and his group and a few people from Tianwen Academy were still present. Juking reacted the fastest and was the fastest. She surpassed everyone and arrived at Guyi's landing point, then jumped high. Just when she was about to catch Guyi, a figure appeared out of thin air above, hugged Guyi steadily, and then disappeared from her eyes again. Juking knew this person. He was the one who had attacked Guyi in the academy and the one who forcibly took Ning Rongrong away. This person is also a titled Douluo, from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After landing lightly, Juking quickly ran towards Ning Fengzi. Not far away, Ning Fengzi's soul power surged, and a small tower instantly grew larger, and the soft soul power shone on Guyi's body. Help him stabilize and recover from his injuries. Juking came to them in a few breaths, without saying a word, just watching quietly. This is the second time that Guyi has become like this in front of her. The whole body seems to be stained with blood, but it is much better than the last time. At least this time it can be seen that this is a person, and it is not so miserable. After only a few minutes of treatment, Ning Fengzi put away the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and looked at Guyi on the ground with complicated eyes. There is no way. His body is like a sieve now. No matter how much soul power enters, the healing ability will flow out. In the end, the soul power that can be effective is less than 1/10. Although Ning Fengzi did not specialize in healing soul skills, his judgment of injuries was definitely not inferior to that of a true healing soul master. With such a body, even the most powerful soul master would be useless. Even if Guyi could survive, he would never be a soul master in this life. Gurong glanced at Ning Fengzi at this moment. The two looked at each other. After so many years of friendship, some things often only require a glance to understand each other's meaning. Obviously, Gurong was interested in the large number of secret techniques on Guyi, or he had never lost interest. Not only for himself, but also for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengzi was considering and hesitating. If they could really get the secret techniques on Guyi, I'm afraid that within 10 years, their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would be able to compete for the top power on the continent. Even the Spirit Hall will be trampled underfoot. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has never been a kind-hearted force, and its mind is no less than any other force. The reason why Ning Fengzi is still hesitating now is also based on the various powers and secret techniques that Guyi has shown before. How many impossible things there are in Douluo continent are perfectly reflected in Guyi. What he thinks is impossible may not be a big deal in Guyi's eyes. It is precisely because of this that Ning Fengzi has not made up his mind. Even if Guyi's chance of recovery is very small, it is possible. Once this step is taken, there will be no turning back, and you can only go all the way. It can be said that the rise and fall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect depends on his thoughts. Chapter 172 The Reveries of the Kind God King. Dad, how is it possible? You are the best auxiliary soul master in the whole continent, how can you give up so easily? Save Guyi, Dad. Ning Rongrong pulled her father's arm and kept begging. In their daily interactions, they had already developed a deep emotional bond. Ning Fengzi was shocked, and the word Dad completely woke him up. No matter what plan he had, the biggest premise was that Guyi was still alive and able to speak, otherwise it would be useless even if he made more small calculations. When a person dies, the way disappears. Ning Fengzi laughed at himself, thinking that he had been boasting that his wisdom was not inferior to others for all these years, but he still couldn't fall into the cliché copyright. After all, he was blinded by the desire in front of him. The word desire is not so easy to see through. Even the gods who are high above cannot really overcome their own desires. The light of the Seven Treasures bloomed again. Soon, Emperor Shuye also rushed over with his people, accompanied by Xueqing He. Xueqing He looked at the man lying flat on the ground, like a dead person. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would even doubt whether this person was dead or alive. After a few seconds, Xueqing He looked away, but no one noticed that his eyes were filled with panic, anger, and a bit of worry, and his fists hidden in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Haoshan sect, very good. Master Ning, please stop. I brought a soul saint with healing abilities. No matter what, I will not let the hero who saved Tianda's city die like this. Emperor. Shuye had a righteous look on his face, and he looked like a good monarch and emperor who loved his people like his own children and protected the heroes of the empire. But except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking, two children who had not been involved in the political game, everyone else knew it. Emperor Shuye also wanted Guyi's skills and secret techniques. Compared with the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the desires felt by the monarch of a huge empire were the greatest. Even if he had already mastered half of the world's resources, how could people be satisfied so easily? Especially the monarch. Standing above millions of people, his words were as good as gold. A single anger could cause blood to flow for thousands of miles. Who could resist such supreme power? As a monarch, he would not allow anyone to have the same power as him, and he would prostrate himself wherever he went. There was not only one monarch on the continent, but also the Luo Empire and the powerful Wuhan Hall. There is no king who does not want to complete the unification and include the entire Douluo continent in his territory. To be truly above millions of people. The appearance of Guyi gave him this opportunity. If Guyi was not injured, Shuiye would not have this idea, but would only treat Guyi as a distinguished guest and promise him endless wealth and glory. The current situation has changed dramatically. After the battle with Tang Hao, although Guyi won, he was also dying and could only be slaughtered. Shuiye did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and could not miss it. Power is only reassuring when it is controlled in one's own hands. Guyi must be controlled in his hands no matter what. Ning Fengzi glanced at Shui Qinghe, thinking about how to avoid damaging the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Don't look at the fact that their Seven Treasures Glazed sect now has a good relationship with the Tiandu Empire, and he is even the prince's teacher. Once the strength of the Tiandu Empire really surpasses that of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or when the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is no longer needed, the Tiandu Empire will become the most ferocious beast and eat them up completely. The wealth accumulated by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the past will also become a stepping stone. At this moment, Ning Fengzi thought a lot and finally gave up the position in front of him. No matter what the future holds, it is not suitable to completely break up with Shuiye now. Besides, Gurong beside him is his greatest confidence. Even if Shuiye really controls Guyi, with Gurong's elusive spatial ability, he can easily rescue him or directly kill him. Emperor Shuiye is very satisfied with Ning Fengzi's understanding. I think I don't need to bother you. Ning Fengzi was shocked. Shuiye took a few steps back. Shui Qinghe's eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone looked down at Guyi lying on the ground. It was clearly heard that the person who just spoke was Guyi, who in their eyes was only breathing his last breath. A last gasp? No one knew what was going on. The flame is the fire of Nirvana. Ning Rongrong broke the silence at this moment. She had loved and hated this flame for more than a year. Love it because it can help recover from injuries, hate it because its appearance is a sign of injury. Ning Fengzi was relieved when he heard his daughter's voice. Fortunately, he did not make a decision that would put the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in danger of destruction. Emperor Shuiye also heard it, and his eyes sank. Lin Sen, help our hero. Emperor Shuiye could see that this was the critical moment for Guyi to recover. Even now, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Under the guise of helping Guyi, let's see if he can do something. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but it's no longer necessary. Guyi stood up out of thin air, the flames on his body faded, and except for the torn clothes, even the blood on his body disappeared. His breath was also very strong, and there was no trace of the dying state just now. I'm glad that Dingu is okay. You are the hero of our Tiandu city. If something happens, it will be the biggest loss to the empire. At this moment, Shuiye put on a false smile, praising Guyi and expressing his concern for him. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I'm just protecting myself. The reason why Guyi didn't use the Nirvana fire to reshape his body immediately was to see what choice they would make at this moment. This will also represent how he will treat this group of people in the future. Ning Fengzi finally overcame his greed, but Shuiye could only pay the price for his choice. Tiandu will eventually move towards the past. Shuiye could feel the alienation in Guyi's words, and naturally understood that his little thoughts were seen through. But who can blame Guyi for being so powerful? Even if he is the king of a country, he can't do anything to him. It's really hateful. Let's go back to the academy and prepare to go to Wuhan City to participate in the finals. Guyi didn't care and left with his students. When he passed by Shui Qinghe, he looked at her. Swaggering. Shuiye also left. Uncle Gu, Guyi's plan is definitely not small. Maybe Tiandu is not a good choice. Ning Fengzi frowned. He frowned. What on earth did Guyi want to do? In 10 years at most, your successor will definitely be able to ascend to the God realm. The kind God King is now more and more optimistic about Guyi. It would be great if he could have a second martial spirit. This way, he can carry both his own and the evil god's throne at the same time. Chapter 173 Bibi Dong comes again. After 3 days of rest, the winning team of this competition also set off smoothly to participate in the finals held in Wuhan City. Just one person is missing. Tang San, who was previously exposed as a fallen spirit master, will not be able to participate in this competition and wait for the final judgment. Along the way, they walked very easily. There were no waves, and Bibi Dong did not send a titled Douluo to intercept them as in the original book. 20 days later, they arrived at Wuhan City very smoothly. The competition time is 3 days later, giving the participating teams enough rest and adjusting their own status. After settling Duguyan and others, Guyi disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knows where he went. Elder Hall. You are probably as strong as I am now. Qian Daoliu looked at the more restrained peerless sword hidden in its scabbard. No one knew how dazzling the light contained in it was. Although Guyi had a deeper understanding after fighting with Tang Hao, he had not really fought before and could not judge who was stronger and who was weaker from the aura. Thank you for your praise, senior. I came here mainly to ask you to do me a favor. Chen Xin, a level 96 titled Douluo, was invited. Guyi would naturally not forget Jian Daoliu, who was only one step away from becoming a god. Even when fighting against fierce beasts, Jian Daoliu would be the main fighting force. Chen Xin could only play a restraining role at most. Tell me about it. Guyi repeated his thoughts, but Jian Daoliu looked at him sideways. It can be said that this is the most shocking news he has heard in so many years. Really? Jian Daoliu asked subconsciously. It's not that I don't believe Guyi, but it's really hard to believe this, because he can be said to be the longest-lived existence in this world, and there is no news of any ferocious beast. A strong man who can easily kill a titled Douluo. Guyi nodded. Jian Daoliu hesitated. He was afraid. It's not that he was afraid of death, but that he was afraid of provoking an existence that was difficult to deal with, which would cause unprecedented damage to the human world. If a ferocious beast with a huge body and amazing strength breaks into the human world, the harm it will cause is incalculable. Don't go, at least don't go before you have the strength to deal with these ferocious beasts. Qian Daoliu stared at Guyi seriously and cautiously. This kind of thing must not be reckless. It will have great consequences at any time. Guyi's eyes flickered, and he saw what Qian Daoliu was worried about, and smiled. Don't worry, they won't leave the Xingda Great Forest. Qian Daoliu looked at Guyi in confusion. How did he know such a thing? Guyi didn't say anything else, raised his hand and pointed to the sky. It's self-evident. Qian Daoliu knew that Guyi had inherited the throne of God, so he could understand this move. Okay, when will we act? Qian Daoliu was also a little excited. After losing Tang Chen, a good opponent, for so many years, he had been invincible for too long. No one could make him fight with all his strength. Not yet, we all need to upgrade. Qian Daoliu's soul master cultivation had already reached the peak of level 99, and he could even mobilize the power of angels, but after all, the soul power was too mixed. Liquid soul power and solid soul power are completely different things. If Qian Daoliu in this state encountered a powerful beast, or even Emperor Tian, he would probably die in the hands of the opponent in less than 10 rounds. Therefore, condensing the soul core is the top priority. The level cannot be improved anymore, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in strength. Upgrade? I have no hope of becoming a god, and my soul power has been cultivated to the peak, and there is no more room for improvement. Qian Daoliu was a little lonely. God, who doesn't want to become a god? But he didn't have the talent and fate after all. No, I'm not talking about becoming a god. If you have become a god, do you still need to be so cautious? What I want to say is that the gap between level 99 and level 99 may even be greater than the gap between a titled Douluo and a soul master. In Qian Daoliu's puzzled eyes, Guyi was too lazy to talk nonsense and started the demonstration directly. For the next half an hour, Guyi was talking and Qian Daoliu was listening. I don't know how your brain grows. You can think of this method. After listening, Qian Daoliu only left this sentence and hurriedly ran to retreat. Stretching himself, Guyi walked out of the elder hall with a relaxed look on his face. He got another one and felt happy. Looking at the Pope's hall not far away, Guyi hesitated. There is no doubt that Bibi Dong can be of great help to his next soul hunting operation. But after the last incident, Guyi didn't think Bibi Dong would help him. I was afraid that it would stretch out 8 spider legs and stab him. Guyi shook his head and prepared to leave. This was particularly easy for him who had mastered the ability of space. Elder Gu, you came and left in a hurry again. Is the spirit hall so unpopular? Guyi's body froze, and he turned around stiffly. The person who spoke was Bibi Dong, whom he didn't want to face the most. After all, he also played with her feelings in the illusion, although it was to help her break the dusty heart for a long time. Bibi Dong is still dressed the same as before. She is wearing a proper pope's robe, holding a scepter, and is still as beautiful as ever. She is so noble that people feel that looking at her anymore is blasphemy. Guyi can feel that Bibi Dong's soul is no longer suppressed and is released. The evil power accumulated in her body has also been reduced a lot. The previous treatment was undoubtedly successful. At least she is no longer bound by the past. As for whether she has let it go, even God probably can't understand or explain it clearly. I came here only for private matters, and I don't want to disturb His Holiness the Pope. Guyi wanted to leave immediately. The people present were all titled Douluo, and Bibi Dong was a titled Douluo of level 99, with a very keen sense of space. Guyi's action was detected by her the moment he moved. If you dare to leave, no one can guarantee the safety of Tianwen Academy after tomorrow. Bibi Dong came to Guyi and was very good at finding Guyi's weakness. Tianwen Academy was indeed very important to him, but it was too naive for Bibi Dong to think that she could use this to control him. If you want, just do it. I want to see whether you kill faster or I kill faster. Guyi's expression became very cold. He would not accept such a threat, let alone compromise. If the students in Tianwen Academy really died because of him, he would avenge them. Bibi Dong never thought that Guyi would be so determined that she couldn't imagine it. Stay, have a meal with me, I won't touch Tianwen Academy, just now I just wanted you to stay. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with weakness and loneliness, and even a hint of misery. Chapter 174 Rejection. There is no need to eat. Your Holiness should prepare for the next ceremony. Guyi thought he was not a hard-hearted person, but he would never be the kind of person who would give up everything after being threatened just now. Bibi Dong's words just now almost touched his bottom line. He didn't care about Bibi Dong standing in front of him. The space in front of him fluctuated, and the next moment his figure disappeared in front of Bibi Dong. She was left alone here. Bibi Dong's tall figure became a little hunched. She messed up again. Being the Pope for so many years, he was used to being bossy and must obey no matter what was said. If you don't obey, you must use strength and threats. This method has been used countless times over the years. It was used subconsciously this time. It is difficult for people in high positions to treat things with a normal mind. 3 days later. Unlike before, this time Guyi did not draw other colleges, but Shrek College. That is to say, their opponents this time are Daimyo Bai and others who used to live together. Brother Yi, how do we play this game? Oscar hesitated. The rules of the finals are different from those of the qualifiers. The winner advances, the loser exits. The rules are quite strict. Everyone is Flanders' biggest wish is to make Shrek Academy go down in history, and now it is almost done. Entering the finals, even if they can't win the championship, is enough to show how powerful Shrek is. It's not that Oscar looks down on Shrek Academy, but the gap between Shrek Academy and them is too big. Now they are missing Tang San, the main combat force, which is even worse. There is basically no possibility. Fight as you should, this is a game. Guyi only said one sentence. Flender on the other side also smiled bitterly. Is this considered shooting himself in the foot? If things hadn't been so serious at the beginning, maybe Shrek Academy would still have a chance to stand on the throne of champion. But now I'm afraid they can't get through the first round. What's there to sigh about, Flender? The final winner of this game will only belong to our Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang, who looked a little haggard, came over and said in a deep voice. Tang San becoming a fallen soul master was the biggest blow to Yu Xiaogang. This disciple he had carefully cultivated was ruined. No one could help him verify his theory. Now there is only one last chance left, which is to let Shrek Academy take the championship position and prove that his teaching level is not inferior to anyone. The title of master is well deserved. Xiaogang, do you still have a way to let these little monsters defeat Tianwen Academy? Flanders couldn't believe it. The average number of players from Tianwen Academy was above level 40, and the captain Duguyan had even reached level 53 Soul King, surpassing his peers. With this configuration, how could Daimyo Bai and others, whose highest soul power was no more than level 46, win? Besides, the opponent also had the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, an auxiliary martial spirit that defied the heavens, and Oscar, a food spirit master who could give his companions the ability to fly. No matter how you think about it, there is no chance of winning. Remember the 7-in-1 of Kanghui Academy, fusion skills? I have created a fusion skill that is more powerful than this one, which can definitely turn defeat into victory. And there is one thing that I didn't notice. Don't you think Juking and others' cultivation level is too fast? Even if you count from when they started at Shrek Academy, it has only been 2 years. But their cultivation level has almost achieved a 2-level jump. Do you think it is possible? Yu Xiaogong's words made Flanders shudder all over. After years of wandering in the Spirit Master world, he has never heard of anyone's cultivation level being able to improve so quickly. Even Guyi's cultivation speed back then could never reach such a fast speed. Could it be that they practice Sea Devil methods? Flanders could only think of this possibility. After all, Tang San's cultivation level was improved so quickly before. That's right. After studying martial spirits and spirit masters for so many years, even if they are born with full spirit power, they can't improve their cultivation level so quickly. There is no doubt that it must be forcing the growth of seedlings. Especially the one called Juking, who is full of ghostly yin energy. Yu Xiaogang was so confident and sure when talking about these things. Little did he know how ridiculous this confident and stupid look was in the eyes of those who knew the inside story. Soul masters have sharp ears. Uncle Gu, it's a good thing that Rong followed Guyi at the beginning, otherwise I don't know what would have happened. Ning Fengzi was very lucky. He really didn't know how such a person hooked up with the young Bibi Dong. Boasting, he also put his own incompetence on others. Like a frog in a well, he has never seen the vastness of the sky. On the battlefield, Tianwen Academy and Shrek Academy stood opposite each other. Brothers, line up. Dai Mubai directly took over Tang San's command position and became the leader of the team. The 6 people reacted quickly and lined up behind Dai Mubai according to the level of soul power. What is this? Duguyan had never seen this kind of formation. It was completely useless in the battle, and it would even limit his vision. Duguyan was still cautiously arranging his tactics. Since the opponent did not take the initiative to attack, they would act first. Ma Hongjun knew that it was his turn to play now. As his soul ring flashed, a blazing flame seemed to burn everything. Accept your failure. Dai Mubai was very confident. As Jiangju injected the power of her soul ring into the person in front, it not only brought out other power, but also kept transmitting it forward. Until this huge power was transmitted into Dai Mubai's body. Roar! Dai Mubai roared, the power was so huge that even his meridians were exposed. The soul power continued to increase, and the breath became stronger and stronger. Unexpectedly, he turned into a huge white tiger in full view of the public, majestic and awe-inspiring. As for the other few people, they were completely exhausted and fell directly to the ground. This can be it was a desperate gamble. If Dai Mubai could not defeat the 7 of them, Shrek would have to regretfully withdraw from the finals. Martial soul body? Bibi Dong looked at the huge white tiger on the field in shock, and glanced at Yu Xiaogong's position. In Shrek Academy, there was only one person who could achieve this step, allowing 7 people with completely different martial soul focuses to merge together. Yu Xiaogang was the only one. Guyi then said, in this kind of battle, the appearance of a martial soul body is already considered a super-level existence. Even if there is a soul king of more than 50 levels like Duguyan, it may not be able to win. It just made Bibi Dong a little puzzled. Even at this point, Guyi's expression did not fluctuate at all, and he did not take the martial soul body condensed by Dai Mubai seriously at all. Ning Fengzi was also a little worried. Chapter 175 Playing with the White Tiger. Sister Yan, what should we do? After studying with Guyi for so many years, he already knew everything he should know. It was obvious that what Dai Mubai was displaying was the true body of his martial soul that could only be condensed by a level 70 soul saint. Even Ma Hongjun, who was the most confident among them, didn't know how to fight next. This ability was simply beyond the standard. Don't panic. It's not that easy to display the true body of your martial soul. In addition to the fact that your own soul power needs to meet the requirements, the soul must also meet the standards. Do you think a level 40 Dai Mubai has such a strong soul to maintain the true body of his martial soul? Over time, I'm afraid it will collapse. Juking was very calm at the moment, analyzing the current situation very rationally. The reason why she reacted much faster than the others was because she knew Dai Mubai well enough. If he had not been determined enough and chose to escape, they would not be here. But now Zhu Zuqing did not resent Dai Muibai's choice. If he had not escaped, she would not have had such a good opportunity to join such a powerful academy, meet such a group of good friends, and would not have known the man who changed her life. Oscar! Duguyan shouted. Oscar understood and started making sausages. After more than a year of running in, the tacit understanding between the few people can't be regarded as telepathy, but they can understand the meaning with just one sentence or one look. Since the evil-eyed white tiger condensed by Dai Muibai with the power of the whole academy is difficult to resist, there is only one choice: delay. As long as they wait until Dai Muibai can't hold on, it will be the moment for them to win. Among them, in addition to Ma Hongzhen's inherent flying ability, only Oscar's mushroom sausage can allow several people to fly temporarily. No matter how powerful the white tiger is, it is useless if it can't hit people. Flanders and Yu Xiaogang naturally noticed this move, and immediately realized what Duguyan and others were thinking. Avoiding battle is the best choice. They saw this very accurately. Dai Muibai, who turned into a white tiger, also discovered their thoughts, and rushed towards the 7 people with his limbs swinging. At the same time, countless golden balls of light condensed around him, which contained soul power that made people palpitate. Even if this was just a group attack soul skill, the power displayed by Dai Muibai in this state would be far greater than that of a single attack soul skill. The soul's true body greatly increased the soul skill. Protect Xiao Ao and buy time. Ma Hongzhen didn't need to remind him, and took Oscar into the air without any pause. At the same time, several people dispersed instantly. Only in this way can the risk of being wiped out be reduced. Life condensation. Blue vines emerged from the ground, almost instantly binding the limbs of the huge evil-eyed white tiger. Xiao Qing, well done. Duguyan also didn't stop for a moment, and the toxins cultivated over the years had condensed in his hands. I guess even Dai Muibai in this state would be very uncomfortable. However, because of the presence of teammates, Duguyan did not use the third soul skill. It is easy to hurt one's own people, and it is difficult to hurt such a powerful white tiger with only the third soul skill. The white tiger just shook its body, and the blue-silver grass wrapped around its limbs broke into pieces. There is no way, now Lin Qing's blue-silver grass has not really been upgraded to the level of blue-silver emperor, and now the gap between her and Dai Muibai is too big. It is very good to be able to limit it for a moment. Duguyan stepped towards the white tiger with a snake-like step, and the dark green air mass was still around her hand, leaving a faint fragrance on the spot. If an ordinary person smelled it, I am afraid that he would immediately feel dizzy and faint on the spot. Today's weather is not bad, and a large shadow appeared on the side of the huge white tiger. Zhu Zuqing, who disappeared after the dispersion, came out from the shadow, and the claws in her hands condensed the power of the netherworld and grabbed the waist of the white tiger directly. Even in the state of martial soul true body, Dai Muibai couldn't react to such a sudden and rapid attack. Swish! The original snow-white hair disappeared, and 5 deep wounds appeared instead, and blood slowly dripped along the scratches. Roar! The white tiger condensed by Dai Muibai screamed. In this state, even the pain was increased. After a successful attack, Zhu Zuqing didn't want to do more, and immediately wanted to escape into the shadow again. Although Dai Muibai felt pain, he still had the fighting qualities that a combat soul master should have. The moment he was injured, he directly activated the third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. A golden ripple shook the surroundings. White Tiger Vajra Transformation is a 1000-year soul skill, not to mention that it was used in this situation, and its power was even stronger. The resulting wave actually shook Zhu Zuqing, who had not yet completely entered the shadow, out. Zhu Zuqing only felt a heat in her throat, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. It is conceivable how strong Dai Muibai is now. The huge tiger head has turned around at this moment, and the strong and powerful forelimbs are raised high. Once hit by this blow, Zhu Zuqing will not have the strength to fight again even if she does not die. But is Zhu Zuqing so weak? Gu Yi was not worried when he saw this scene. No one knows Zhu Zuqing's hard work better than him. Whether it is wind and rain, or in hard special training, Zhu Zuqing can be seen training harder. Now that her martial soul has undergone several changes, it has long become a well-deserved top martial soul, and there are elixirs to help her cleanse her marrow and improve her talent. Plus a technique that is particularly suitable for her. Zhu Zuqing has already emerged from the cocoon and become a butterfly, and is no longer the girl who was not outstanding in talent and only hard-working. Top martial soul, tenacious will, and determination to never give up. These alone cannot make a person outstanding, but together they are the symbol of a strong person. Juking reacted the moment she was blown away, and hid in the sight and blind spot of the white tiger with her graceful steps. At this moment, Duguyan's attack also arrived, and her palm with dark green light hit the white tiger fiercely. Dai Mubai has become stronger, but how can he control this powerful force with his weak mental power? Being attacked by a joint attack, he was naturally overwhelmed. By the time Dai Mubai reacted, Duguyan had already left. Roar! The white tiger roared unwillingly, which was too much of a blow to him. He has unrivaled power, but he can't hit anyone. It's like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, it consumes a lot of energy but has no effect. Is Juking okay? Duguyan asked worriedly. It's okay, everyone should be careful next time. I was just slightly affected and felt that my body was hit hard. Chapter 176 Sisters Reunion. The martial soul's true body is indeed extraordinary. Duguyan could see that the poison she had used did not cause much damage, and was directly blocked by the golden light on the surface of the white tiger. The damage caused was minimal. Dai Mubai knew that if this continued, it would not take long before this state would disappear and he would have no power. Must win. The murderous aura in the white tiger's eyes became heavier, and he quickly selected the first target. Nirvana. This soul master with extremely strong auxiliary ability. From the beginning, Nirvana added assistance to Juking and others. In a team battle, the most important thing is to eliminate the auxiliary soul master first. Besides, this was a competition, and there was not enough space for them to escape. As the incarnation of the white tiger, he could attack anyone in the competition field in a few steps. After choosing the target, Dai Mubai did not hesitate. The huge body quickly approached Nirvana, and this speed was only a little slower than Juking, a sensitive attack spirit master. Not good. Dai Mubai's purpose was very direct. But now even Juking could not catch up, the distance was too far. But they smiled at each other, which was exactly what they wanted. Nirvana also understood that Dai Mubai's target was herself, so she was not panicked. Because, there were not only 6 people in their team, but 7 people. Wang Yanran, who had never had a sense of existence. Now it was her turn to perform. Wang Yanran, who had always been inseparable from Nirvana, stood up, with the sky blue light in her eyes. The light was not dazzling, but it could not be ignored. Soul piercing. Wang Yanran, a spiritual attribute soul master, is the lowest among the 7 people, but her spiritual power is the strongest. Even Duguyan, who is at the level of Soul King, cannot compare with Wang Yanran now. This is their real trump card. Roar! Dai Mubai felt a sharp pain in his brain, and his mind was in chaos. The giant white tiger stopped, and its tall and mighty body lowered, making a miserable cry. Xiaogang, what's going on? Flanders looked at the screaming white tiger nervously and asked at the same time. Yu Xiaogang looked at the girl on the stage with blue eyes. Soon he figured out what the problem was. Spirit attack. Flanders, velised this game. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the fact. Dai Mubai couldn't bear such a strong force at all. Once his spirit was attacked, he would immediately show his true form. On the field, the white tiger dissipated. Guyi nodded with satisfaction after seeing this scene, and was very satisfied with their tactical arrangement. From the initial baiting of the enemy, to the subsequent entanglement, anger, delaying time, to the flaws revealed now, everything was very smooth and brilliant. The martial soul body seemed extremely powerful and amazing. But that was for soul masters after level 70. The martial soul body valued not only the soul power, but also the soul. Although Dai Mubai could withstand the powerful soul power with his indestructible body, his mental power was very mediocre and had not undergone any additional improvement. It was just the mental power of a soul master of the same level. To use this level of mental power to control the martial soul body that required level 70 to be used was itself a very burdensome thing for the soul. Once it encountered a mental attack, disintegration would only take a few seconds. That's it. Ma Hongjun also came down from the air. He didn't expect that things would be so simple, and Oscar's sausage hadn't been used yet. This martial soul body is too useless. Duguyan didn't expect to win so easily, without any effort. It feels even easier than the preliminaries. Okay, let's end the battle. In fact, without Duguyan saying anything, Lin Qing on the other side had already used vines to knock the other 6 people off the stage. Without any effort. Feng Ji, it seems that we all underestimated this girl. Gu Rong looked at Wang Yanran, whose cultivation level was at the bottom of the 7 people. He didn't care too much before, just thinking that she was just making up the numbers. I didn't expect that she would burst out with amazing results one after another. Can the students he personally trained be simple people? Ning Fengzi really wanted to take down these 6 people in one go and bring them all back to the 7 treasures glazed sect. Each of them basically has the talent to challenge the titled Douluo. I'm really jealous. The Wuhan Hall is also taking action. After this battle, Wang Yanran became completely famous. I declare that Tianwen Academy wins. After the unexpected result was announced, Flanders seemed to have aged a few years out of thin air, and his dream was shattered. Stopped in the first round. Well done. Gu Yi praised them rarely, this time they won by tactics. All 7 of them smiled, very happy. Go back. The expected victory was not worth celebrating. Bibi Dong looked at their backs, tightly grasped the scepter, and turned to leave. Back to the residence. Juking, come here, I will help you recover from your injuries. A matter of a flame. The next day. As the result of the lottery came out, even Gu Yi did not expect it to be such a coincidence. They met the Xingluo Royal Academy team directly. This is really an unbreakable fate. Gu Yi keenly discovered that Zhu Zuking's face was a little bit wrong. Zhu Zuking deeply understood that she was able to escape not because she was strong enough or lucky enough, but because of the tacit consent of her family and the Xingluo royal family. It was to let her practice with Dai Mubai and perform the martial soul fusion technique. The method of selecting the heir of the Xingluo royal family was very cruel. She had separated herself from Dai Mubai, and not only that, she had also changed her martial soul, making it almost impossible for her to perform martial soul fusion skills with the White Tiger martial soul. She didn't know how her family and the Xingluo royal family would deal with her. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuking realized that she had never gotten rid of the shadows brought by her family and the Xingluo royal family, and was still trapped in them. The power of an empire is not something that an independent individual can resist. Pa! Zhu Zuking only felt her right shoulder sink, and then she heard a familiar voice, "Don't worry, my students are not something that anyone can take away. The peace of mind competition is to let everyone see your light." Zhu Zuking raised her head, and Gu Yi was shining at this moment, like a god shining on the world. The faint smile on her face made her feel particularly at ease, and the worries just now were thrown into some corner. One person lowered his head, and the other raised his head, forming a perfect picture. Bibi Dong saw this perfect picture and was even more angry. This was completely different from how he treated her. One side was an angel, and the other side was a devil. "Long time no see, little sister." The charming and frivolous voice reached everyone's ears. Turning around, they were attracted by the wonder in front of them. Looking at the scale, it was even larger than Zhu Zuking. The dress was exactly the same as Zhu Zuking, and the more mature face attracted the hearts of many manic teenagers. Chapter 177 The Fate of the Loser. Standing next to Zhu Zuyun was another young man. The appearance was very similar to Dai Mubai, with long golden hair. Although he did not have double pupils like Dai Mubai, his eyes were also bright. The body was a little taller than Dai Mubai, and his calm expression revealed the attitude of a superior. It seemed that he was born to be a king standing there. "Zhu Zuking, you should understand where your future lies. I'll give you a chance. After failure, return to the family voluntarily. Maybe you can still survive." Davis said the most vicious words in the most plain tone. "You know the rules of the family, Zuking. Go back. If it really comes to that, I'm afraid the people around you will be implicated by you." Zhu Zuyun persuaded her kindly. Returning to the family obediently was Zhu Zuking's only destination. "Zhu Zuyun, don't pretend that you are doing it for my own good. If I hadn't left the family at the beginning, I'm afraid I would have become a pile of bones now. It's still unknown who will win or lose, let's wait and see." Zhu Zuking was very tough. Since things had come to this point, she could only give it a try. No matter what the result was, at least she had fought. "Let's go." Davis walked over with the other teammates. "Today is just a draw, tomorrow is the time for the real battle. Don't worry, we will win." Duguyan and others are no longer Wuxia Amen, and they already know their identities based on Zhu Zuking and Dai Mubai's martial spirits. Descendants of Xingluo royal family and Zhu family. "Yes, Zuking. With us here, tomorrow's victory will only belong to us." As for other things, there is no need to worry, anyway, Brother Yi is the bottom line, and people from Xingluo can come whenever they want. Zhu Zuking looked at the 6 people around him, and the cold character he had developed since childhood could no longer be maintained, and he looked at them with emotion. Coming here and leaving Shrek Academy with Guyi is probably the most correct thing to do in this life. Okay, Zuking, just focus on the competition. Leave the rest to me. Guyi really wanted to see what level of people the Xingluo royal family and Zhu family could send to snatch his students. We will win. A day passed quickly. Everyone was full of vigor and vitality, and they were not afraid at all because they were fighting against the seed team of the Star Luo Empire. Since they participated in the competition, they have not encountered an opponent that can make them fail. Dai Mubai? Everyone saw Dai Mubai standing in the audience of the Star Luo Empire. But now Shrek Academy has not left. This position explains everything. A loser is no longer qualified to wander outside. Dai Mubai also saw Guyi and others, but his evil eyes had lost their luster, and the aura of the whole person was like a sick tiger, without any momentum at all, and there was no comparison with Davis. Dai Mubai, who saw them, or rather saw Zhu Zuking, showed a mocking smile. Cannot resist, no chance. He failed, and as his fiancé copyrightee, he could not escape the fate he deserved. Damn bitch! Dai Mubai has begun to imagine his life after being abolished and imprisoned with Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuking saw the current Dai Mubai and did not compromise, clenching her fists. Even if she died, she would not follow in Dai Mubai's footsteps. This battle, she must win, and she will definitely win. How can these teammates around you resist our martial soul fusion skills? Try and you will know. The battle began. Davis and Zhu Ziyun hugged each other, and after a huge soul power fluctuation, a huge netherworld white tiger appeared on the field. Although the size was not as big as the martial soul body displayed by Dai Mubai before, the aura was also extremely powerful. It even exceeded Duguyan, who had the strongest soul power among the 7 people, and this martial soul fusion skill was not comparable to the extremely unstable martial soul body displayed by Dai Mubai. Everyone be careful, don't get entangled. Duguyan finally played the advantage of high-level soul power. The poison skills are no joke, after all, even Guyi was hit by it. The 3rd soul ring, green phosphorus poison mist. The green phosphorus snake venom is very terrifying, and low-level soul masters are basically difficult to defend against it. Moreover, Duguyan has continuously superimposed and optimized his own toxins over the years. It has long been out of the level of snake venom, and the toxicity is even more powerful and terrifying. Everyone be careful, don't inhale the poison mist. Although they have fought side by side many times, Duguyan still reminded once. After all, if it really affects other people, even if she can remove the poison, the damage to her body will not be eliminated in a short time. At least it will be difficult to persist in this battle. The teacher of the Star Luo Empire was also nervously watching the situation on the field. He knew the poison of the green phosphorus snake. What if Davis got hurt? He could only go back with his head on his neck. A trifle. It was not the first time that the Nether White Tiger and the others had used it. They controlled it very skillfully. It was not a half-assed trick like Dai Mubai. The soul power gathered in his mouth and roared. The powerful sound wave directly blew away the poisonous fog that was constantly approaching them in front. He ran towards the gap first. The rest of the teammates also understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Following the Nether White Tiger. Several people were waiting for this moment. It was simply a fantasy to want to defeat the Star Luo Royal Academy with just a poisonous fog. It was just a means to restrict their actions. The next step is the real killer move. Lin Qing had already made preparations and placed a large amount of blue-silver grass on the road they had to pass. Although Lin Qing's blue-silver grass has not yet transformed into the blue-silver emperor, it is at least at the level of the blue-silver king, at least it is a high-level martial spirit. Besides, Lin Qing still walks on tenacity and life, the most powerful attributes of plant martial spirits. Although his cultivation is not too high, he can still make a little blockage. Annoying plant-type soul master. The soul master of the Xingluo team couldn't help but complain, and frantically destroyed the blue-silver grass in front of him. After all, the green phosphorus poisonous fog is behind them, if you accidentally inhale it, it will be fatal. The Nether White Tiger easily broke out of the encirclement of blue-silver grass. But his teammates were miserable. The growth of blue-silver grass seems to be endless, without any pause. The plan was successful. When did a sun appear in the sky? Several people raised their heads and saw a figure wrapped in hot flames. No, run! Finally realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. The blue-silver grass that was still growing under their feet directly entangled their legs. The overly scattered blue-silver grass was naturally much weaker, and they could even get out by just mustering up their soul power. But would Ma Hongzhen in the sky give them a chance? Chapter 178, Plan Within a Plan, Plan Within a Plan. Ma Hongzhen's martial soul has long been among the top martial souls, and it is a top martial soul without any flaws. The condensed flame is the ultimate fire, and its power is terrifying. Not only that, there is a petite figure below, holding a 9-story glazed pagoda, shining with 9-color light. All kinds of attributes have been greatly improved with the assistance of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, and the aura on his body is basically comparable to that of a Soul King level strongman. Good calculation. Davis, the incarnation of the Nether White Tiger, understood that things could not develop in the direction of the other party's ideas, and he must take the initiative. Since we are going to compete, lead a Euro trademark SC which side has greater destructive power. Davis is absolutely sure about this. As the inheritance of the Xingluo royal family, the Nether White Tiger has been fusion skills for so many years, so naturally there will be no problem with its strength. The Nether White Tiger exerted its strength on its limbs, and its huge body was like a meteor across the sky, rushing straight to Ma Hongzhen in the sky. The Nether White Tiger broke. This is a skill that can only be performed after merging into the Nether White Tiger. It rushed towards the enemy unstoppably, and there was no obstruction wherever it passed. The huge wings on the Nether White Tiger gave endless power. As the strongest main attacker of Tianwen Academy, Ma Hongzhen would not be a concern for Tianwen Academy as long as he was eliminated. It was tricked. Ma Hongzhen looked at the Nether White Tiger rushing towards him, and a smile of success appeared at the corner of his mouth. From the beginning to the end, his purpose, no, their main attacker was not Ma Hongzhen. The way of war is to deceive. When you think things are going to develop as you want, it is unexpected. Ma Hongzhen's destructive power indeed surpassed the others in Tianwen Academy, but Tianwen Academy is not just him, not to mention that destructive power is not equal to lethality. There is always a rule in the Soul Master world. Auxiliary Soul Masters can only have auxiliary abilities. Agile attack Soul Masters are just fast and lack attack power. Don't forget where they came from. Tianwen Academy, an unprecedented academy that teaches self-created soul skills. Even auxiliary Soul Masters can have extraordinary combat power. Ma Hongzhen, relying on his own strength, led away the top combat power of the Xingluo royal team. In this way, the others became lambs to be slaughtered. Xiao Qing. Duguyan quickly approached the few people and reminded Lin Qing on the side. Understood, watch me. Infinite growth. Lin Qing completely burst out her own soul power. As a control soul master, what she has to do is to control the enemy as long as possible. The first one. Juking emerged from the shadows without a trace, making one of them lose the ability to move. The power of the netherworld plus the ability to jump in the shadows generated by the 4th soul skill almost raised Juking's assassination ability to the extreme. As long as he was hit, the power of the netherworld would attach to the enemy, causing a lot of damage. The netherworld White Tiger finally realized that something was wrong, but now he had no time or opportunity to turn around and attack his teammates. The sprint of the netherworld White Tiger was too fast and too strong. Since the situation could not be changed, the only way was to get rid of this troublesome guy as quickly as possible. No. Davis looked at Ma Hongzhen, whose body was burning with flames, but how long had this situation lasted, and he did not launch any attacks. Although he did not know what soul skill this was, Davis knew that it was definitely not just a simple martial soul possession, but definitely a trace of using a soul skill. Below, Ning Rongrong did not stand far away because she was an auxiliary soul master. Holding the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in one hand and clenching his fist in the other, he went straight into close combat. Although Ning Rongrong's close combat ability was not as strong as that of a combat soul master of the same level, she could easily deal with an auxiliary soul master of the same level without any pressure. As for Wang Yanran, she faced the combat soul master of the other side directly. Her exquisite combat skills made the enemy unable to fight back, and she didn't even have the chance to release her soul skills. In the academy, if you ask who has the most combat ability, besides Guyi who created these combat skills, it is Wang Yanran. The first soul skill, copy. It fully exerted its huge effect, and all kinds of skills were simply at hand, and it was unbelievably skilled. Even Oscar, who had studied with Guyi for many years, was far inferior to Wang Yanran in this aspect. Genius will never be as good as a cheater. Wang Yanran was a cheater in close combat ability, leaving no chance for the genius. Especially her martial soul is eyes, and her inside ability is beyond the reach of even Duguyan. The combination of the two has created the current Wang Yanran, who is like a melee monster. Oscar is also extraordinary. Although he does not have such a heaven-defying inside ability and does not have a copy of soul skills, he is a genius in himself. At the same time, he also believes in biting off more than he can chew, and has not learned too much martial arts over the years. Just a footwork and a set of boxing. The footwork is the fighting step, and the boxing is Tai Chi. This is enough to give him enough ability in close combat. For example, now, after taking the sausage condensed by the fourth soul skill, plus the continuous strengthening of the body for so many years, even if the basic attributes are a little worse than those of a real combat soul master, they are not too bad. With Tai Chi, it can be completely resolved. The fight below is in full swing, but something happened above. What a stupid tiger, what soul skill needs to charge for so long, bye-bye. Ma Hongjun put away the flames surrounding him. He didn't release any soul skills just now, but the flame burst that Guyi taught him a long time ago. This is a self-created soul skill of the amplification type. Once it is used, it can improve its own attributes. The most specific manifestation is that the whole body reveals flames and the aura is very expansive. It's like brewing a big move. Ma Hongjun quickly flew downwards. The time has come now. The fourth soul skill, Phoenix Nirvana Flame. Countless flames condensed in the air, this is a group attack soul skill. Its power is even inferior to his single attack soul skill. Duguyan and others ran towards the place not covered by the flames in tacit understanding. The Xingluo royal team also saw that things were not going well and wanted to escape from here, but how could this carefully arranged killing game be so easy to escape? Ning Rongrong started her life work again, assisting. The 9-color light shone into Lin Qing's body, and the soul power recovered quickly. Lin Qing's face turned ruddy in an instant, and the blue-silver grass recovered even faster. The retreat of the Xingluo royal team was completely blocked, leaving them nowhere to escape. In the sky, the fourth soul skill was charged. Endless fireballs like natural disasters fell madly towards the competition field. Chapter 179 Severely Injured and Dying. The fire borrowed the power of wood, and the fireball that fell to the ground not only did not extinguish, but became more and more intense, and it was out of control. Roar! The nether white tiger hovering in the sky finally turned around, looking at the scene below, with endless sadness in his heart. The loss is certain. Davis did not want to give up. Even if he lost, he would take them away and prevent them from participating in the next game. The Xingluo Empire is martial. From the cruel method they choose their successors, it is clear that the successors taught by such an empire are not easygoing people. The reason why Tianwen Academy arranged the tactics in this way is obviously for them. The power displayed by the nether white tiger is difficult to resist. When the nether white tiger landed, the other teammates had already lost their ability to resist by being beaten by Duguyan and others. Now there are only 7 people from Tianwen Academy and a huge nether white tiger. Everyone understands who is the winner of this round. The Xingluo Empire is doomed. Although the nether white tiger is powerful, it can't stand up to the large number of people in Tianwen Academy. It's not so easy to fight 7 people alone. At least the current nether white tiger can't do it. Especially because the 7 of them have very advanced body movements, it's hard to meet them. But after all, the size is superior, and the speed of the nether white tiger is not in vain. Ning Rongrong was caught by accident. The huge tiger's paw slapped Ning Rongrong. Be careful! Juking shouted, and without any hesitation, he went directly into the shadow, and then came out of Ning Rongrong's shadow. Without any pause, he pushed Ning Rongrong out directly. All this happened too fast, and only those with this mysterious ability to cross the shadow could catch up. Just after Ning Rongrong was pushed out, the huge tiger's paw was already in front of her. She had no time to dodge or defend. She could only put her hands in front of her and chose to withstand the extremely fierce attack of the nether white tiger. Bang! Juking flew out instantly, and she spit out blood in the air. It was not enough to fly out of the competition field. She smashed directly into the wall under the stands, which would cause secondary damage. Zuking! 6 worried voices came, especially Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of worry. If she hadn't been so careless, she wouldn't have let Juking sacrifice to protect her. In the stands, Gu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. With a thought, his figure appeared behind Zhu Juking and held her in his arms effortlessly. Seeing Gu Yi holding Zhu Juking, the 6 people were relieved. With Gu Yi, there would be no problem. The next step was to deal with this troublesome white tiger. With Zhu Juking's elimination, several people were completely ignited. The offensive became more violent and fierce. Duguyan even used all the poisons he had mastered, with the main goal of using large quantities to satisfy his hunger. Even though the nether white tiger had the soul power of 2 people, its power was greatly increased. But in the end, it could not withstand such a large number of blows and was directly beaten to cancel the martial soul fusion technique. Davis and Zhu Zuyun fell to the ground with many wounds on their bodies. Not only that, their lips were purple and their eye sockets were black. It looked like they were poisoned. Just by looking at Duguyan, the 2 of them were completely unconscious. Using the martial soul fusion technique does not mean that they will not be hurt. In the state of the nether white tiger, they can still resist Duguyan's poison, but once the fusion state is cancelled, the resistance to the toxin is not that great. The toxin entered the body and fell into a coma. Duguyan had no mind to care about Davis and Zhu Zuyun at the moment. He didn't know what happened to his teammates. The fastest runner was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong, who caused Zhu Juking to be injured. How is Brother Yi? Zhu Juking was still lying in Gu Yi's arms, with miserable blood stains on the corners of her mouth and face, and her face was pale. She looked a bit like a sick beauty. The internal organs are dislocated, and the blood is unstable. She needs to rest well. The power used by the nether white tiger was so great, completely going all out to kill Ning Rongrong. If Zhu Juking hadn't come to stop her, the consequences would be disastrous. It's all my fault. If I had reacted faster, Juking wouldn't have become like this to save me. Bean-sized tears fell from her crystal-clear eyes, and she felt very guilty. Gu Yi didn't blame Ning Rongrong. As an auxiliary soul master, she was already very good at this. Don't worry, she will stand in front of everyone alive tomorrow. Besides, this is a competition, and getting injured is inevitable. Don't blame yourself too much. Anything can happen on the field. Ning Fengzi in the stands saw this scene completely. Standing on the stage was his daughter, the most outstanding daughter. Just now, he almost couldn't help but attack with that tiger palm. Ning Fengzi was originally from the Tiandu Empire, so he naturally wouldn't have a good attitude towards the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, and his chest was filled with murderous intent. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong was fine, otherwise Ning Fengzi really couldn't guarantee that he would not consider the harmony between the 2 countries and forcibly kill Davis. Bibi Dong looked at the woman lying in Gu Yi's arms, and felt inexplicably irritated in her heart, and a stagnation could not be released. I just couldn't bear to see this situation. Did you see it clearly? They will be your strongest opponents. If you lose, go back. The Golden Generation looked at each other, and they were not sure enough to defeat Tianwen Academy. In terms of cultivation, the 3 of them are now Soul Kings, which is higher than that of Tianwen Academy. But their cultivation is not the highest. Duguyan of Tianwen Academy is now a Soul King of level 55, and his cultivation is more than 1 level higher than theirs. And the shortest board among them, the Auxiliary Soul Master. It turns out that they also have good combat effectiveness, so there is no advantage at all, but they are constrained everywhere. Definitely win. That's the analysis, but they don't think they will lose among their peers. What they experienced may be something these people have never experienced, and the environment they have lived in is not something they can imagine. Hotel. Gu Yi took Zhu Juking back to his room directly. This time, Zhu Juking's injury was not as simple as he said. The power of the martial soul fusion skill performed by the Nether White Tiger and the Nether White Tiger break could kill a soul master at the Soul King level on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Juking's body had been constantly tempered over the past year, and the 3rd and 4th soul rings had been absorbed beyond the years, and her physical fitness had surpassed that of soul masters of the same level, and he had injected the Nirvana fire into Zhu Juking's body in time to save her life, otherwise she would have been very likely to die on the field. Davis really intended to kill them. And even if Davis really killed someone on the spot, I'm afraid the most he would be disqualified from the competition. He was accumulating anger in his heart, just waiting for the moment of the final explosion. Chapter 180 The Heir of the Empire, is he very powerful? While performing the Nirvana fire, Gu Yi also mobilized the ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, spring breezes will bring new life. This powerful healing ability can completely revive a person's broken limbs, but now he did not use this power to heal Zhu Zuking's physical injuries. Instead, he let this vitality assist the Nirvana fire to restore the body. In this way, the recovered body will be more resilient. A night passed. Gu Yi and Zhu Zuking walked out of the room together. After a night of treatment, Zhu Zuking has fully recovered. Her face was extremely ruddy, which was somewhat inconsistent with her previous cold look. Zuking, are you okay? Ning Rongrong was the first to run over, holding Zhu Zuking's hand, and asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Don't you know Brother Yi's methods? Is there anything he can't do with his help? Brother Yi, you are awesome, I love you so much. Ning Rongrong was even more excited than the person involved. The little witch she once was gone forever. Perhaps this is her nature, but she was spoiled in the sect. Okay, let's go eat first. After a busy night, Gu Yi was a little hungry. The few of them had just eaten for a while when the uninvited guests arrived. The leaders were Davis and Zhu Ziyun, who wanted to kill Ning Rongrong yesterday. There was also an old man with a strong breath. At the end of the team was a depressed man who seemed to have no fighting spirit. Zhu Zuking didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Don't worry about me, Prince. Zhu Zuking didn't even turn her head. The blow yesterday completely eliminated her last sense of belonging to the Xingluo Empire. In that case, then come back with us. Davis was not angry at Zhu Zuking's indifference. He was just a loser. When he returned to the Empire, he could ravage her as he wanted. Even if he failed this time, he succeeded in the fight between the princes. The most crucial point is that Zhu Zuking and Dai Mubai, the two, were not of the same mind. They could not perform the martial soul fusion technique at all, so what could they use to compete with him? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Get lost. Gu Yi, who had been sitting next to him without saying anything, spoke in a domineering tone. Davis now noticed the man who saved Zhu Zuking yesterday. A teacher dares to get involved in the family affairs of our empire. I advise you to sit on the stool and eat your meal obediently, otherwise the consequences are not something you can bear. Gu Yi was unmoved and calculated the time. When Davis' last voice fell, just 3 breaths had passed. If you don't want to walk standing, then walk sideways. Gu Yi disappeared from everyone's sight like a ghost, and then Davis, who was still arrogant, flew out. All this changed so quickly that even the Soul Douluo standing next to him didn't react. How dare you attack the future heir of our Xingluo Empire? Die! The Soul Douluo standing next to Davis couldn't help it. Instantly, he completed the spirit possession, and 8 bright spirit rings surrounded his body. A strong aura spread throughout the hall. People who were eating fled everywhere. Soul Douluo, is it strong? The guardian who had just completed the spirit possession felt that his eyes went dark, and he felt that his body was constantly retreating. After vaguely hearing this sentence, his whole body sank into the ground. There was a sharp pain behind his head, and then there was a strong pain from all parts of his body. The injury was not light. Through the gap between the fingers grabbing his face, he finally saw the current situation clearly. He was subdued without any resistance. He didn't even have time to use his spirit skills. When you go out, it's better not to be too arrogant. Gu Yi stood up and slowly walked towards Davis, who was kicked out of the store before. He was already full of anger, and now he dared to take the initiative to come to the door. If Gu Yi could still hold back and not take action, he would be a waste. You dare to openly attack the heir of a country? Are you planning to provoke a war between the 2 countries? Davis struggled, but Gu Yi's kick just now made him lose the ability to move. There was another shoe print on his chest. If you do it, it will be no problem even if I kill you. Is the heir of the empire very powerful? Gu Yi stepped on Davis' chest with disdain, and there was still a violent breath on his body. With a slight force on his feet, Davis' face suddenly flushed and his breathing was a little difficult. Although Zhu Zuking and others had seen Gu Yi's murderous look, this kind of violence was still rare nowadays. Although the murderous intent was not strong, the unrestrained violence was telling his current emotions. It was more like venting his own emotions, or even revenge. They had never seen Gu Yi like this before. Zhu Ziyun stood there and didn't dare to move at all. She was completely frightened by Gu Yi's aura. She was afraid that he would kick her too. Dai Mubai, who was standing beside her, raised his head and looked at Gu Yi, who was full of dominance, with hope in his eyes. If Gu Yi could kill or cripple Davis, he would not be imprisoned and his martial spirit would be abolished. Even the throne of the Xingluo Empire would be within his reach. In their generation, only he and Davis were qualified to compete for the throne. Brother Yi is so handsome. Oscar was simply Gu Yi's little fan. This kind of tough method that completely ignored anyone and any force was simply the biggest attraction for them, who were in their youth and blood. Juking, if I was injured yesterday, would Brother Yi be so furious today? Ning Rongrong said enviously. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason why Gu Yi was so impulsive was entirely because of Zhu Juking. I have never seen Gu Yi hit so hard because of a disagreement. Obviously it was because of what happened yesterday. Doguyan glanced at Zhu Juking and Gu Yi, and her expression did not change. As the oldest woman among the seven, she was more delicate about feelings. Everyone could see Zhu Juking's feelings for Gu Yi. Although Gu Yi's expression was not so obvious, he was still different from others to Zhu Juking. She saw all of this. It was impossible to say that she didn't care. She must have felt a little jealous. However, Douluo continent was not a monogamous world. It was no problem for a capable person to marry 10 or 8 women. At least she knew her background well, and she was not a woman of unknown origin. Zhu Juking had tears in her eyes. For the first time, someone fought against the entire empire for her. Even an uneducated person understood the consequences of attacking the heir of a country. But Gu Yi still did it. A woman's heart was completely moved and captured by Gu Yi. Chapter 181 Can't Help Feelings. Although not all people living in Wuhan City are soul masters, they are also very knowledgeable. Besides, those who dare to take action in the city at this special moment are either crazy or have confidence in their hearts. The soul masters here know Davis, the heir of the Star Luo Empire. However, people seek benefits and avoid harm. Even if they saw this scene, no one came forward to stop it. If you are disabled, will the Star Luo Empire still let you be the heir? I think if daimyo by not bad either. Gu Yi provoked Davis under his feet. When Davis tried to kill him yesterday, Gu Yi had already sentenced him to death in his heart. However, due to the rules of the ring, he did not do it immediately. This time, the old and new accounts were settled together. Gu Yi did not deliberately lower his voice when he said this, and everyone present heard it. Zhu Zuyun's body couldn't stop shaking. If Davis was defeated, it meant that she would have no effect on Xingluo Emperor. Even as someone who had competed with Dai Mubai for power, even if she didn't die, she would never be able to practice martial arts again. Dai Mubai's expression became excited. He didn't expect that things would take a turn for the better, giving him a new opportunity to compete for the supreme position. The original resentment towards Gu Yi in his heart temporarily dissipated at this moment, leaving only one thought. Destroy him. Must destroy him. No, you can't do this. Davis became terrified, and his dignity as a prince completely vanished. The Xingluo Empire has always valued military force, and he was able to win the right of inheritance because of his outstanding talent and the forces behind him supporting him. If he loses his cultivation, these two things will disappear at the same time. No one will support an ordinary person with no cultivation. Even if he was once gifted, that is a thing of the past. Where did you go yesterday, Mina Baisu? Gu Yi grinned and added a little more strength. Gu Yi had already mastered the control of strength. He also knew Davis's endurance. The strength just now only made him feel a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. Now it was the real oppression. He couldn't even breathe. The foot on his chest was like a pillar that could not be shaken at all. Even the ups and downs of his chest were crushed under the continuous accumulation of strength. The air in the body was getting less and less, and thinner. Stop! Zhu Zuyun suppressed her fear, not because she loved Davis so much. There was no family affection in the royal family, and in the end, she was alone. Zhu Zuyun, who had lived in such an environment since childhood, had no deep feelings for Davis. Prosperity and loss are all together. If Davis was disabled, it would be harmful to her, so she had to stop him even if it meant death. Although the Zhu family was the other party of the Xingluo royal family's fixed choice of martial soul fusion skills. But the Xingluo royal family was the leader of the fused nether white tiger. They were even just a vassal. Shut up! Gu Yi turned his head and glanced at her calmly. Zhu Zuyun looked at those eyes with her spiritual power and martial arts will, as if her soul was trembling. Even breathing was a luxury, and she could no longer speak. Gu Yi was very satisfied with his behavior and set his eyes on Dai Mubai, who was still praying silently. Congratulations, you have won the final victory in this battle for the successor. The powerful soul power penetrated his body directly, completely abolishing his cultivation with irresistible force. Ah! Davis screamed and fainted completely. Dai Mubai, who watched this scene, was so excited. It's useless, he is finally useless. From this moment on, he is the only heir who has a chance in the Xingluo Empire. Although there are more than 2 princes in this generation, he and Davis are the only ones with high enough talent. The high position has been locked in advance. Zhu Zuyun's eyes were wide open, and he could no longer control his proud legs at that time. He didn't care about the dust on the ground at all. He had no strength left in his body and fell to the ground powerlessly. It's over, it's completely over. Zhu Zuyun didn't expect it to be like this a result. No one present expected Gu Yi to be so cruel, and he didn't care about Davis's identity at all. This move was undoubtedly a provocation to the Xingluo Empire. Arrogant. Gu Yi retracted his foot and returned to the hotel. Everything was so natural and easy, just like crushing an ant. No one would have other emotions because of the death of an ant. As for why Davis was not killed, it's not that he didn't dare, but there was no need. Davis, whose cultivation was abolished, no longer had the opportunity to compete for that position. That position naturally had to be taken over by Dai Mubai. No matter who it was impossible to tolerate an opponent who had competed with him, and even wanted to take his life. Being alive is the greatest punishment for Davis. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and eat. Gu Yi patted Ma Hongjun, who was standing there motionless. Before he could take a few steps, a black figure got into his arms and hugged him tightly. This time, Zhu Zuking couldn't suppress her emotions no matter what. This man brought her too many surprises. It was like he was sent by God to save her. If she didn't hold him tightly, Zhu Zuking was afraid that he would disappear one day. Shyness, scruples, worries, all kinds of emotions were thrown behind her, as if today I just want to breathe his breath and feel the embrace that can only be enjoyed for a moment after practicing to exhaustion. It's okay, I said, no matter who it is, don't try to take you away from me by force. Feeling his chest getting wet, Gu Yi comforted Zhu Zuking. This is the little girl who has never eaten candy. A candy that is not too precious in the eyes of others is all she has. Dai Mubai looked at the 2 people hugging each other, and the excitement just now turned into gloom. As his fiancée copyrightee, she threw herself into the arms of another man in front of him. What a irony for him. The weather is cold, it's time to wear a hat. Dai Mubai secretly swore in his heart that the day he succeeded to the throne would be the day when this pair of dogs and bitches died. No matter how powerful Gu Yi is, even if he can defeat the titled Douluo. Facing a one-man empire, human power is difficult to contend with. One army is not enough, then 2. Your soul power will always be exhausted, at least Dai Mubai thinks so. No one will care about the people of the Xingluo Empire from then on. A few minutes later, the Spirit Hall arrived and conducted an investigation. Originally, everyone thought that Gu Yi would be captured, but after learning that the person who attacked was Gu Yi, they hurriedly left without doing anything. As if nothing had happened. From this moment on, they finally realized that this person was not a madman, but had absolute strength. Chapter 182 Yu Xiaogang, who was ready to die. The Pope's Hall. He was so angry for a beauty that he turned out to be an infatuated man among the elders of my Spirit Hall. Good, very good. Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's chair and listened to the reports from the people below. He commented on Gu Yi without knowing whether he was happy or angry. What on earth is that old guy doing? Why is the soul power fluctuating so much during this period? Bibi Dong put this matter aside and looked at the Elders' Hall not far away. As a peerless Douluo at level 99, no movement could escape her eyes. A euro. A few days later, Tianwen Academy was completely unstoppable and was not affected at all. Even if injured, they would be in good shape and alive the next day. In the 4th round, Tianwen Academy defeated Shenfeng Academy again, and was only one step away from the final victory. Soul Hall. Up to now, the Soul Masters watching the battle finally realized a terrifying thing. There are too many self-created soul skills displayed by Tianwen Academy. Not only the combat Soul Masters, but also the auxiliary Soul Masters have good combat power. Completely broke the rules of the Soul Master world. Residents of foreign Soul Masters. Xiaogang, what are you going to do? There are still many things in the academy waiting for us to go back and deal with. Why do you still stay here? Flanders looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was busy at the door. If the final champion was decided by other teams, he would stay and watch. But it happened to be Tianwen Academy. He really didn't have the face to stay here, but Yu Xiaogang didn't know what to do and insisted on staying here. He stayed in the room all day, either reading materials or writing something. The key is that he didn't let others see what he wrote, and he treasured it like a treasure. It's almost done, it will be done soon. Yu Xiaogang didn't answer Flanders, and wrote excitedly. Flanders had no choice but to lower his head and close the door again. Since he wanted to stay for a while, he would stay with him for a few days. Flanders couldn't let go of this brotherhood after all. If it were someone else, he would have left long ago. There are only two people in the world who can make him so patient, one is Yu Xiaogang and the other is Lu Erlong. Maybe 2 years ago, there was another person. But they finally took a fork in the road and walked further and further away. Where did Erlong go again? Flanders walked out and found that Lu Erlong was gone. During this period of time, he always disappeared inexplicably, often for a few hours. What he didn't know was that the woman he had been thinking about had come to another place at this moment. That's what happened. Lu Erlong, wearing a black robe, stood in front of Guyi and told him something. He snorted. He's still a thief. It seems like it's time to make him disappear. Guyi didn't expect that after so many lessons, some people still didn't learn their lesson. It really is true. A dog can't change its eating habits. You don't care about your past feelings at all now. Guyi looked at the woman in front of him and felt a sense of contrast. That foolish feeling is the biggest shame of my life. If I could choose again, I would kill him immediately. As the horn of killing, Lu Erlong's murderous aura is not weak. When his breath fluctuates, the black robe on his body can't help flying. I know the news. You can leave. Guyi turned around and left. Wait, wait. The voice behind him and the clothes being pulled made Guyi pause. Anything else? Turning around, Guyi saw the desire and praise in Lu Erlong's eyes. Guyi suddenly realized, I forgot it's gone, come over here yourself. Lu Erlong's face lit up. Erlong EA with ~C per thousand copyright A1/2. As soon as Flanders walked out of the hotel, he saw Lu Erlong coming back. She was wearing a long dress that showed off her figure to the fullest. Her exquisite makeup made her temperament even better, and her slightly rosy cheeks made her more charming. It was just that her hair was a little messy, as if it had not been carefully taken care of, which was a bit inconsistent with this perfect outfit. I went out for a walk. By the way, when are we going back? Lu Erlong answered Flanders' words, and then asked casually. Xiaogang doesn't want to leave yet. I'm afraid he can only leave after the last battle is over. Speaking of this, Flanders was helpless. Okay, I'm so tired. I'll go upstairs to rest first, and you don't have to call me when you eat. Flanders looked at Lu Erlong's disappearing back, and always felt that something was wrong, but thinking of the scene just now, it was really a bit angry. He looked back at the empty staircase. Since no one wanted to go, it should be okay to go out for a while. Flanders had long buried his feelings for Lu Erlong. At his age, he only had physical needs. His psychological needs had been worn out in the past 20 years. At the same time, the Xingluo Empire also received an urgent message, and the royal family was furious on the spot. When did an academy dare to take action against the heir selected by the royal family? Do you think our Xingluo Empire is a vegetarian? Immediately sent 2 Seoul Douluo level princes to go out. The murderer must be captured, and the woman who left the family without permission must be captured. The dignity of the Xingluo royal family cannot be violated. The long-awaited championship battle will begin. Will the invincible, undefeated Wuhan team, known as the Golden Generation, win the final victory? Or will the Tianwen Academy, which has been established for only 2 years and has mastered various self-created soul skills, win? The battle is about to begin. Doguyan and others stood together. At this moment, they would fight for the honor of Tianwen Academy. No one would allow them to fail. Nana, we should kill the auxiliary soul master at the beginning, otherwise she will be the biggest obstacle. They have not missed any game of Tianwen Academy in these days. Doguyan with amazing poison, Juking who appeared and disappeared, Ma Hongjun with endless bursts, Wang Yanran with magical eyes. Everyone is so outstanding. Even Xiaoyu, who has never met an opponent of the same age since childhood, is particularly vigilant. We must win this battle. The two sides stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Elder Gu, who do you think will win? Bibi Dong came to Gu Yi without knowing when. Your Holiness, please pay attention to your posture. Both sides are competing at this moment. Gu Yi did not want to talk to Bibi Dong. There was really nothing to say. How about we make a bet? If you lose, you just need to come to the spirit hall to have a meal with me. If I lose, I will immediately give up my position to Jian Rongxiu. Do you dare to make this bet? Bibi Dong held the scepter in her hand, looking at the two teams playing fiercely below, and said with a smile. What do you want to do? Gu Yi couldn't see through Bibi Dong, and he didn't feel any evil thoughts from Bibi Dong, so he was sincere when he said this. It's just like having a meal with you. Elder Gu wouldn't dare, right? Although Bibi Dong's provocation method was not very good, it was indeed effective. Gu Yi also wanted to see what Bibi Dong was up to. Okay, what's the bet? Chapter 183 Unexpected Choice. Let's bet on which side will win this game. Bibi Dong didn't turn around, still watching the battle below. Xiaoyu and Hulina have already performed the martial soul fusion technique, and the situation seems to be better than that of Tianwen Academy. Okay, I bet. Before Gu Yi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bibi Dong. Elder Gu, you don't want to compete with a weak woman. I bet that Tianwen Academy will win. Bibi Dong finally set her eyes on Gu Yi at this time. Her beautiful eyes looked very clear, and her light red eyes made her look very beautiful. Gu Yi was speechless for a while. If the woman who was a level 99 peerless Douluo and inherited the divine throne was a weak woman, I'm afraid there would be few people in this world who could be called men. It's really not playing by the rules. Elder Gu, let's wait for the final result. Bibi Dong turned and left. The purpose this time had been achieved. Bibi Dong didn't make this bet casually. But after a few days of observation, the fighting ability of Tianwen Academy is indeed extraordinary. Even the three Xiaoyus who have undergone arduous training may not be their opponents. However, Bibi Dong is not confident in Tianwen Academy, but in Gu Yi. It is possible to make his own strength surpass that of ordinary titled Douluo when he is far from reaching the level of titled Douluo. From ancient times to now, only Gu Yi has such ability. When Gu Yi agreed to this bet, he had already lost. In the corner where no one can see, Bibi Dong's mouth outlined a smile that had not been seen for a long time. Back to the battle. Although Xiaoyu and Hulina's martial soul fusion skills are powerful, not only can it blind the opponent's vision, but the power it fused is also extremely powerful. It is far beyond the ability of ordinary soul kings to resist. However, this battle is destined to be futile. Although the martial soul fusion skill Demon Charm can add a good negative effect, it can even make the opponent completely lose vision. But it ignores Wang Yanran, who originally has an eye martial soul. Perhaps these red mists can block the vision of others, but they definitely can't block Wang Yanran's vision. As for the psychedelic effect, it has no effect on them. What in this world can be more powerful than the psychedelic effect produced by the evil domain? Everyone be careful, listen to my command. Wang Yanran is not afraid of the stage. In this red mist, only she can see where the opponent is. Sister Yan, on the right. Just 4 short words, Dugu Yan reacted instantly, used her body skills to dodge, but still had a strand of hair cut off. No, this is too passive. Duguyan, who was still frightened, did not expect the opponent's speed to be so fast that it was unimaginable. Xiaoao, are you not ready yet? Duguyan shouted, and then continued to increase her perception ability to the maximum. Wang Yanran was also a little discouraged. She was too weak. Immediately. Although Oscar was anxious, his hands were not slow, but even if he increased his speed to the limit, it was impossible to make 6 sausages in such a short time. I'll block it. Juking took the lead, and there were shadows everywhere under the red mist. Although she lost her vision, the cat's sense was quite sensitive. Juking closed her eyes and calmed herself down. Feeling the movements around her and the changes between the shadows. Found it. Juking disappeared from the spot, and when she appeared again, she had come behind Hulina and Xiaoyu, and her claws flashing with dim light grabbed their vests. Now with the blessing of the netherworld power, although the destructive power is not as good as Ma Heng Jun, the damage is still good. But Xiaoyu and Hulina are not vegetarians, especially under the martial soul fusion technique, all attributes have been greatly improved. How can it be so easy to be attacked by surprise? The huge moon blade was swung directly behind him without even looking. Juking was not greedy and hid in the shadows again. She appeared in front of them again quickly. The speed was also very fast, and even the first soul skill was used. This attack will hit. Not good. Xiaoyu really didn't expect Juking's reaction speed to be so fast, even they could only do this at most. The sharp claws left a deep mark on them. If ordinary people were in such a good situation, they would attack again anyway. But Juking gave up. Knowing that her speed and reaction had reached the limit, if she continued, she would probably be hit. But this time was enough. Juking returned to the crowd again. At this moment, Oscar had already made 5 sausages. Although it was not enough for one person, it was enough for them. Let's go. Juking and others took the sausages and ate them without changing their expressions. Ma Hongjun mentioned Oscar. Everyone took off. The martial soul fusion technique was considered to be cracked. Xiaoyu and Hulina looked at the 7 people who rose into the air, and they also understood that it was useless to continue to maintain the red mist, except for consuming their own soul power. Even if the martial soul fusion technique was broken, it did not mean that they won. After performing the martial soul fusion technique, their soul power surged to level 60. With soul power alone, Tianwen Academy could not deal with it. Xiaoyu was very confident in his own strength. The strongest among them was only level 54 soul power, what could he do to compete with them? Even if he was accidentally injured by Juking, the impact was not that big. However, what Xiaoyu didn't know was that Bibi Dong had never expected them to win. I'll leave the others to you, and I'll leave them to me. Duguyan set his sights on the martial soul fusion of Xiaoyu and Hulina holding the moon blade. They had fought all the way until now, and only the last step was left. There was no reason to retreat here. Although the other people were worried, this was not the time to refute or raise questions. Each of them had found their own opponents. It would be useless to say anything more now, and the only way was to quickly defeat the others to help Duguyan. In front of us, you have only one way to fail. Xiaoyu looked at Duguyan who was standing alone in front of him, and really didn't know what capital she had to dare to choose to stand here alone. Today, let me restore my body to the state of I plus or minus. Duguyan looked at Xiaoyu calmly, her shoulder-length hair fluttering, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Everyone looked at Duguyan sideways. What is this? Tianwen Academy really keeps using shocking power. Duguyan uttered a word, and a green round bead floated in the air. Poison pill. Duguyan looked back at Guyi, with a bright smile on his face. You really know how to play. Guyi smiled and shook his head. It turned out that he planned to complete it here. Duguyan's idea was easy to understand. He wanted to make Tianwen Academy, no, he should make it completely famous all over the continent. Chapter 184 The Impossible Dragon Roar. Endless green toxins spread throughout the venue. No, be careful. Xiaoyu knew Duguyan's poison very well. If he was not careful, he would be easily corroded by the poison. The others also held their breath. If so, they were wrong. The green gas released from the poison pill not only did not contain toxins, but also made the people present extremely excited. Dragon transformation. When Duguyan and Dugubo came to him a few years ago, Guyi gave 2 completely different ways to make up for it. Dugubo can be regarded as the source of their lineage, and the poisonous spirit of his martial soul is also due to him. His martial soul is different from that of later generations. The emperor among snake martial souls is definitely a top-level martial soul. If it weren't for this defect, Dugubo's road would not stop at the threshold of title Douluo. Duguyan is completely different. Her martial soul is not weak either, and the toxicity is also amazing, but after all, the word emperor is missing in her name, which means that her martial soul is only a strong one among snakes, but she can't be an emperor. It is precisely because of this that Guyi gave Duguyan a choice. Do you want to strengthen the toxicity like your grandfather and finally evolve into the green phosphorus snake king, or another more daring way to practice the skills that even he himself has not perfected? Evolving into the green phosphorus snake king is a smooth road. As long as you can control the violent toxicity in the end, the title Douluo is a foregone conclusion. It is not impossible to surpass Dugubo. But if you practice the skills he created, it will be a road to the unknown. If Guyi cannot continue to perfect the technique, Duguyan's years of practice will be in vain. This technique is called 9 Transformations of Dragon. As the name suggests, 9 transformations of dragon is to transform from a snake into a dragon, and after practicing the technique, absorb the soul rings of various dragon soul beasts. Let her own martial soul get closer to the dragon. At the same time, Gu Yi also asked Dugu Boyi to find a soul beast with dragon blood and take its blood back. It is configured as a medicinal bath to allow her body to adapt to and absorb dragon blood. Not only that, she must constantly strengthen her own toxins and condense a poisonous dragon pill. Once she reaches the peak, she can achieve the body of a poisonous dragon with a poisonous body. Even Gu Yi can only see a hazy road, and the future is bleak. Duguyan still chose this method. In the next 3 months, Gu Yi would observe Duguyan's progress and physical condition every day. The cultivation is secondary. If there is a mistake in the idea, that is a big problem. It was also because of that time together that Duguyan fell deeply in love with this man who was much younger than her. Otherwise, Duguyan would not have used that method to get Gu Yi's heart and soul. She had been patient for too long. The poisonous dragon pill was suspended in the air, and a huge amount of heaven and earth energy gathered towards the poisonous dragon pill. Although Xiaoyu didn't know what happened, he knew that Duguyan couldn't continue anyway. This emerald green round bead gave him a very bad feeling. It's useless, everything will be over. Duguyan's expression was extremely relaxed, and she jumped into the air lightly. Xin opened her mouth slightly, and the poisonous dragon pill that had absorbed enough flew into her air as if it was guided. Transformed into the Danshan. Xiaoyu didn't give up, and didn't understand what she was saying. The huge moon blade slashed at Duguyan. As long as she didn't dodge, this attack would be enough to make Duguyan lose her resistance. Bang! The moon blade was directly deflected by a green force. At this moment, Duguyan did not fall down because of the loss of upward force, but was steadily suspended in the air. Roar! A thunderous roar spread across the competition field. Long Ming, are there any martial spirits with dragon blood among them? Bibi Dong looked at the scenes off the field in confusion, and her doubts were no less than those people. There is no doubt that this dragon roar was definitely made by Duguyan. The spirit hall had already done an investigation. Duguyan's martial spirit was definitely just an ordinary green phosphorus snake. Even her grandfather's martial spirit, the green phosphorus snake king, could not make a dragon roar. And the aura on Duguyan's body was too strong at this moment. Even if her soul power increased greatly after performing the martial spirit fusion technique, she was still weaker than Duguyan. How is it possible? Xiaoyu didn't believe it at all. After merging with his sister, even a teacher at level 68 was not their opponent. Now it was useless in front of Duguyan, who was less than level 60. Duguyan opened his eyes, his emerald green pupils were particularly conspicuous, revealing an emerald green light. It looked no different from when he was poisoned before, but inside he was completely different. This also proved that Duguyan was in a special stage now. The dragon transformation was close to success, and the poison just now the dragon pill absorbed a lot of heaven and earth energy, which directly temporarily increased her strength. Go! Duguyan slowly fell down, and an emerald green poisonous dragon flew towards Xiaoyu under her control. This was a poisonous dragon formed entirely by heaven and earth energy and the poison cultivated over the years. Xiaoyu did not dare to relax at all. Since the opponent had already used his trump card, he could not be vague. Full Moon. It is not only Tianwen Academy that has self-created soul skills. As the leader of this generation of Wuhan Hall, Xiaoyu's talent is extremely outstanding, much better than Feng Xiaoshan's Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Physical attacks may be very powerful when close. But when long-range attacks arrive, there is no way to perform. Although the poisonous dragon was cut into pieces of gas by the high-speed rotating full moon. But the poisonous dragon was originally condensed by energy, and Duguyan skillfully wrapped Xiaoyu in it. The emerald green poison completely enveloped him. Various unknown toxins invaded the body. This kind of power was no longer something that the martial soul fusion skills used by Xiaoyu and Hulina could contend with. The two men disintegrated and became two people again. Not only that, their faces were flushed and they were panting all over. After dealing with Xiaoyu, it would be easy to deal with the others. When Duguyan and Xiaoyu were fighting, Juking and others almost forced the martial soul team into a desperate situation, and Duguyan rejoined the battlefield. The situation was completely one-sided. In the end, only 7 people from Tianwen Academy were able to stand on the stage. Champion! The 7 people raised their hands high, with unspeakable excitement on their faces. Guyi actually led them all the way from Tiandu city to now, and became the champion of the young generation of the entire continent. Bibi Dong looked at the scene below and was not angry. Instead, she focused her eyes on Guyi, and her bright eyes seemed to say, "Keep the promise and wait for you tonight." Guyi nodded. After receiving the reply, Bibi Dong walked down the stands with satisfaction. "You succeeded. This championship belongs to Tianwen Academy and also to you." Bibi Dong's tone was very easygoing, without the majesty of the previous speech. This was a sincere congratulation to them. What the people in Tianwen Academy didn't know was that all this was based on the efforts of their teachers. The effort of Emil. Chapter 185 Yu Xiaogang, who was complacent. Please ask Tianwen Academy to send a representative to receive the final reward of the competition. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, the cardinal came down with 3 soul bones. The envy in his eyes was self-evident. The 10,000-year soul bone was called the treasure of the blood river. Even as the cardinal of the spirit hall, he didn't have a soul bone. The spirit hall threw out 3 10,000-year soul bones at once. I'm afraid no force can have such strong financial resources. Wait a minute, everyone, listen to me. Just as Duguyan stepped forward to receive the soul bone, a loud voice came from the stands. The location was exactly from the direction of Shrek. Isn't this Yu Xiaogang? What does he want to do? Who is this? How dare he interrupt the award ceremony? Isn't this Yu Xiaogang, who is called the master and the most intelligent in the soul master world? Those who can watch the final ending here are all soul masters, and naturally have heard of the name of Master Yu Xiaogang. But no one knows what he wants to do by standing up at such a critical moment. Although basically no one in the soul master world recognizes Yu Xiaogang's theory, some things are released by Yu Xiaogang with the support of the Spirit Hall. Some basic knowledge can still be recognized. Please take a look at the information in my hand, and you will understand everything. Tianwen Academy is a place where filth and dirt are hidden. It is full of fallen soul masters, and even my disciples have been bewitched by them and become fallen soul masters. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. If this is true, it will be the biggest scandal in recent decades. Even the Spirit Hall will be accused of not being able to judge people, and its prestige will be greatly reduced. The championship was awarded to the fallen soul master who was killed by the whole continent. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang threw a large stack of papers in his hand. After all, he had been cleansed by 2 soul rings. Although his cultivation was gone, his physique was still good. For a while, the whole competition field was filled with papers full of words. People who were close immediately grabbed a piece and read it. People who were far away absorbed it through their soul power. Although not everyone had a piece, it almost covered the entire audience. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang looked at Guyi, who was looking at him with pride. With just one step, the general was killed. Guyi then picked up a piece and was also interested in seeing what nonsense Yu Xiaogang wrote. Tianwen Academy seems to teach and educate people, but in fact it is a paradise for cultivating fallen soul masters. One of the reasons is that Guyi, the head of the academy, is only 17 years old. His strength exceeds that of ordinary title Douluo. 2 years ago, he was just a level 50 soul king. And his aura is even more evil. This is what people who have participated in the Tianwen Academy assessment said, not fabricated. Guyi grinned disdainfully, really ignorant. Keep reading. The students below are even more exciting. Zhu Juking, 14 years old, was only about to break through level 28 2 years ago, a weak great soul master, has now made rapid progress and reached the astonishing level 45. The aura on his body is getting colder day by day. In short, no one can escape Yu Xiaogang's self-judgment. After seeing this detailed information, everyone was amazed. This information is too mysterious, especially the speed of progress is like wings, flying in the air. At the age of 14, he has reached the 45th level. Is this the level that people can reach? When they were 14, they were probably still wandering around as great soul masters, at most they were soul masters. Soul lords, they dare not even think about it. If all this information is true, it would be too amazing. Everyone's eyes are no longer on this shallow information, but on Guyi, who is as ordinary as usual. This information is like opening Pandora's box, which completely arouses the greed and desire in people's hearts. Whether Guyi's path is a fallen soul master or not, they all want to master it and get a share of it. At the age of 17, he can have the strength of a titled Douluo, so who cares if he is a fallen soul master? The world is so big that I can travel freely, even if I have to exchange it for a city. I am afraid that most of the people present will agree. Power is the original sin of all desires. Bibi Dong also read this information. Only she knew that Guyi was not a fallen soul master, but a person favored by the gods, and he was the supreme god king in the god realm. If such a person is a fallen soul master, then are there any good soul masters in this world? But she wanted to hear Guyi's explanation. One person makes a team, and 3 people make a tiger. How will Guyi choose, and what choice can he have? Ning Fengzi looked at the high-level officials of various forces with greed in their eyes very calmly. It is a good thing to have desires, but once the desires exceed one's own abilities, the consequences can only be self-destruction. Fengzi, what should we do? Should we help him? Gurong didn't know what to do for a while. This matter was obviously made a big deal by Yu Xiaogang. Follow my command. Ning Fengzi was undecided for a while. He could only choose to stand aside temporarily. The 7 treasures glazed sect did not belong to him alone, but to everyone in the sect. If his choice brought disaster to the sect, he would be speechless to face his ancestors after his death. Explain, we need an explanation. Someone shouted, and the crowd was boiling in an instant, demanding an explanation. Guyi, who was in the center of the storm, was neither sad nor happy. He felt the evil power of the evil god bead growing wildly, and then chuckled. There are always people who forget that in this world, it is not the number of people that can take the initiative. The right to speak is always in the hands of the strong. Guyi also has a deep understanding of this. Dying in such a grand occasion is not a burial of the title of master. Guyi raised his head and looked at the upright, well-groomed, even every strand of hair seemed to be carefully dressed. With his hands behind his back, he watched everything happening in front of him with a smile, and was not even affected by the increasingly intense scene, as if he was born for this stage. Enjoy it very much. Noisy. Guyi uttered 2 words, and the aura on his body instantly burst out, and then restrained in an instant. The mountain-like pressure immediately stopped everyone from shouting, and it only took a moment to stun everyone. This voice did not hurt anyone, but it left a deep memory in everyone's heart. The strong cannot be insulted. Guyi was very satisfied with the current situation and glanced at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, who had been looking at Guyi, saw the murderous intent in his eyes. Guyi dared to take action here? Did he really dare to kill me here against the will of the world? Yu Xiaogang did not dare to delay, and took out the Pope's order. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. Today I report that Tianwen Academy is a paradise for fallen soul masters. Please teach me. Before he finished speaking, the voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 186 Everyone is calling for his death. Poof. Yu Xiaogang felt a piercing pain in his abdomen before he could react. He flew up completely. He fell on the playing field without any resistance. Although the height between the playing field and the audience stand was not too high, the power used by Guyi was not small. Under the blessing of this power, a useless person like Yu Xiaogang who had completely lost his cultivation could not bear it at all. He fell on his back, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his limbs twitched unconsciously. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Coincidentally, the place where Yu Xiaogang fell was very close to where Bibi Dong was. Bibi Dong moved her feet in disdain and avoided the blood that Yu Xiaogang spurted unconsciously. She did not show any disdainful expression. After all, Yu Xiaogang was still an elder of their Wuhan Hall on the surface. If there were not so many outsiders here, Bibi Dong would even cut Yu Xiaogang into pieces and grind his bones to ashes. No matter how this matter develops, the momentum of the Spirit Hall will cause a great impact. Loss. Especially the grudge between the 2 elders. No matter how things develop, Bibi Dong has already had the intention to kill. Guyi glanced back at the dumbfounded Flanders, and took a step forward to the competition field. After this short period of adaptation, Yu Xiaogang regained consciousness, but blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. Speech was not affected too much. A fallen soul master is a fallen soul master. In this situation he dared to take action. Even at this point, Yu Xiaogang still did not see the situation clearly. It doesn't matter whether Guyi is a fallen soul master now. What matters is the secret method he carries. No one cares about Yu Xiaogang's life or death. You have lived in this world for so many years, and you are vainly calling yourself a master. When will a powerful person compromise because of a few words from others? Gu Yi looked at Yu Xiaogang with disdain. After all, some people need to disappear from this world once and for all before they can understand what self-knowledge is. No, Your Holiness, save me. Yu Xiaogang felt the threat of death, and finally understood that if Gu Yi wanted to kill him, it would be useless even if he had many people involved. Strength is the eternal confidence. Although Bibi Dong didn't know the little tricks, she knew that Gu Yi couldn't be a fallen soul master, but it was precisely because of this that she couldn't let Gu Yi kill Yu Xiaogang so easily. Even if he wasn't, it would be difficult to wash away the suspicion of a fallen soul master. Similarly, for the dignity of the spirit hall, things must be clearly laid out on the table. Everything must be made clear. Otherwise, the prestige of the spirit hall will no longer exist. Wait, Elder Gu and Elder Yu are both elders of our spirit hall. Now something like this has happened. As the Pope, I have the responsibility to clarify these things. Bibi Dong has been the Pope for so many years, and Her Majesty is even heavier than any previous Pope. Bibi Dong's words have the effect of finalizing the matter. This is not the kind of thing that Gu Yi did, where he used his strength to shock everyone. What Bibi Dong said is the rule. I don't want to explain anything. If every fly jumps out to bite me, do I need to explain? Those who believe in me don't need to explain. Those who don't believe in me, no matter how much you say, it's meaningless. Gu Yi didn't give Bibi Dong this face, just as he said. Full of arrogance, who in the world is worthy of my explanation? There are countless sinister and despicable people in the world, and only killing can stop the endless plotting. Yu Xiaogang's move was completely a stupid move. Without sufficient strength to do such a thing, it is impossible to control it. Bibi Dong was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Yi to really not give her this face. But thinking back to what happened before, it was reasonable. Give the public an explanation. As long as it's not too much, I can agree to one of your requests. Bibi Dong didn't want to damage her dignity. Although Gu Yi broke her mental shackles, it didn't mean that she had changed. The word rights was still in her heart. The ambition in her heart had not been realized yet, so she would not easily hurt her feathers. Bibi Dong's voice transmission surprised Gu Yi. It seemed that if you sit in that position for a long time, your heart will change easily. Gu Yi thought for a while and nodded gently. Bibi Dong's face became better. It seemed that he was not completely resisting himself. Gu Yi glanced at Yu Xiaogang on the ground, and soul power fluctuated in his hand. The Pope's order fell on the ground in the distance. Stretched out his hand and sucked it in his hand. Your Majesty, please look at this Pope's order. I don't know when you gave Yu Xiaogang the Pope's order. Bibi Dong immediately understood what Gu Yi meant. What happened in Tiandu City had long been reported to the Wuhan Hall and handed over to her. Except for the people present at the time, Bibi Dong was the one who knew the matter best. The origin of this Pope's order was naturally clear. I have only given out 3 Pope's orders from the beginning to the end, not one more. Elder Yu is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and it is not a big deal to have a Pope's order. Bibi Dong directly rejected the source of this Pope's order, but still defended Yu Xiaogang. To outsiders, Bibi Dong was defending Yu Xiaogang. But only Bibi Dong and Gu Yi knew the hidden meaning. What a coincidence, the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is in my hands. And as far as I know, the Pope's order owned by the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is well kept and has never been shown to anyone. How could Yu Xiaogang not understand what they wanted to do, staring at Bibi Dong with resentment? It was this woman who made him become like this. Bibi Dong and Gu Yi sang the same tune, and the Pope's order in Yu Xiaogang's possession has surfaced. Tang Hao was completely confused when he gave the Pope's order to Yu Xiaogang before. It would be fine if no one investigated it deeply, but once someone investigated it deeply, they would find that the origin of this Pope's order is not simple. As Gu Yi finally gave this Pope's order to Yu Xiaogang, tell me the origin of Ling. Immediately the crowd became excited. I wonder if you can accept a gift from the person who killed the previous Pope and teach Tang Hao's son. Is such a person worthy of being an elder of Wuhan Palace? What people say can be somewhat true. Gu Yi's determined voice spread wider and wider. Many of the soul masters who participated in this game were from outside, but at least half of them were soul masters who originally lived in Wuhan City. He had deep feelings for Wuhan Palace, and he immediately wanted to eat Yu Xiaogang alive. Gu Yi will not run away here. He will first deal with this scum who is eating everything in and out. There are a lot of things going on these 2 days, so updates may be unstable. After that, there will be 3 updates a week. Chapter 187 The Destruction of Yu Xiaogang. Euro trademark S over. Completely finished. With blood on the corner of his mouth, Yu Xiaogang looked miserably at the many soul masters who were looking at him angrily. The malice in his eyes could even send chills all over his body. Expelled from the Wuhan Palace, expelled from the Wuhan Palace. Drive this scum out of Wuhan Palace. The crowd was excited, even worse than before. The Wuhan Palace is an extremely holy place in their hearts. No, I am only passionate about love. This is just what Tang Hao forced on me. Besides, no matter how hateful Tang Hao was, it was still a personal conflict with Wuhan Palace. The top priority is to kill Gu Yi, a black sheep who can endanger the entire continent. Yu Xiaogang still wanted to make a final struggle. Grandmaster? Are you worthy of this name? Gu Yi smiled scornfully. Maybe Yu Xiaogang did have some attainments in the study of martial arts, but it was more of just a sort of organization of knowledge. If that were all, Yu Xiaogang could also be regarded as a scholar and seeker. But he likes to add too much of his own things to it. What's more important is that Yu Xiaogang only makes speculations based on the superficial records in books. There is no actual basis at all, and I have not even experienced the path of cultivation at the soul master level. How can we explain the secret clearly? Everyone in the world knows that my martial spirit is a human martial spirit, and I have spread my own pure Yuan Gong and cultivation theories. But if the theory of meridians could be so simple, how can I make my strength reach a great level? Gu Yi is still very proud when talking about this. After all, although the theory of meridians is not original to him, his inner strength was created bit by bit. The entire body of cultivation was also cultivated by himself. In this life, I will never become a weakling like Yu Xiaogang who only knows how to talk. Everyone present. Gu Yi raised his head and looked at the audience who had already revealed a very greedy look. As the creator of internal strength, Gu Yi could naturally feel that the vast majority of the soul masters present had practiced the pure Yuan Gong he had created. Even several of the soul masters with advanced cultivation levels have opened one or two of the 8 extraordinary meridians. But after all, these people don't pay too much attention to the theory of meridians, and even regard pure Yuan Gong as a secret method that can increase the speed of cultivation. Leaving aside the fact that the 8 extraordinary meridians can increase the number of years of absorbing soul rings, it can even greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Gu Yi's words refreshed everyone's spirits. They were the words of a man with abilities. Euro trademark T not listen, Euro trademark T not listen. In a year, I will give a sermon here, and anyone who is interested can come and listen, and everything you want will be in it. What happened today? I have no intention of explaining. If someone wants to take action, you can try to see if your strength is qualified. Gu Yi's body rose rapidly, and the terrifying energy continued to condense and take shape in the air, finally forming a huge silver-white giant. There is no one who cannot feel the powerful aura of this huge silver-white giant. Martial Spirit Euro trademark S true form. This was to forcibly resist Tang Hao's sacrifice blow in which all 9 rings exploded. Today's Gu Yi is only 3 points stronger than before. The powerful ability to perceive the world and the earth gave Gu Yi a deeper understanding of power. Everyone present was horrified by Gu Yi's powerful strength. Many people finally woke up. Some things are not available to them. I am afraid that only powerful forces like Wuhan Palace and Shangsun sect in this world can participate in this division of interests. Some things will kill you if you touch them. This is the secret technique that Gu Yi possesses. I, Bibi Dong, represent Wuhan Palace to guarantee that Gu Yi is not a fallen soul master. If he is really a fallen soul master, our Wuhan Palace will hunt him down to the end and will never let go of any fallen soul master. Bibi Dong's voice was extremely majestic and carried irrefutable orders. Since it is the guarantee given by His Majesty the Pope, we naturally believe it, and Master Gu is also credited to us and other soul masters. It's just a misunderstanding. Ning Fengzi was the first to stand up, and now she can finally stand up. The situation has basically been brought under control, so it is natural for Gu Yi to understand that besides Wuhan Palace, they are the first to support him. The 7 treasures glazed sect of the last 3 sects spoke out, and the other soul master forces also expressed their stance. After all, the strength shown by Gu Yi, Bibi Dong Euro trademark S efforts and Ning Fengzi Euro trademark S support. Let these people be completely useless. The soul masters who were originally going to call for Gu Yi to be killed also changed their words. Before Bibi Dong finished her words, everyone heard the next words. Yu Xiaogang, privately taught and took in the son of the person who killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall. Not only that, but also had a close relationship with Tang Hao. He even slandered Gu Yi, who was also an elder. From now on, Yu Xiaogang will be expelled from the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall will no longer have this person. He is also not allowed to cheat outside under the name of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong had no feelings for Yu Xiaogang a long time ago, and even had deep hatred. After all, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. How deep the love was at the beginning, how much hatred there is now, even more than love. Gu Yi, who was standing in the silver-white giant, also heard this sentence, and the corner of his mouth curled up. The previous treatment was still effective. Yu Xiaogang also heard this sentence, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted from his chest and spread into his mouth. The injuries on his body could no longer be suppressed. Today's matter was completely over. Gu Yi's eyes turned cold, like a fly. He had finally endured to the end. Today was where Yu Xiaogang was buried. No, that's not right, this time Yu Xiaogang would be shattered and his body would be gone. The silver-white giant raised his extremely huge right leg and stepped down fiercely. No one could have imagined that Gu Yi would suddenly take action. She was simply reckless. She took action in front of the Pope, and killed her former lover. The matter between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong was not secret. It's just that the details were unknown. But no one thought that Yu Xiaogang could survive this kick. Not to mention someone like Yu Xiaogang whose cultivation was abolished. I'm afraid that even those below the title Douluo could not bear it. The martial soul true body displayed by Gu Yi simply surpassed all martial soul true bodies in the world. But even so, the giant foot was suspended in the air. Because a figure appeared under Gu Yi's feet. Flanders. Gu Yi and Flanders even looked at each other. But it was just a look. Gu Yi's eyes became completely firm. Flanders had made his decision, and he couldn't fall behind. Who? The silver-white foot landed, making a sound like thunder. Even the original competition field collapsed by one person. Chapter 188 Night Party. No sound, no movement. Like crushing ants, easy and natural. The silver-white giant disappeared, revealing Gu Yi's figure. In the deep pit more than one person high stepped on by the martial soul true body, there was only a pile of dead flesh and blood and Flanders whose cultivation was abolished. Gu Yi didn't kill him after all. Flanders was his savior and raised him up. This world is not the peaceful era with a strong order in the previous life. Orphans like him who have no background and will die if they die are the favorites of those people. No one cares even if he disappears. Lin Qing's village was like this. A village could be wiped out at will. Flender undoubtedly gave him the warmest years when he was in the most difficult time. This point will not change even if many years have passed. Ma Hongjun, take the dean up. Ma Hongjun immediately took action after hearing Gu Yi's words. The fiery phoenix wings carried the powerless Flender out of the deep pit. This matter ends here. After everything disappeared, Bibi Dong finally started to speak. Looking at the rotten meat in the deep pit, Bibi Dong just felt comfortable all over. The two people she hated most in the world were dead, both dead. For a moment, I didn't know whether it was relief or trouble. Unexplained emotions were spreading. Things started with Yu Xiaogang, and ended with Yu Xiaogang's death. Everything is destined to happen. From this day on, all soul masters on the continent knew about an existence. Tianwen Academy, Gu Yi. A madman who dared to kill in front of the Pope, with his body alone, intimidated many forces and forced them to surrender. The Continental High-Level Soul Master competition ended successfully. From the beginning to the end, only Master Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice paid a painful price in this competition. Hotel. What should we do with these 3 soul bones? Duguyan took out the 3 soul bones, put them on the table and pushed them in front of Gu Yi. The legendary treasure of the Blood River was so easily placed in front of everyone, and only Duguyan, who is now rich and powerful, can give it up so easily. After all, taking out any kind of fairy grass from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is something far superior to the 10,000-year soul bones. 3 soul bones. This left leg bone of the swift wind chaser is very suitable for agile attack soul masters, but... Gu Yi glanced at Zhu Zuking, and then continued, but the most suitable person for this soul bone is not Zuking, but Ning Rongrong. No, I can't take this soul bone, Brother Yi, it should belong to Zuking. Ning Rongrong spoke before Zhu Zuking, who was at the center of the conversation, spoke. In any case, she shouldn't have gotten this soul bone, especially when she almost killed Juking for her during the battle with the Douluo royal team. She shouldn't have gotten this soul bone. No, Juking is not the kind of person who needs speed now. It's time to speed up. The existence of her fourth soul skill makes her less demanding on speed. This soul bone is most suitable for you and Oscar, who is also an auxiliary soul master. Oscar has mushroom sausage that can give him the ability to fly. Comparing the two, this soul bone is most suitable for you. After a comprehensive analysis, Guyi found that this is indeed the truth. Wrong, don't hesitate. This soul bone belongs to you. Zhu Juking, who had been silent, grabbed the soul bone on the table and stuffed it into Ning Rongrong's hand. Decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Juking, who was holding her hands tightly with emotion, and felt the cohesion as never before. The 10,000-year soul bone, whether suitable or not, has a great increase in the soul master. Otherwise, it would not be called the treasure of the blood river. Okay, that's it. The right arm soul bone of the exploding burning flame naturally fell into Ma Hongjun's hands. No one was more suitable than him. As for the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, Guyi finally gave it to Wang Yanran. The most valuable of the three soul bones is this skull, but no one has any objection. Or it can be said that the existence of Guyi is far more precious to them than the treasure of the blood river. The soul bones have been distributed, and the next thing is the most important. Guyi also became serious at this moment. Sister Cai, I will preach here and teach the theory of meridians in a year. Originally, with your cultivation level, you can graduate from any academy, but I have to assign you one last task. Travel the continent. Everyone stood up. The time for this task is 1 year. Everyone's practice must be improved to a higher level. These things are not the level that can be achieved by practicing hard in the academy. High-level skills pay more attention to the experience of the mind. Once you have an epiphany, you can make great progress. Yes. The 7 people responded at the same time. Everyone will complete the tasks assigned by Guyi without compromise. Then what are you waiting for? Guyi glanced at the few people who were still standing there. Several people filed out. But Guyi called Zhu Juking at the last moment, I'll wait for you in Douluo City in 11 months. Zhu Juking paused and turned around dully. Her eyes were wide open, like a frightened cat. So cute. Brother Yi, do you want me to wait for you in Kai Bao Liulai sect? Ning Rongrong suddenly turned around, leaned on the door frame, and poked her head out to joke. However, Ning Rongrong also knew that the current atmosphere was not suitable for joking, so she stopped at that point. However, the usually cold Zhu Juking blushed. Guyi's words were self-evident. Waiting for you. Zhu Juking didn't say much, one sentence was enough. Zhu Juking controlled herself well this time, after all, there were teammates waiting for her below. It was tacit. When it was night, Guyi came to the Wuhan Hall, to the place where all the soul masters in the world wanted to enter. The bedroom of His Holiness the Pope. It seems that we still have a tacit understanding. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi, who came and smiled. At this time, Bibi Dong had already taken off the Pope's clothes she wore during the day, and wore a lavender long dress to her ankles. She also had light makeup on her face, which suppressed her usual majesty. She looked a bit like a mature wife. In front of her was a table of rich dishes. The lights were not turned on, only 2 candles were lit. There was even wine. Your aura is here, what tacit understanding can we talk about? Guyi did not follow Bibi Dong's words, and interrupted the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere without understanding the situation. The process is not important, sit down and eat. The smile on Bibi Dong's face did not disappear, and she was still as kind as ever. Speak, what do you want to say? Guyi sat down without hesitation, picked up the wine glass, leaned back and stared at Bibi Dong, who was sitting opposite. He didn't think that Bibi Dong just wanted to have a meal with him. Bibi Dong's lips moved slightly. Poof. Guyi sprayed out the wine he had just taken a sip of, and looked at the woman, who made him unable to control himself in shock. It can be updated stably. Starting today, 3 updates a week. Chapter 189 Weird Situation. Bibi Dong didn't expect Guyi's reaction to be so big. The soul power of her whole body vibrated, and the wine on her face was shaken off. However, there was no way to deal with the wet clothes on her chest, so she could only let it wet. Fortunately, her clothes today were lavender, so she didn't reveal any unbearable pictures, but some shapes were finally revealed. What on earth are you thinking about? Guyi looked at the more terrifying woman in front of him. You heard it right, I want to experience it again. Bibi Dong's tone was very firm. Although she had accelerated her succession to the Rakshasa throne in recent days, she was still a little short of it. Why did you come to me? I don't believe that there are still a few soul masters who can create an environment in such a large Wuhan hall. No, they can't. Only you can have such a perfect ability to fabricate illusions. What Bibi Dong said was right. Which soul master in this world has the ability to fabricate illusions and can match Bibi Dong, who has reached level 99 in terms of mental power? Only Guyi, a freak, can collect evil thoughts from all over the world and condense them into his own mental power to have an illusion that is almost real, and can also suppress cultivation. These abilities are not something that ordinary soul masters can do. Let's talk about this later. I also have something to do. I think His Holiness the Pope has not forgotten it. Guyi has not forgotten the request that Bibi Dong promised him before. Of course, tell me. Half a year later, I want you to accompany me to participate in a soul hunting operation. Bibi Dong didn't ask what the operation was, and agreed directly. Okay, I will be there when the time comes. Bibi Dong can now display the 99th level of cultivation. What soul beast in this world can stop her? Don't be so anxious. You need to strengthen your own strength before you go. Guyi threw the prepared soul core cultivation method to Bibi Dong. Open it and take a look. Originally, she was a little puzzled. Now she is a woman standing at the top of the soul master. Is there anything else that can improve her strength? Just by looking at it, the whole person was immersed in it. This method is really too advanced. I am afraid that people without the cultivation of titled Douluo can't practice it at all. But once it is cultivated, it can even fight against titled Douluo. You pass this kind of thing to other people. Bibi Dong raised this secret method. She really didn't understand that this kind of thing could be given to outsiders. Even if Guyi didn't have a family behind him, it could be regarded as the secret method of Tianwen Academy. This can be regarded as the real trump card that makes Tianwen Academy pass down for hundreds of years. It's just a method of cultivation, so what's the harm? When Guyi said this, he also revealed an extremely strong self-confidence. If you don't dare to release the skills in a plane like Douluo continent, you are too useless. Only people who are timid will be restrained by such things. A skill cannot be strong forever, there will always be powerful skills emerging one after another. It is precisely because of this that a world can be called progressing and full of vitality. The name of master is well deserved by you. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi in a daze. The man in front of her was much stronger and more confident than the man she had admired before. Even if she was afraid of the world, she might not have such confidence. Let's eat. Guyi didn't want to talk more about this topic, he just wanted to complete the bet as soon as possible. That's right, let's eat first. Bibi Dong put the soul core cultivation method into the soul guide, raised the wine glass, and drank it all. Guyi frowned slightly. Why did this woman drink so quickly? But it was none of his business. The meal didn't take long, but bottles of wine were drunk one after another. Bibi Dong seemed to want to get drunk. It didn't seem like she wanted to have a meal with Guyi, but more like she wanted to get drunk. Her pretty face was flushed, and she was a little drunk, but she kept drinking. The meal is over, I'm leaving first. Guyi stood up and glanced at Bibi Dong who was still drinking, and said that he was going to leave. Since they met, Bibi Dong didn't leave a good impression on him. Just as he took a step, his legs softened. If he hadn't held the table next to him, he would have fallen to the ground now. What's going on? Guyi immediately checked his body and found nothing wrong. Soul power can also run well. What is going on? He. Before he could think for too long, he heard the weird laughter from Bibi Dong. Turning his head, he saw Bibi Dong raised her head and drank the wine in the glass, and slowly walked towards him. There were a few drops of wine on her bright red lips, which looked like blood on her lips. Bibi Dong seemed to feel something on her lips, and she stuck out her tongue to hook it. Guyi was shocked by what she saw. How come this woman is getting weirder and weirder? She's killing me. Guyi didn't understand what happened to Bibi Dong. She was fine just now, and he didn't feel any malice at the moment. What did she want to do? The slightly drunk Bibi Dong held the table with one hand, twisted her body and walked over, and her hands and feet were more charming. Especially the skirt she wore was not a very loose style, but a close-fitting design. The lilac stockings between her feet were faintly visible, and the sound of high heels from time to time added some color to the atmosphere in the room. How did you do it? Gu Yi struggled to sit back on the chair, leaning weakly on the back of the chair. Until now, he still couldn't figure out how Bibi Dong did it. There was nothing wrong with her body and mind, but she just couldn't use any strength. It's just some zy long san, but I didn't expect your body to be so strong. I want you got drunk, and you got poisoned. When Bibi Dong talked about zy long san, her eyes were filled with hatred. Zy long san. Gu Yi had never heard of this drug. It's not a precious drug, but just an ordinary knockout drug. It's just that this knockout drug is used to make giant dragons drunk. Even if you take it, it's just that your muscles can't work. It can't even be called a poison. Gu Yi was still puzzled. Even if this thing is not a poison, it should be able to detect it. You should be wondering how you got poisoned, right? Bibi Dong walked in front of Gu Yi and hooked his chin. She raised the bottle in her hand and poured it down. Until the bottle of wine was finished, Bibi Dong threw the bottle away. You actually put zy long san in it. Gu Yi didn't care about the wine on his face at this moment, and looked at Bibi Dong in shock. Yes, you are too cautious. Only this method can make you eat with me without any defense. The drunk dragon powder was not put in the dishes or on the bowls and chopsticks, but in the wine she drank. The body's natural metabolism can naturally volatilize the drug power, and then it will be like boiling a frog in warm water, just waiting for the drug power to take effect. But if you do this, Bibi Dong will also be affected, and it should be far more serious than her. How did she do it? Chapter 190 The Secret Room Reenacted. Why are you okay? Gu Yi asked the question in his heart. After all, Bibi Dong was injected with dozens of times more drunk dragon powder than him. With such a dose, even if she could dissolve some of it on her own, she would definitely not be able to move freely like she is now. Drug resistance, I have long been resistant to drunk dragon powder. Bibi Dong raised her head slightly and closed her eyes in a tipsy state. A tear fell from the corner of her eye. Drug resistance? Although Gu Yi didn't know how long it would take for zy long san to develop such a strong drug resistance, it would take a long time. At least it wouldn't take a few months. And looking at Bibi Dong's painful look, there was only one possibility. Qian Sunji used this method to prevent Bibi Dong from escaping and gave birth to Qian Rongxiu. Zy long san is simply the best drug to imprison others. So, what do you want to do? Gu Yi raised his head and looked at Bibi Dong. This woman is the most difficult person in the world to see through. Even if you have a deep understanding of Bibi Dong, you can't guess what she wants to do. She is even dispelling the drunken dragon powder. With his current cultivation, he will be able to completely eliminate the effect of the medicine in a few minutes. The most important thing now is to delay. I know that with my strength, I can quickly break through the shackles of the drunken dragon powder, but I only need this little time. Bibi Dong then took out a bottle of medicine powder from the soul guide and forced it into Gu Yi's mouth. Gu Yi's muscles and bones were weak now, and he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. However, after studying medicine for so many years, it can be said that there are very few medicines that Gu Yi has not seen. The main ingredient of this package of medicine is Wan Yang Chun. This is actually a package of strong aphrodisiac. Gu Yi's first thought was that Bibi Dong was really crazy, and he didn't know what stimulated her. The effect of the medicine took effect quickly. Gu Yi felt hot and unbearable, but he couldn't control his muscles. The fire of lust was burning in his crazy body, as if it was going to burn every part of his body. It was even more powerful than the evil fire in Ma Hongjun's martial soul. If Gu Yi couldn't release it in the end, even if he was strong, it might cause great damage, and Gu Yi felt that his mind was getting more and more unclear. It was definitely not just Wan Yang Chun. Bibi Dong took out another bottle of wine and drank. She lifted up Gu Yi, who was leaning on the back of the chair and whose body had turned red, with a slightly tipsy face, and opened the secret room she had entered before. Gu Yi found that under the effect of this drug, his mind became more and more scattered, and desires kept surging from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the constant absorption of the evil god bead, he would have lost consciousness long ago and turned into a beast that only cared about venting. Where did Bibi Dong find such a strong drug? At least Gu Yi didn't think she could make it. The effect of Wan Yang Chun was already strong enough, but the effect of the drug with Wan Yang Chun added was 10 or 100 times that of Wan Yang Chun. It was completely different. It was not the kind of effect that made people enjoy themselves, but it made people fall into an endless hell. Guyi could only watch himself being placed on the stone bed he had seen at the beginning, with his hands and feet chained by Bibi Dong. Except for his head, the rest of the body was completely imprisoned. Guyi did not dare to relax his mind and continued to dissolve the effect of Zy Long San. This scene is familiar, right? Bibi Dong walked slowly around the stone bed, just as he had done at the beginning. Harming others will eventually harm oneself. The illusion that had been woven finally returned to him. It's time to dissolve Zy Long San, so let's move to the next step. Bibi Dong suddenly rushed up, and her white and tender hands gently stroked Guyi's face, as greedy as a hungry ghost. I don't know how wonderful it would be to devour your soul. Bibi Dong's appearance has completely changed at this moment. Although her aura there was no change, but the movements, expressions, and looks had changed drastically. Like a succubus from hell, she looked even more seductive in a purple dress. Don't waste your energy. Even if the drunken dragon powder is untied, you can't break free of these chains now. Bibi Dong flicked the fine iron chains that bound Guyi, but they didn't move at all. These chains are made of the hardest and toughest materials in the world. Even she couldn't break them under such circumstances. The effect of the drug directly weakened Guyi's strength by 30%. It seems that your body is ready. Bibi Dong glanced at Guyi meaningfully, which was really great. The illusion I just told you about at the dinner table is a real illusion. And the owner of this real illusion has to be changed. Everything you did at the beginning was not completed. Today I will help you complete it together. If you ignore the red earlobes and erratic eyes, Bibi Dong can be regarded as regaining her former majesty. You are really crazy. Guyi cursed loudly, but kept trying to control his body. This drug even reduced his perception of the world. Bibi Dong really didn't expect that after so many years, the past that made her unbearable to look back on was actually recreated by her own hands. Puff. There were only 2 sounds of clothes tearing, and the lights in the secret room dimmed. Only the painful sounds and constant roars from time to time could be heard in the secret room. No one knew that last night, in a place that was regarded as a holy place by all soul masters in the world, someone had experienced being pushed down by a woman for the second time in his life. Bibi Dong, this time you really touched my bottom line. In the secret room, Guyi stood up angrily. No one knew what kind of torture he had experienced last night. It was a great damage to his body and mind, especially his body. The 5 elements were unbalanced. Your reaction at the end of last night was not like what you said. Bibi Dong lay on her side on the stone bed, with a mature blush on her face. The whole person was refreshed. Guyi was even more angry when he heard this. At that time, what else could he do? Guyi asked himself if he could do such a cruel thing. Very good, I want to see whether there is more water in your body or the 5 elements in my body collapsed first. Guyi was completely angry. This woman was simply asking for a beating. The Pope did this again, and he would beat her when he was forced into a corner. Bibi Dong had never expected that Guyi would still have such a good spirit, and fear was revealed in her eyes. Continuously approaching the other side of the stone bed. Our affairs have come to an end. I only use you as a tool to break through my state of mind. Now my goal has been achieved. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi who was approaching with horror. Yes, last night Bibi Dong could feel that the last piece of the puzzle of her state of mind was complete. It will never be incomplete again. From then on, the past and the future are nothing but a passing cloud. It's just that she overlooked a fact. Is Guyi a man who is so easy to be taken advantage of? How can it be so easy to let go of the billions of lives lost? 3 more chapters completed. Chapter 191 Unbearable Bibi Dong. Cough cough cough, you are such a beast. Bibi Dong coughed a few times and looked at Guyi who had already put on his clothes with resentment. Why didn't she realize that this man was not the same as he usually appeared? Let's figure out the situation, who controlled me first, and who sat on me first. Guyi retorted, but looking at Bibi Dong who was slumped on the stone bed, her face was still a little ruddy due to breathing difficulties, which was a bit attractive. He didn't show any mercy just now, and he was completely full of fire. Get out, you beast! Bibi Dong had never thought that there would be so many tricks, which simply refreshed her cognition. Guyi didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't have any feelings for Bibi Dong, and even hated her a little. It was just an exchange of desires. It was a pure transaction relationship. Practice your soul core well. If you are not strong enough in the soul hunting operation, no one can save you. Guyi left this sentence and disappeared in the secret room in an instant. Asshole, asshole. Bibi Dong didn't expect Guyi to really leave, and couldn't help cursing for a while. This man is really ruthless. Bibi Dong struggled to stand up, the pain in her body was so clear and deep. It was as if it was implanted in her soul and engraved in her heart. Bibi Dong found that she didn't hate this feeling. Bibi Dong, who changed into the Pope's clothes again, looked noble and dignified in front of the world. But when she looked down at the thing she had just vomited on the ground, she couldn't help but feel a little shy. The powerful soul power instantly annihilated it. Guyi walked in Wuhan City and couldn't help rubbing his waist. Even with his peerless cultivation, he felt that his body was lacking a lot, and the balance of the 5 elements was about to be broken. The 5 internal organs and 6 all his organs were wailing. Overwork was very harmful to his health. It seems that I must start tempering my body. Guyi really didn't expect that Bibi Dong alone could make him lack the 5 elements. Is this considered an alternative method of devouring cultivation? Guyi returned to the hotel, and now he was the only one left in Tianwen Academy who had not left. But he was not in a hurry, after all, there were still many things to be done. The 7th soul ring must be seized. Now he has only 3 helpers, Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, and Chen Xin. As for whether they will fight, Guyi doesn't care. At that time, they can still stand on their own in front of those fierce beasts. Guyi can only say that he is a real man. Half a year is enough for the 3 of them to cultivate their soul cores. Guyi naturally doesn't plan to waste time. In the remaining half a year, he also plans to deepen his control over other elements. Especially the space element. Even if he can't do it at that time, he can escape with the space ability. After all, no one has ever fought against Ditien, a euro and no one knows how strong he is. However, Guyi is not sure whether Ditien will come out this time. After all, his mission is to protect the Silver Dragon King. A few days after the end of the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, a huge storm once again brought the Spirit Hall to the forefront. That day, all the titled Douluo level Soul Masters felt the extremely powerful heaven and earth energy rushing towards the Elder Hall. No one knows what is going on. Is Big Brother going to ascend to become a god? Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the clouds of energy condensed in the sky, which still exuded the breath of Qian Daoliu. They, the elders in the Spirit Hall, all knew that Qian Daoliu had no further progress on the road of Soul Master. They could not think of any other reason for such a big impact except ascending to become a god. Guyi naturally felt it. Finally, he felt the power of Qian Daoliu, and he really deserved to be the legendary Sky Douluo. The energy fluctuation he caused at the beginning was not so big. No matter what time, we should not underestimate the talented soul masters of their generation. Bibi Dong, who was in the Pope's palace, naturally felt it and understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel resentful towards Guyi. However, Bibi Dong was not inferior to others in her life, and she could condense a soul core if she was given some time. After just a few glances, Bibi Dong once again studied the soul core cultivation method. Although the secret book recorded the soul core condensation process in detail, at their current level of cultivation, if one accidentally lost control of the solid soul power, even the entire Douluo continent would be destroyed. The soul power reserve of a 99 level titled Douluo is far beyond the reach of a soul master who has just been promoted to titled Douluo. At the beginning, Guyi just touched the threshold of titled Douluo with the help of an external soul bone. They had no choice but to be cautious. They would not cultivate soul cores without absolute certainty. It seems that I have more confidence. Guyi is very happy to see Qian Daoliu become stronger, which means that the success rate of the soul hunting operation is constantly increasing. However, Guyi also understands that his strength must not be weaker than Qian Daoliu, otherwise there may be unexpected changes. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is a million-year-old soul beast. Although Qian Daoliu does not lack soul rings now, it does not rule out the possibility that he will secretly attack him for Qian Rongxiu. So his own strength must also be improved. Now all he can do is deepen his understanding of the elements and continuously improve the power of the elements. This is also the direction he needs to go in the future. The soul masters outside the Elder Hall have no idea what happened. The storm lasted for a whole day. In the next few days, Guyi also encountered some minor troubles. The people sent by the Xingluo Empire have arrived. 1 man and 1 woman. Their cultivation is at the level of Soul Douluo, and they are also members of the royal family. Bring the guns with you. The man said in a high and mighty voice. The soldier behind the man also threw a pair of black iron shackles to Guyi's feet very skillfully. The Xingluo Empire does not allow anyone to insult it. As one of the two great empires, they have absolute dominance and tyranny. You should carry it yourself. Guyi was in no mood to play these childish games with them. The aura of the man and woman in the lead was similar to that of Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking. They were probably descendants of the Zhu family and the Xingluo royal family, and they could probably perform the martial soul fusion technique. The man seemed to have gotten used to such scenes, and he hugged the woman beside him. He was about to perform the martial soul fusion technique. There are always foolish people in the world who think that they can change the world with a little bang. Before he finished speaking, the martial soul fusion technique had just been fused, and was interrupted by Guyi. At the same time, the shackles that were thrown on the ground were also on their necks. Guyi's cold voice sounded in their ears. Since you like to be shackled so much, why don't you try it yourself? Chapter 192, Bibi Dong, who is tough on the mouth. Almost instantly, the man who was still arrogant was trapped by the shackles. Dare to attack the royal family, even if you are an elder of the spirit hall, no one can save you this time. The man still looked like he didn't care at all. With their status, no one in the whole continent dared to touch them. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses floated on the surface. The Xingluo Empire has always been a country based on martial arts, and it is even more radical in politics and diplomacy. If it had not been restrained by the Spirit Hall over the years, it would be hard to say whether the Tiandu Empire still existed in this world. This is the confidence of being a great country. It just so happens that I have something for you to take back. Guyi stood in front of the man and remembered the previous agreement with Zhu Zuking. The man was obviously stunned. I will come to Xingluo City in person in 11 months. Please let me see how powerful you are then. Guyi directly sealed his cultivation, turning him into a weakling with no cultivation. After the explanation, Guyi floated away. In his eyes, the envoy of Xingluo Empire was just an episode, not even a trouble. The existence that he once needed to look up to was now just so-so. Guyi was ready to leave. He had been in Wuhan City for a while, and it was time to move. Practicing hard behind closed doors was not a good way to comprehend the elements. Only by going out and seeing a wider world. It was possible to push the energy field to another level. The evil field was like this at the beginning. If he hadn't seen the sacred light of the angel god at the end, it would have taken some time to completely comprehend the evil intention. But before leaving, Guyi still planned to see Bibi Dong again. After all, this time his 5 elements were more stable and more tenacious. He must make this woman surrender. Guyi sensed Bibi Dong's breath all the way to the Pope's palace. Before entering, Guyi also felt 3 other familiar breaths. Golden generation. Guyi took a step forward and hid behind the Pope's chair. Bibi Dong, who was originally speaking, felt something and moved slightly, and the soul power in her body was ready to move. However, after Guyi deliberately released a breath, he took back the soul power. Just his face was a little unnatural. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Hulina, as Bibi Dong's disciple, was raised as a daughter by Bibi Dong. She has been with her for all these years and can be said to know the teacher very well. Naturally, she could find the teacher's abnormality. I just thought of some past events. I believe you have realized that there are always people outside the world after this failure. Go down and practice well. Bibi Dong evaded the question and then drove Hulina and others out. Hulina and the other 2 who walked out of the palace slowly were a little confused. Bibi Dong did not punish them this time. This failure directly caused the Wuhan Hall to lose 3 10,000-year soul bones. The Spirit Hall has never paid such a painful price except for the Pope being killed more than a decade ago. It is hard to imagine that it was so easy to pass. The Pope's Majesty is still there, which is simply daunting. Guyi waited until a few people left before walking out from behind the chair. Looking at Bibi Dong, who was completely different from that day, he couldn't help but joked. What are you doing here again? Is the soul hunting operation about to start now? That old man is still in seclusion. Bibi Dong didn't give Guyi a good look. The unbearable scenes of the past were all recalled in her mind. That kind of humiliation made her a little unbearable. It's too early. When you condense the soul core and let it grow for a few months, the soul hunting operation can officially start at that time. Guyi also realized that his current strength was not enough. The soul hunting operation was definitely not enough and he needed to improve again. Since there is nothing to do, why don't you get out of here quickly? No one is allowed to enter without the Pope's summons. Bibi Dong stood up, holding the scepter. She looked extremely noble and majestic. Really? I feel that you are calling me all the time. Gu Yi felt the evil thoughts coming from Bibi Dong from the moment he came in. This evil thought belongs to desire. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here quickly. Even if you are now an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, it is a serious crime to break into the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong still didn't let go, but she didn't look at Gu Yi when she spoke, and kept looking forward. Because as long as she looked at Gu Yi, she could recall everything that happened that day. Like a beast, she saw what yin and yang exchange was. Gu Yi didn't care, stepped forward and sat directly on the Pope's chair. Get up, only I can sit. Bibi Dong raised the scepter and knocked the ground hard, and her face also showed anger. Gu Yi's action undoubtedly violated her bottom line. Bad review, the chair is too hard, not comfortable at all. Bibi Dong was even angrier, not only did she sit on it, but she also commented that it was too hard. What's the matter, I still have a lot of official business to attend to, ah. Bibi Dong suppressed her anger, this man was not to be provoked, otherwise she would be the only one to suffer. But before she finished speaking, she felt a suction coming from Gu Yi's body, and the whole person was completely uncontrollably, he pounced towards Gu Yi. He hit Gu Yi's chest hard. See, I'm not wrong. It was indeed the Pope who called me, and he threw himself into his arms. Gu Yi held Bibi Dong's waist, which was even softer than before. It was true that women were made of water, and women who were moisturized would only be more tender. Shameless, it was you who pulled me here, let me go quickly. Bibi Dong struggled. But this struggle was like a lover's coquetry, and she was completely resisting with her physical strength. Otherwise, with her 99-level cultivation, it would be very easy to break free from Gu Yi's arms. But the power I used just now can be resisted by even ordinary soul masters. And I'm not using too much strength now. Gu Yi leaned close to Bibi Dong's ear and told the truth to her pink earlobe. Bibi Dong's body stiffened. There is a secret that no one knows. Her ears are extremely sensitive and easily stimulated. She didn't know when her body began to heat up. Bibi Dong couldn't refute Gu Yi. After all, what Gu Yi said just now was true. Shut up. Bibi Dong reacted for a few seconds, and then she was about to get out of Gu Yi's arms unnaturally. Just when she was about to get out, she even felt a little disappointed. Gu Yi used both hands to hold Bibi Dong tightly in his arms again, and continued to say in her ear. Your Holiness, this is your seat. Are you sure you don't want to sit down? Bibi Dong couldn't stand being teased one after another. Gu Yi was really good at it. Chapter 193 Exchange Conditions. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong didn't have the dignity of a pope at all at this moment, and even looked a little weak and let Gu Yi bully her. Gu Yi was immediately excited when he heard it. He whispered a word in her ear. Bibi Dong couldn't control her body instantly, her face was red but her tone was very cold. Just now, Gu Yi only used one word to completely evoke the memories in her mind. I said that what happened that day was just a deal. Don't treat me as those little girls you took into your pocket. Gu Yi didn't expect Bibi Dong's reaction to be so big, and couldn't help but let go of her hand. Bibi Dong slid down Gu Yi's chest smoothly and stood in front of Gu Yi. Bibi Dong was tall and had the characteristics of a mature woman. Gu Yi didn't appreciate her but stood up. Give up the seat. Bibi Dong sat down with a cold face, but her face was better than before. Sitting in the exclusive seat, Bibi Dong's noble temperament also returned. Showing noble and honorable. At this moment, she was the real Pope Bibi Dong. The two exchanged positions, and this time it was Gu Yi who looked down at Bibi Dong. Gu Yi was taller than Bibi Dong, and the distance between them was only a few steps, which was full of oppression. Step, step. Gu Yi took 2 steps forward, and the sound of his footsteps was clearly audible in the silent Pope's palace. The distance between the two narrowed instantly. There was only 1 step away, and Gu Yi only needed to lean over slightly to touch Bibi Dong. I'll say it one last time, get out. Bibi Dong felt the familiar breath, her face became colder, and she looked up at Gu Yi's face, which was dozens of centimeters away. He was so stubborn and strong. The wavering heart made Bibi Dong understand. She didn't have enough confidence to reject Gu Yi. Just like that night, she went from looking down on him at the beginning to bowing down. Gu Yi seemed to have an ability that she couldn't control. She could only confront Gu Yi with the harshest words and refuse the man's closeness. However, in Gu Yi's view, these are full of loopholes. Your Holiness, if the transaction is to end, I think it can't be ended unilaterally. It started with you, and it should end with me. Gu Yi said very domineeringly that the previous transaction was not over. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bibi Dong refused without thinking. But will Gu Yi end it so easily? Get out. Bibi Dong soon found that it was a wrong decision to sit back on the Pope's chair. After all, such a scene is easier to operate. In the end, Bibi Dong gave up resistance. This incident made Bibi Dong understand a truth: don't try to approach a man who looks kind, otherwise the result will be like her now. Almost dehydrated. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the Pope's palace, revealing an extremely certain determination. But not long after, a whimpering sound was heard. Time passed, and only one sentence from Gu Yi remained in the huge Pope's palace. I promised. Gu Yi left the Pope's palace, but unlike last time, the 5 elements were not out of balance this time. He found the golden generation, which was his promise to Bibi Dong. Follow me. Hulina and the others were confused and didn't know what Gu Yi wanted to do. Elder Gu, I will teach you how to be strong. Hulina stood up. They all knew this person. He was the dean of the academy that defeated them and the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Teach you how to become strong. Gu Yi continued to walk towards the open space. Hulina and the other 3 looked at each other and followed him. This is the Spirit Hall, and His Holiness the Pope is also here. Even if Gu Yi was bold, he would not dare to do anything here. As for the level of his teaching students, several people also learned from the information distributed by Yu Xiaogang. He can be called the world's #1 teacher. It seems that no matter what qualifications a person has, he can be transformed into a genius in Gu Yi's hands. I don't know why Elder Gu came here suddenly. Xia Yu was somewhat puzzled. Although they were young, they also understood that Gu Yi was just a figurehead in the Spirit Hall, and his heart was not here at all. How could he suddenly come to teach them? It was strange to think about it. Your Pope has paid the reward, I just completed the task. Gu Yi replied indifferently. At this moment, not far away, Bibi Dong was constantly washing. The teacher is so good to us. Hulina was even more grateful to Bibi Dong. Although I don't know what the specific price was, it's not easy just to think about it. They must study hard and must not lose when they meet Tianwen Academy next time. They can't embarrass the Spirit Hall again and can't discredit the Pope. They are so naive that they don't know what price their respected Pope paid for this teaching. It wasn't until it was completely dark that Gu Yi left the Spirit Hall. It has to be said that the foundation of the Golden Generation is more than Juking and others had been so good to him. He is indeed an outstanding talent selected from all over the world. Early the next morning, after resting in the hotel for one night, Gu Yi left Wuhan City directly. In the next period of time, he needs to conserve his energy and improve his strength. Moreover, his strength has improved too fast during this period of time, and many things have not been consolidated thoroughly. How can it be for the field of original energy? The mastery is too low. And he hasn't innovated stronger martial arts for a long time. It can be said that the path he is taking now has deviated from his previous ideas. After all, his current strength is too strong. He doesn't need to study martial arts like he did before he got on the right track. He can just crush the past with his powerful strength. If this continues, let alone becoming a god through martial arts, he may be assimilated directly into a soul master with a large number of self-created soul skills, rather than a seeker of knowledge on the road of martial arts. So Gu Yi plans to use the past 6 months to settle down and create stronger martial arts while mastering elemental abilities. Improve his own martial arts and prepare for the sermon 1 year later. That will be his first step to harvest faith in this world. Gu Yi's first stop was the Stardo Great Forest. There are many soul beasts here, and their abilities are also strange and varied, far more than soul masters, which is of great benefit to his study of martial arts and control of elements. During this period, Gu Yi did not intend to exert too strong abilities. Instead, he chose to focus on domain abilities and minimize the use of soul power, so as to better exercise element control and comprehension abilities. Learn from nature, the truth is in the land under your feet, the sky above your head, and everything contained in it. The next day, 3 updates were completed. Chapter 194 Stardo Training. Stardo Great Forest. More than 10 days later, Gu Yi finally came to the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. Is this Xiao Wu? Standing on the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest, Gu Yi clearly felt a breath belonging to himself. This time, in the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition, because Xiao Wu's power as a soul beast was sealed for 100,000 years, and the soul beast breath on her body was also sealed, her identity was not exposed. This is why Xiao Wu was able to safely survive the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition. But why did she return to the Xingda Great Forest? In the original work, Xiao Wu was forced to return to the forest because her identity was exposed. Otherwise, after leaving the forest, how could Xiao Wu, whose temperament became wild, return to the depths of the Xingluo Great Forest and live with a gorilla and a bull python all day long? Since he couldn't figure it out, Gu Yi didn't plan to think about it anymore. Xiao Wu was his bag anyway, and she could be sensed no matter where she ran, so he was not in a hurry. But he could go and take a look, and rushed towards the location he felt. Another place in the Xingda Great Forest. Damn, why are these soul beasts not afraid of me anymore? Xiao Wu was escaping flexibly in the dense forest, and behind her was a wind-winged tiger, who didn't forget to complain while running away. This wind-winged tiger was at least a 5,000-year-old soul beast, and it was not an opponent she could defeat at the moment. Why hasn't Ming come yet? Xiao Wu was really I can't understand why Ming hasn't come yet after such a long time since I came back to the forest. If it were in the past, Ming would have come running here, just like last time. Fortunately, her third soul ring is teleportation, so she doesn't have to worry about being hunted by the wind-winged tiger for the time being. But it won't work this way. Comparing soul power with soul beasts is something only a fool would do. When he got here, Gu Yi just happened to see Xiao Wu jumping up and down in misfortune. He didn't plan to take action, but it was still fun to watch. It can be regarded as adding a little excitement to the dull life. Gu Yi's ability to conceal his breath is not something that weaklings like the wind-winged tiger and Xiao Wu can break. Even if he leaned against the tree, they could hardly find him. After practicing until now, Xiao Wu's weakness has gradually appeared. Especially the first three soul skills, which are completely irrelevant. The first soul skill was a strong attack skill, and the second soul skill suddenly became a control skill. Moreover, Xiao Wu's own mental power was not outstanding, and it was very easy to be directly cracked by a strong spirit master, and it would also cause backlash. If Xiao Wu dared to use this trick against Wang Yanran, who was almost the same level as her, the final result would only be self-destruction. Only the third soul skill was somewhat interesting, but it was not very useful. If it weren't for the self-created soul skill of 8-segment throw, Xiao Wu couldn't be called a strong attack soul master. After watching for a while, he was a little uninterested. It was too weak, a fight between children. The figure disappeared on the spot. Also began to look for his own target. This time he came to improve his mastery of the field of energy and create a more powerful martial arts. Not long after, Gu Yi found a good opponent. Wind-winged tiger. A rare wind attribute soul beast, it has very good power in the wind element. But the age of this wind-winged tiger is still too low, only 10,000 years. If he used too much power, he might accidentally kill him, which would be a loss. The wind-winged tiger also discovered this human who suddenly appeared. Since Gu Yi was still restraining his breath, the wind-winged tiger could not find that Gu Yi was a strong man who could easily kill him. The wings on both sides of his ribs swung out 2 wind blades at the same time. Gu Yi did not attack, but controlled the 2 wind blades in front of him with one hand. What a fast wind! After studying for a few seconds, Gu Yi dispersed the wind blade in his hand, and at the same time, a light blue wind blade condensed in his hand. Seeing that the attack failed, the wind-winged tiger's limbs seemed to be stepping on the breeze, and the speed was so fast that there was almost an after-image. Gu Yi moved his feet slightly, slapped the wind-winged tiger's head with a palm, and said to him like a child, "Stop making trouble." His eyes were always on the wind blade in his hand, frowning slightly, and he seemed a little dissatisfied. But the wind-winged tiger was slapped away and hit the tree. "Okay, that's right." After a while, Gu Yi relaxed his frown, and the wind blade in his hand exuded a powerful cutting ability. It seemed that even the air could be cut. The wind-winged tiger that stood up no longer dared to attack rashly, and a pair of huge tiger eyes stared at Gu Yi, this human whose depth was hard to tell. "Come on, let me see your other abilities." With a pinch of his right hand, the wind blade in his hand dissipated, and he continued to focus on the wind-winged tiger. The wind-winged tiger did not attack again, but stepped on the wind with all four limbs and ran away. As the king of beasts, the wind-winged tiger actually escaped, which was simply too embarrassing for the tiger. How could Guyi let such a good test subject run away like this, and immediately chased after it? Under a lot of pressure, Guyi finally emptied all the wind-winged tiger's abilities about the wind element. Wind element, get. The original energy field is indeed powerful. However, he also needs to have a deep understanding of the elements to be able to exert powerful power, but now he can only control three elements well: ice, fire, and space. The first two are completely because when he condensed the soul core, the soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was integrated into it, which gave him extraordinary control over the ice and fire elements. The space element is slightly worse than the ice and fire elements, but he also gained a lot of insights when condensing the soul core. Now only these three elements can be used. Now he is like a treasure, but he has not dug it out yet. What he needs to do now is to dig out these treasures. If he can master the field of original energy to the peak, he can completely match the Silver Dragon King. After all, the Silver Dragon King represents the peak of elemental control. Have you gotten rid of it? Guyi felt Xiaowu's breath constantly moving rapidly towards the depths of the Xingde Great Forest. But this is also good, just in time to catch them all. But his primary goal now is the million-year soul ring of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. As long as Bibi Dong and others cultivate their soul cores to a certain level, there is a great possibility that they can rescue Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. By then, what if there is a 100,000-year soul ring? By then, maybe there will be several soul rings of hundreds of thousands of years. After all, they have to be on par with the legendary king of hanging kings. Shaking his head slightly, Xiaowu had no place in his heart, and continued his cultivation journey. The soul beasts in the Xingde Great Forest did not know that they would soon be in trouble. Chapter 195: The Powerful Vacuum World. At night, Guyi did not stay up late to fight. This kind of thing could not be rushed. Compared to fighting, enlightenment is the most important. Long-term battles are a burden to both the body and mind. Especially during battles, one must constantly study the abilities displayed by soul beasts to see if they can be replicated by controlling the elements. Originally, in the wild, especially in places where soul beasts are present, one should try to avoid making fires, as the light of the fire is likely to attract powerful soul beasts. But this is only for the weak. The strong only need to release a little aura, and no soul beast dares to approach here. The strong act as they please, while the weak adapt to survive. Eating barbecue in one hand, a small whirlwind is suspended in the other hand. After today's battle, Guyi has a great understanding of the wind attribute, but there is still a big gap compared to the three attributes of ice, fire, and air. Looking at the boundless starry sky, Guyi played with the whirlwind in his hand wantonly, thinking. The whirlwind also slowly became a sphere under his unconscious action, which seemed to contain some power. The night dissipated and dawn arrived. Guyi looked at his feet and suddenly thought of a fun game. The fallen leaves around him floated, and Guyi floated up in the air, riding on a breeze and drifting away. Flying in the air, he was like an immortal. Flying in the air, Guyi did not use the energy of heaven and earth at all, and completely relied on the wind to pull himself up. To complete the flight, you need to have a deep control of the wind element. Come on, just let me try other uses of the wind attribute I realized yesterday. Flying in the air, Guyi noticed the earth bull foraging not far away. The age was much higher than the previous wind-winged tiger, at least 30,000 years. A round wind ball gradually formed in his hand, and then, thrown it out. Guyi did not relax, carefully feeling the changes in the wind ball. The wind ball that fell out of his hand expanded rapidly, and it expanded dozens of times in just a few breaths. The speed of the wind was not slow. The earth bull was wrapped in it before it could react. The power of the wind controlled the powerful bull from the ground and suspended it in the air. The light blue wind rolls quickly rotated in the wind ball, quickly rolling out the air inside, like a tornado, but without opening. Gradually, a vacuum was formed, and Guyi did not expect that this move would actually succeed. With the ability to experiment and the ingenious idea, a powerful move appeared. The reason why fantasy is called fantasy is that there is no way to realize it. The wind rolls constantly and quickly draw away the oxygen in the sphere, not only the oxygen in the space, but also the oxygen in the body of the earth bull. As long as it is a creature that needs to breathe, it cannot do without one thing: oxygen. This is also the harvest of Wangtian last night, and now it seems that the effect is good. Guyi did not want to kill this earth bull. After all, the earth bowl belongs to the earth attribute and controls the power of the earth element. It will definitely bring him good harvest. Just as he was about to release the vacuum, the earth bowl, which was originally a little weak, suddenly became more powerful, and exuded earth yellow soul power. Bowl trample. The cocky wave swept across, constantly impacting the wind ball. Guyi also felt a shock force, but after a series of weakening, this shock force could only help him to move his blood. The power continued to accumulate, and the wind ball was directly broken from the inside by the earth bowl. The earth bowl in the air immediately fell to the ground. The breath became stronger and stronger. It really brings me surprises, Guyi exclaimed, and at the same time discovered the weakness of the vacuum. No, it should not be said that, it should be a temporary weakness, but it is not perfect yet. The future potential of the vacuum is definitely not weak, and the ability to deprive air is definitely a killer. It's just that the vacuum is still in its infancy, and there are still many shortcomings. But now is not the time to think about these things. The ability displayed by the earth bowl just now is definitely released through the earth element, which is exactly what he lacks now. Naturally, I have to study it carefully. Strive to improve the understanding of the earth element. Only by mastering more abilities can we create stronger martial arts. Only the collision of the light of thought can burst out the flame of wisdom. Guyi landed and stood opposite the earth bowl. He put away the immature wind ball and planned to experience the earth bowl's ability. A 10,000-year soul beast is already pretty good, especially this earth bowl is still more than 30,000 years old, so its strength can be said to be quite good. The earth bowl was looking for prey to start a new day of feasting. It was almost killed by being controlled in the air before it found the prey, and its anger went straight to its not-too-developed brain. At this moment, it saw Guyi, a human, and trampled on him without hesitation. It is unstoppable. Guyi did not dodge, but carefully felt the slightest changes in it. Here it comes again, Guyi said secretly. He forced his body to accept the shock force, and his blood and chi were shaken a little, and his stable soul core was also disturbed a little. It can be imagined how powerful this shock force is. Really amazing. Guyi praised the earth bowl. It is really novel to use the earth element in this way. It is the first time I have seen it. Only the time it took to experience this was enough for the earth bowl to charge over. Step back slightly to avoid the impact. At the same time, gather the power of the earth element under your feet and step hard. Several spikes emerged from the ground and pierced the lower abdomen of the earth bowl. The earth bowl just raised its front hoof and stepped hard, and the invisible wave directly destroyed the spikes that attacked it. The missed attack seemed to make the earth bowl even more furious, and the soul power surrounding its body became more turbulent. Failed. Guyi looked at the destroyed spikes. Just now, he wanted to imitate the attack of the earth bowl, but it turned into an attack without any technical content, such as firing spikes. Sure enough, it's not that simple. He kept trying to comprehend this special shock force, but he always failed. No matter how he changed it, he couldn't simulate this shock force. It was like two different forces. For a while, he was a little confused. After trying for a while and experiencing the power of vibration again, Guyi suddenly remembered that when he first created Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, he also thought of the power of vibration. Is there anything similar between the two? Although he was not sure, the most important thing to discover things was to try. Then he no longer focused his attention on the earth bowl, but spread his eyes and looked at the problem from a macro perspective. Another vibration force came. Guyi finally saw it clearly this time, it was the earth. He lowered his head to feel the thick earth under his feet, and a flash of inspiration came to him. Finally understood. Chapter 196 5 Elements Academy. I really fell into a misunderstanding again. The earth element is not as difficult to figure out as other elements. It is here, under your feet. Just waiting for the right person to develop and comprehend it. Guyi secretly said, fool, such a simple thing would be ignored. Such a good research object, but he had to go far away to find some earth bowl. Guyi casually sent the earth bowl away with a blow, radiating his own perception, going deep into the ground, feeling the new and strange world. The land has always been a neglected world. According to the feeling just now, he took a step forward. Bang! The invisible force hit the tree not far away, and then the tree fell down. Wonderful, so wonderful. Guyi was ecstatic, just a little bit of his own perception was integrated into it, and it succeeded. He felt more and more that the earth element contained endless mysteries, even if he was just scratching the surface now, there was still a long way to go. He mastered another powerful ability, but Guyi had no idea of a creating a powerful martial arts, no idea at all. The more he mastered, the more confused he became. Wandering around the Stardo Great Forest all day, looking for various powerful soul beasts to serve as his research objects. As time went by, the cooperation between various elements became more tacit and more powerful. The vacuum was gradually improved, and its extraordinary potential was fully demonstrated. The martial arts envisioned in his mind became clearer and clearer. In fact, even Guyi himself did not know what the martial arts that became clear in his mind looked like. It was just a magical intuition. Time was slowly passing. Two huge events of heaven and earth energy gathering occurred on the continent. One happened in the Wuhan Hall, and the other happened in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The situation on the continent seemed to be changing quietly. Outside the Stardo Great Forest. It took 3 months, and Guyi almost searched for soul beasts that mastered various elements, and there were not many soul beasts with some attributes in the Stardo Great Forest. In 3 months, the progress was still obvious. Guyi did not plan to stay in the Stardo Great Forest. After all, this place was no longer of much help to him. If the domain wanted to become stronger and create stronger martial arts, it would require more mastery. The Stardo Great Forest was no longer enough for him to continue to grow. Leaving now was just right for him now. Guyi had already thought about where to go. 5 elemental academies. Although the Tiandu Empire has the plan of the upper 3 sects and the lower 7 sects, there are also constant directions in the academies. The 5 elemental academies are the most typical example. There have always been 2 different cultivation paths in the Soul Master system. Balanced development and extreme development. And these 5 elemental academies are all extreme flow paths. For example, Tian Shui Academy, the students who join it are all soul masters of ice and water attributes. Not only are there requirements for talent, but there is also a most famous requirement: only women, beautiful women. However, Tian Shui Academy is also the only academy among the 5 elemental academies that recruits civilians, which is also good. Guyi believes that he can definitely learn a lot in these 5 academies. The original energy field requires too much control between various elements. Just go. The figure quickly disappeared in the Xingda Great Forest. 2 days later, Guyi appeared outside the Shenfeng Academy. With his current strength, he can force his way in, but this is not his style. He came here for the purpose of communication. Mutual benefit. What is lacking is the research on wind element, and the Kamikaze Academy lacks with powerful self-created soul skills or lack of things that can be used as treasures of the academy. Almost every sect has its own secret method that is not passed on, among which the Haoshan 9 Absolutes of the Haoshan sect is the strongest, and the distraction control in the 7 Treasures Glaze is the most mysterious. It can be said that every powerful force has its own inherited skills, which is also the strongest foundation that a force wants to preserve for a long time. These things are exactly what Guyi lacks the least. It is not even too precious for him. Every martial art can be used as a self-created soul skill, and any type of martial soul can be learned and mastered. After Yu Xiaogong's operation at the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, Guyi's reputation has long been known to the world, although more people still covet what he has in his hands. There is no doubt that Guyi is powerful. Especially that day in front of all the forces, the martial soul true body he used was truly overwhelmingly powerful. When the dean of the Shenfeng Academy heard that Guyi was coming, he naturally hurried to the entrance of the academy to receive him. Although Shenfeng is a very famous academy in the entire Douluo continent, even though there are many soul Douluo level masters in the academy, it is still not good enough in front of Guyi. Especially after Guyi forcefully killed Yu Yuanzhen and Tang Hao, the power he showed that was superior to the world, he had to be cautious. I am here to visit Shenfeng. I don't know what Dean Gu has to do. As long as you need anything, I will do my best to help you complete it. The dean who has the final say in Shenfeng Academy is now as humble as a servant in front of Guyi. The words are full of flattery, and the smile on his face tries to prevent Guyi from having any bad feelings. No one knows whether Guyi will go crazy after being forced in public that day. If a titled Douluo goes crazy, the result is the destruction of the city and the destruction of the country. At least their Shenfeng Academy cannot afford such a price. There is no need to do this. I just came to Shenfeng Academy just to have a friendly exchange with you. Guyi's indifferent words made the dean of Shenfeng Academy misunderstand. Friendly communication. This sentence has a lot of meaning. The dean of Shenzhou College does not think that his college has anything worthy of Gu Yi's covetousness. It is not that he is self-deprecating and looks down on his college, but the gap is really too big. Please tell me clearly, how have we offended you? It is really hard to be tough. Being able to cultivate to the level of Soul Douluo, it is naturally a bit bloody. It is just for the whole college and the students in the college that I have to bow my head. I said, it is just for friendly communication. I need your college's research on wind elements over the years. In exchange, I can teach you some martial arts. I think you must have something you don't like. Otherwise, Feng Xiaotian, a genius, would not have spent a lot of time on creating his own soul skills in vain when he should have practiced well. Such a good talent was wasted in vain. Gu Yi really felt sorry for Feng Xiaotian. Top-level mutant martial soul, genius with innate full soul power, and also full of thoughts that transcend this world. He should have been brilliant, but because he was addicted to creating his own soul skills, he missed the best time to practice. Otherwise, with his talent, he might have become a soul king now. Day 3, 3 updates completed. Chapter 197 The Lost Genius. Lack of inheritance is the reason for this. Just like Tang San, whether it is the various weapon secrets brought by the previous life or the various unique skills of the Haoshan sect in this life, he doesn't need to spend time to create them. Just follow the path of the predecessors. Really? The dean of the Shenfeng Academy was very excited, with a gleam in his eyes. It's no wonder that he was so excited. After all, there are countless people who want Gu Yi's martial arts secrets in the entire Douluo continent. Now he is willing to take the initiative to exchange with himself. There is no reason not to agree. Over the years, although their Shenfeng Academy has done a deep study on the wind element, they just don't have the brain to turn these studies into real soul skills. Even if he is asked to exchange the entire academy's wealth with Gu Yi, there is no problem at all. Money is just some external things. As long as you have strong strength, these things will come with it. Gu Yi had already expected his excitement. Almost no one in this world can resist the temptation of self-created soul skills. Otherwise, Feng Xiaotian would not waste a lot of time to create his own soul skills. Although such a move seemed stupid to him. Ordinary soul masters on Douluo continent, except for those truly gifted geniuses, are already very powerful soul kings who can practice. They can dominate a small town. But they can only have 5 soul skills in their lifetime, and they are absolutely irreplaceable. Even after practicing for a long time, a 100-year soul skill will not be of much use. From this, it can be seen that having one more soul skill is a considerable improvement in the combat effectiveness of a soul master. If you can comprehend a powerful self-created soul skill like Haoshan Jutsu, you can even fight against others at a higher level. Whether the martial arts I teach you are powerful or not depends on how much your research helps me. Faced with this overbearing clause, the dean of the Kamikaze Academy did not say anything and could only nod in agreement. No amount of research can compare to the importance of self-created soul skills. Yes. Please come this way. I will immediately arrange the best accommodation for you. Gu Yi did not think there was anything wrong with the goodwill of the Shenfeng Academy. Although he had something to ask of them, in fact, it was the Shenfeng Academy that needed his martial arts more. The news of Gu Yi's arrival quickly spread throughout the Shenfeng Academy. After all, Gu Yi was now well known in the Soul Master world. Especially after Yu Xiaogang exposed the personnel situation of the team led by Gu Yi, it aroused the curiosity of all Soul Masters in the world. I don't understand how he could teach such a powerful student in such a short time. Fortunately, the dean of the Shenfeng Academy was also sensible and did not arrange these people to disturb him. He directly isolated everyone outside. Except for one person. Gu Yi put down the book in his hand. There were dozens of such books on the other side of the table. These are the foundation accumulated by the Shenfeng Academy over the years, which is completely open to an outsider to learn. Dean Gu, this is the best student in our academy. He performed quite well in the all-continent advanced Soul Master competition. Would you please teach him? Sure, let him stay. Gu Yi looked at the proud young man standing next to the dean, and wanted to see what level Feng Xiaoshan's talent could reach. After all, this is a genius that is hard to find in the entire Douluo continent. Being able to create soul skills by yourself has surpassed 99.999% of the people in the entire continent. After the dean left, the whole room returned to silence again. Tell me, why did you choose the path of creating soul skills by yourself? Gu Yi did not pick up the book again, but was a little curious why Feng Xiaotian chose to research his own soul skills, which was thankless. After all, this path has no insurance. Once failed, the time and energy wasted will make you fall behind your peers. Gu Yi didn't think Feng Xiaotian would not know this. Can you not tell me? Feng Xiaotian hesitated. Whatever you want to say. Gu Yi would not force him if he didn't want to. It was just his mind that moved him. Since your dean asked you to come to me, I agreed. I will not let you go empty-handed. I know your college and I know there is a valley that can produce hurricanes nearby. I will wait for you there. Then Gu Yi disappeared from the room. Feng Xiaotian looked at the empty room in horror and rushed out without hesitation. These were all the dean's care for him. Feng Xiaotian didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity in vain. It is conceivable how much the college paid to be able to receive the teachings of the best teacher in the world. Gu Yi stood on the top of the cliff, feeling the surging power from the sky and the earth, and felt extremely disappointed. The hurricane swept the entire valley tirelessly, making a harsh roar. It is indeed a good place. If a soul master with the wind element practices here, I'm afraid the progress of practice will be twice as fast with half the effort, provided that he can practice here stably. After all, not everyone has the ability to be unaffected by external objects. The most important thing about meditation is to keep the mind focused. If you can't resist the influence of external factors, let alone practice, you may even go astray. But this also shows that Feng Xiaotian has excellent talent. In the original book, 5 years after the end of the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, Feng Xiaoshan's soul power directly increased from level 44 to level 61. It has surpassed several of the Shrek 7 devils. Although there is still a big gap with Dai Muibai's level 65. But don't forget that Feng Xiaotian has never taken, even if he had not eaten the immortal grass, no one could perform the martial soul fusion technique with him to improve his cultivation speed. And at that time, Dai Muibai was in the most fierce stage of soul power improvement, and the fastest years of cultivation. On the other hand, Feng Xiaotian, from the age of 24 to 29, had already passed the fastest time for soul masters to improve their cultivation. He was able to make his own soul power not too far behind Dai Muibai, so it is conceivable that his talent is definitely not inferior to anyone. If it hadn't been a few years of delay in studying his own soul skills, Feng Xiaoshan's strength would definitely not be what it is now. It didn't take long for Feng Xiaotian to come here, and even summoned his martial soul, running to the top of the cliff at full power. Not slow, but the cultivation is a little bit worse. By the way, you studied the 36 consecutive slashes of the wind wolf here. Feng Xiaotian nodded and said yes. This is indeed the place where he studied his own soul skills, and it's not something he can't say. Let me see how strong you are. Chapter 198 Approaching Time. A few months later, Gu Yi completed the 5 major academies and obtained the knowledge of elements that they had studied for many years, which greatly enriched his own knowledge and understanding of elements. Now all kinds of elements can be said to be easy to use. At this moment, even if he does not use his martial soul, he can use the 5 elements seal released when fighting with Tang Hao. The progress in the past few months is huge, but there are some problems. The little accident made him a little distressed. Thinking of the snow-like woman, he couldn't help but have a headache. However, the martial arts he had imagined in his mind were completely formed, and the only thing left was the final display and test. Calculate the time, they should be here. With a thought, Gu Yi disappeared in the Xingde Great Forest and appeared at the entrance of the Xingde Great Forest. At the same time, he began to calm his breath and make final preparations for the upcoming battle. Being about to face the strongest soul beast in Douluo continent, even Gu Yi did not dare to guarantee that he could retreat unscathed. Everything depends on luck. Here it comes. After Gu Yi adjusted his breath for an hour, 3 streams of light flew towards this side. Finally, they landed beside him together. Gu Yi could see that the soul cores in the bodies of the 3 people had grown to a certain extent. Especially Chen Xin, whose soul core revealed an incomparable edge. What kind of soul beast is it that needs to mobilize such 3 powerful titled Douluo? Bibi Dong is now the only member who does not know the target of this time. Qian Daoliu, I have inherited my father's will and challenge you again. Since Chen Xin knew Qian Daoliu, he was afraid that he was still a long way behind him in terms of aura. A swordsman seeks a clear conscience. Okay, I'll wait for you. It's been a long time since I've seen the sharpness of the 7 killing swords. Your father is an excellent swordsman. If it weren't for the huge gap between his soul power and mine, it's still unknown who will win or lose. Qian Daoliu did not despise Chen Xian because his father was defeated by him, but responded to Chen Xian very seriously. The Chen Xian in front of him is more outstanding than his father. The strong are sympathetic to each other. Okay, let's talk about this soul hunting operation in detail. Gu Yi was very relieved that the three did not fight at the first time, which would be of great benefit to the next battle. We are going to face fierce beasts that have never been seen in the forest. They are all beings that have survived the 100,000 year catastrophe, and are at least 200,000 year old soul beasts. They are far from comparable to the 100,000 year old soul beasts that my sister encountered before the invasion. When saying this, Gu Yi deliberately glanced at Bibi Dong. After all, she had hunted 100,000 year old soul beasts before, but not soul beasts like the soft-bone rabbit that had weak combat capabilities. Gu Yi didn't want Bibi Dong to be careless in the battle. If that time really came, no one could save her. Look at what I'm doing, just tell me if you have something to say. Bibi Dong's temper is not ordinary, I don't know if it's because of menopause or some other reason. In short, she speaks very impolitely. Senior, please spend more effort to deal with the strongest among them, Ditian. Of course, it is very likely that it will not come out. Qian Daoliu nodded. He is the strongest among the four, and he is naturally dealing with the strongest. As for us, we will also encounter several beasts with different cultivation levels. We will use our own methods at that time. Chen Xian and Bibi Dong nodded. Qian Daoliu asked at this time, when will the battle end? If Emperor Tian is really like what Gu Yi said, even if he has cultivated a soul core and turned his soul power into solid soul power, he may not be the opponent of Emperor Tian. 100,000-year soul beast can have the same wisdom as humans. No one can imagine how powerful the power of Emperor Tian, a euro who has lived for 800,000 years, will be. Listen to my signal. Whether it succeeds or not, half an hour is the limit. Gu Yi pondered for a while and gave a time. Is everything okay? Gu Yi asked at last. This battle will be the strongest battle between humans and soul beasts in the history of Douluo continent. Let's go. Bibi Dong took the lead and soared into the air. Let's go. Gu Yi said nothing more. It had to start. The people present were not soul masters who were hunting souls for the first time. Some things were clearer than him. The four of them rushed straight into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest. 4 titled Douluo. The soul masters who were hunting in the Star-Do Great Forest all looked up and naturally saw 4 figures flying quickly. No soul master could fly at such a speed except the titled Douluo. What kind of action could gather 4 titled Douluo at one time? Everyone had this question in their minds. An answer appeared in their minds. 100,000-year soul beast, only 100,000-year soul beast could attract so many titled Douluo. Soon someone recognized the identities of several people. Your Majesty the Pope, Your Majesty the Sword Douluo, and Gu Yi. Gu Yi and others were very fast. Deming and Ming, who were in the center of the forest, felt it quickly. Roar! The Titan ape roared as if it was going to shake the mountains. A human dared to be so arrogant in a place where soul beasts gathered. It was simply courting death. He rushed directly towards the aura he felt. Xiao Wu's mother was hunted by humans when they were away. Ming had no good feelings towards humans. Especially for titled Douluo, he would kill them all, although he had not killed any titled Douluo so far. Get back here! A giant tail stretched out from the lake and pulled the Titan ape back. Deming, what's going on? Xiao Wu hadn't felt the breath getting closer and closer at this moment, and she didn't quite understand what was going on. Xiao Wu, hide quickly, don't let anyone see you. Although Daming didn't know what force sealed Xiao Wu's power, there was no doubt that if there was no titled Douluo level existence to explore Xiao Wu's body, she would be a human. The 4 rays that kept approaching in the sky made him feel a strong pressure, and he definitely couldn't let Xiao Wu be exposed like this. Although Xiao Wu didn't know what was going on, she still chose to listen to Daming and hid. Ming, get out of here, these people are not something we can deal with. The Azure Bull Python also guessed a little bit of the situation at this moment. If these 4 people were really coming for them, there would be absolutely no hope of survival. The Titan giant ape came over aggrievedly. In the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. Qi Wang, Zig, go and deal with it. Ditian frowned, and also felt the strong breath of Gu Yi and others. At the same time, an ice silkworm that was originally at the mercy of others opened its eyes. Its fighting power may not be as good as that of Ditien and other soul beasts, but its mental power can be called the best in the world, and its perception ability is even clearer than that of Ditien and others. The opportunity has come. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm closed its eyes again and fell into silence. No, Ditien. The strength of the people coming this time should not be underestimated. You should also make a move. Silver light emerged, accompanied by an extremely majestic voice. Yes, my lord. Ditien was a little shocked. Have humans really grown to the point where he needs to make a move? Chapter 199 Careless Zig. Guyi and others quickly passed the center of the Xingda Great Forest. They could all sense the two 100,000-year soul beasts below. However, their current goal is not these 100,000-year soul beasts that pose almost no threat to them. So scary, too strong. De Ming waited until Guyi and the others flew past before surfacing from the bottom of the water. He only looked at the white-haired man under the water and felt his soul trembling. If he were to fight, he would probably not last more than 10 moves in his hands. This was still De Ming's conservative concern. Too strong. Xiao Wu, who was hiding in a hidden place, naturally saw Guyi flying over her head. What is he going to do, hunting soul beasts? Guyi, after this is over, come with me to hunt the 100,000-year soul beast we just found. Bibi Dong's first martial soul ring has long been full. Now that her strength has improved again, she naturally wants to fill the second martial soul ring. Now she has long looked down on the 10,000-year soul ring, and only the 100,000-year soul ring is her goal. By then, she will be stronger than ever before. With 18 soul rings, especially with the increase of multiple 100,000-year soul rings, soul power and physique will be improved to an unprecedented level. Then he wouldn't collapse on the Pope's chair. Okay. Guyi didn't refuse Bibi Dong. They were just 200,000-year soul beasts. Even if he didn't make a move, Bibi Dong alone would be enough to hunt them. Chen Xin silently recorded the conversation between the two. Guyi's relationship with the spirit hall was a little too good. This was not a problem for him, but it was not good for Ning Fengzi and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The spirit hall's plan for so many years was probably not that simple. If Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu and Guyi attacked the world's soul masters at the same time, who could stop them? The sword heart slashed and cut off the distracting thoughts in his heart. The next battle did not allow him to send out his mind, because he also felt that 4 auras were beginning to expand not far away. Get ready for battle. Qian Daoliu also noticed the powerful aura in front. Although he believed Guyi's words, he was still shocked by such a powerful aura. Soon, Guyi and the others saw the soul beast standing in the air. The 4 of them all set their sights on one of the men. The burly figure was 3 meters tall, and the golden hair that fluttered behind him made him look domineering. He was handsome but not childish, but very resolute. Just standing there, he had a might that made people retreat. Standing next to him was a very beautiful woman. The whole body was covered with purple scales, which showed her hot figure. Only her chest and face were white, revealing deep grooves, and there were black scales on her forehead. The rest were soul beast forms. A soul beast similar to a lion, but with 3 giants 1 meter long, and the ferocious giant teeth shone with red gold light. There was also a majestic dark gold fear bear, whose aura was second only to the blonde man. Human, get out of our territory, I will spare your life. Otherwise, humanity will lose 4 top warriors today. Emperor Tian spoke, and his words were a threat. How dare you, come and fight. When had Qian Daoliu ever been so angry? The passion that had been dormant for decades was ignited in an instant. Fight, then fight. Emperor Tian hadn't taken action for a long time. Since he had the opportunity this time, he didn't mind fighting him. This man's cultivation level is also the peak among humans, so he is qualified to fight him. The 2 of them rose directly to a higher sky. Bibi Dong turned her head and glanced at Guyi, and directly chose the second strongest dark gold bear. Chen Xin was also not weaker than others, and directly fought with the Red King. In the end, only Guyi and the woman covered with purple scales were left. It seems that my opponent is you, kid. Zig's bloodline is not weaker than Ditien at all, but her cultivation level is much inferior to Ditien. Although her strength is not strong among fierce beasts, her combat power is still top-notch among those with the same cultivation level. Guyi didn't mind who he fought with, and the huge spiritual power in the sea of a spirit frantically detected it. Fighting is not the goal, and rescuing the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is the key now. At the same time, he also dispersed his attention to the other three people. The three did not show any weakness, which made Guyi a little relieved, and it was worth his wait for half a year. However, he knew that this was temporary, because the reason why Douluo and Bibi Dong could withstand Ditien and Dark Gold Terror Bear was because they used their divine power. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to fight Ditien and others with their solid soul power that they had only entered for half a year. Putting aside the divine power, Bibi Dong and Douluo really don't Euro trademark T deserve the title of Extreme Douluo. Think about it, after 10,000 years, which Extreme Douluo does not have dual soul cores, has not cultivated soul cores for many years, and has long reached the point where there is no room for improvement. Especially Moon N, if it weren't a Euro trademark T for the lack of space in the god realm, it would not be so difficult for him to ascend to become a god with his talent. Kid, eat a Euro trademark S. Not a good habit to be distracted during a battle, it will kill you. In just a millisecond, Zig closed the distance between the two. There was an invisible killing intent in the cold voice. Really? Why don't a Euro trademark T you look at the environment you are in now? Guyi disappeared on the spot, leaving only this sentence. There. Zig reacted just as quickly, but the next moment she found herself surrounded by a pale blue wind ball. Years of fighting experience made Zig realize that she must get out as soon as possible. The dragon race's body is naturally strong. Even if she is not a physical body, strength is also her strong point. Her slender right arm slammed hard at the wind wall. It's not that easy to leave. Guyi stood not far away, and didn't expect that Zig would be so easily tricked. It turns out that sometimes playing the pig to eat the tiger is quite effective. Guyi's own cultivation is not strong, but he has condensed the soul core and can absorb a large amount of heaven and earth energy to show super strong combatability. This is enough to confuse those who have not seen Guyi take action. Zig is a person who is confused by appearances. If the aura that Guyi showed at the beginning was similar to that of Bibi Dong and others, Zig would not be so careless and choose to approach directly. Guyi spent a lot of effort on this trick of vacuum. The circle fully utilized the power dispersion. The surface of the wind ball looked like a thin layer, but it was actually covered with smooth whirlwinds, which could disperse the attacking power and spread it to the entire wind ball. It was not unbreakable, but it would not be so easy to break. Zig failed to hit it, but she felt a little difficult to breathe. What is this? Zig felt bad and didn't care about wasting power. She opened her own domain directly. Swallowing domain. A purple-black light ball condensed in front of her and turned into a huge black vortex in an instant. Day 4, 3 updates completed. Chapter 200. My words are the words of heaven, my intentions are the will of heaven. The vacuum was broken. Zig, who had escaped, breathed heavily and looked at Guyi with great fear. This human's moves were too weird. If it weren't for this swallowing domain, I'm afraid I would have been defeated in one encounter. Guyi did not expect to be able to take down Zig, the Abyss Dragon, in one move. This was impossible. However, after the move just now, Guyi had basically explored Zig's limit. Although her strength was strong, it was not strong enough. At least if he wanted to take her down, it would not be too difficult. Let's act. Guyi also noticed Bibi Dong and the other two at this moment. In just such a short time, Chen Xin had already shown a slight weakness. After all, the soul core had been cultivated for too short a time, and the use of solid soul power was not good enough. Now he could only confront the Red King with the powerful killing power of the 7 killing sword. When the soul power dropped, it would be the time for Chen Xin to fail. Since he had tested the opponent's limit, Guyi did not intend to fight slowly. Martial Soul True Body, open. The silver-white giant appeared in front of everyone, and the huge heaven and earth energy rushed into the silver-white giant's body crazily. Master. Ditien, a Euro who was fighting with Douluo, noticed the situation here and subconsciously thought that the master had come. The silver-white light is too similar, and there is a lot of elemental aura on the body. The only difference is that there is no dragon aura on the silver-white giant. How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? The angel condensed by Douluo, the holy sword, slashed down fiercely. When masters fight, the winner is decided in milliseconds. How could Douluo miss such a good opportunity? Get out of here. Tian's hands turned into dragon claws, and he smashed towards the angel holy sword with supreme power. He was not at a disadvantage because of the distraction just now. On the contrary, the power he exerted was slightly higher than Douluo. Gu Yi didn't pay attention to so many things at the moment. Now he used his martial soul again and had a different understanding. It was impossible to hold on for half an hour if the battle continued like this. Since he was the weakest against the fierce beast, he naturally had to play the biggest role. Gu Yi planned to use his strongest move. The accumulation of half a year exploded at this moment. I am the world. The strange fluctuations spread to the other three battlefields. This fluctuation was somewhat similar to the domain when it was unfolded, but it was also somewhat different. Tian couldn't tell what kind of ability this was, but the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Originally they thought Gu Yi was the weakest of the four, but now it seems that he is not, and he may even be the strongest. Zig only felt that the eyes of the silver-white giant were full of majesty at this moment, as if she could only surrender in front of him, otherwise she would be rejected by heaven and earth. My words are the words of heaven, and my will is the will of heaven. At this moment, Gu Yi became particularly sacred, far more sacred than Douluo. This is too childish. Bibi Dong couldn't bear to look directly at it. Gu Yi could actually say such childish words. Although Zig didn't know what happened, since you have grown bigger, I will come too. In an instant, a majestic abyss dragon appeared in the air, and its size was more than twice that of the silver-white giant. Comparing the size with the soul beast, it is a complete defeat. Tian Yu, there is no water here. The silver-white giant spoke, and all the water elements here dissipated in an instant, and even the clouds in the sky retreated. Zig is a yin-water attribute formed by the fusion of dark attribute and water attribute. Gu Yi's operation completely cut off half of Zig's strength, and Zig could also feel that her control over the vitality of heaven and earth had disappeared. How is it possible? Tian naturally felt the changes around him and was shocked beyond belief. Zig, retreat quickly. Tian shouted, trying to get rid of Douluo. Don't even think about it. Douluo would not let Tian go, his soul power was not as good as Tian. But he had the power of an angel, so it was no problem to hold Tian back for the time being. Dark Gold Terror Bear and Red King also noticed the situation on Zig's side, but they were helpless. Can't get away for the time being. Tian Yu, shorten the space. Zig immediately felt that she had crossed the space and came to the front of the silver giant. What kind of ability is this? Zig couldn't believe it, even Tian couldn't force her from one space to another. What on earth is going on with this human? Gu Yi would not solve her doubts. Heavenly decree, space squeeze. One by one, the silver-white giant spoke out the divine decree without any emotional fluctuations. It was like the real way of heaven. Ah! The space in front of Zig kept shrinking, and in a few seconds, her huge body was squeezed together. If the space was compressed further, it would turn directly into a pile of flesh and blood. Zig, fight to the death. Humans are not our opponents in terms of soul power. Although Tian could not get rid of Douluo for a while, he was still keenly aware that the brilliance on the silver-white giant was gradually dimming. Obviously, these incredible abilities also consumed him greatly. Resistance was futile. Gu Yi had already burst out with all his strength, and the heaven-swallowing secret technique had long been used to the limit. Now Zig could not break free no matter what. As the space shrank, Zig's body could only turn back into human form. Gu Yi also knew that the time was almost up. Heavenly decree, elemental blockade. Various elements poured out from Gu Yi's body, and colorful light enveloped Zig, who was already powerless to resist. As the light faded, Gu Yi no longer maintained the form of his martial soul body, and lifted Zig up with one hand. Stop! Gu Yi's voice resounded throughout the three battlefields. Bibi Dong and others also retreated in response. Damn human, let me go! Zig struggled frantically, not caring about the swaying scenery in front of her, with anger on her face. As a pure dragon blood, she was captured in just a few rounds. Shame, a huge shame. Don't move. The voice was indescribably cold. How could a dragon be threatened? This would only make Zig resist more fiercely. Pa! Gu Yi would not hold back and slapped her. It was quiet immediately. Human, tell me your conditions. After fighting until now, Tian understood what the other party's purpose was. If it was just for their spirit rings, it would be impossible to be so ostentatious, and it would be impossible for only so few people to come. It's very simple, you just need to stay here for a few hours. The expression on Gu Yi's face, she paused for a moment, then turned a little red, and then looked at Bibi Dong. What do you mean? Tian didn't quite understand what the other party's purpose was. Bibi Dong quietly came behind Gu Yi. Literally. Gu Yi's face returned to normal, and he continued to talk and laugh. Okay, I 1/2 a ye trademark AAE, I 1/2.